Chapter 497. That night, the conflict at the entrance of the Nightless Club couldn't be calmed down after all. In the end, things escalated. That night, Bao Sanli's men took Guodong Xuan to a place where no one was and gave him a hard beating. Of course, this hard beating meant that Guodong Xuan had to lie in a hospital bed for at least a month. How could Guodong Xuan swallow this? No matter what, he was still the underworld prince of Jiduan City. He was actually humiliated in Songjiang City. After Guojin Biao, the boss of Jiduan City, knew that his son had an accident, he was so angry that he slammed the table. He directly called Sun Hongjuan's desk. "Boss Sun, do you care about this matter?" Guojin Biao told about the humiliation that Guodong Xuan had suffered in Songjiang City. Boss Guo, I really can't care about this matter." Sun Hongjun smiled secretly, but his tone was very serious. "This matter didn't happen in Donghai. If it happened in Donghai, I will definitely give you an explanation, but Songjiang isn't within my sphere of influence." Motherfucker. Isn't there a Bao Sanli in Songjiang? He's just a little punk. How dare he be so arrogant in front of me? Who does he think he is? When I first came out, he didn't even know where to play with mud. Guojin Biao scolded. Songjiang really doesn't have any capable people. How did he appear? Old Guo, that is someone else's territory after all. In my opinion, Guodong Xuan must have been impolite in this matter. Otherwise, they wouldn't give him such a heavy beating. Sun Hongjun advised. Boss Sun, you really don't feel the pain when you're standing there. The one who was beaten wasn't your son. Guojin Biao said coldly. If you don't care, then don't blame me for being impolite. I will avenge this hatred. I hope Boss Sun won't intervene at that time. So you decided? You want to attack Songjiang? Sun Hongjun asked in a deep voice. If I don't attack him, my heart can't be calm, said Guojin Biao. Well, I won't interfere with either of you. This is all I can do. Sun Hongjun said faintly. That's good. Bao Sanli, who do you think you are? Guojin Biao scolded again. Sun Hongjun snickered in his heart. This is the result I want. You want me not to intervene? I'm eager to hide far away. I'm afraid that you will ask me for help. Bao Sanli? Sun Hongjun shook his head. Guojin Biao had definitely underestimated this person. Since Bao Sanli could drive the Four Snakes gang out of Songjiang, it showed that he had his own strengths. Moreover, Sun Hongjun hadn't figured out the new Hojin Han yet. So, in short, the forces in Songjiang were very complicated. It wasn't as simple as Guojin Biao thought. In fact, on that night, Bao Sanli also learned the true identity of Guodong Xuan from Hojin Han. However, he had already fought. It was impossible to admit his mistake now. Moreover, this matter couldn't be blamed on his side. It was Guodong Xuan who started the trouble first. Bao Sanli just returned the favor. However, Bao Sanli and Hojin Han also understood that it was impossible for Guojin Biao to give up. After all, this was not only a matter of face, but the most important thing was that the person who was beaten was his son, the underworld crown prince of Jiduan City. Therefore, when Guojin Biao found someone to negotiate with Bao Sanli was not surprised. What do we do now? Does the boss know about this? Bao Sanli wasn't afraid of Guojin Biao. So what if you're the boss of Jiduan City? A strong dragon can't suppress a local snake. What's more, you're not a strong dragon at all. Jiduan City is only half the size of Songjiang. The boss naturally doesn't like a reckless person like Guojin Biao. He asked us to do as we see fit. Hojin Han smiled. Then, do we see him? Bao Sanli was now accustomed to listening to Hojin Han's instructions. He wants to see us by sending a soldier? What an international joke. Hojin Han sneered. Let's also send a soldier to talk to him. And, Brother Ho, you can make the decision. Bao Sanli also knew that his brain was not suitable for this kind of reciprocity, so he simply did not participate. This kid Bai Hai has a good brain. He is good enough. Let him go. Hojin Han hesitated and said. In the afternoon, Bai Hai was instructed by Hojin Han to bring Sun Haoming to the negotiation site. Originally, Xingzi, who was sent by Guojin Biao to negotiate, was full of ambition because Guojin Biao had infinitely exaggerated himself and belittled Bao Sanli before he left. In Xingzi's view, Bao Sanli was just an incompetent little punk. However, when Xingzi came to Songjiang and saw how prosperous Songjiang was, he felt that something was wrong. When he saw the majestic signboard of the Mingyang Security Company, he felt a little guilty. Moreover, after arriving here, although they received him and served him good tea and water, he did not see anyone for the whole morning. No matter who he asked, they said that they did not know and were irresponsible. In other people's territory, Xingzi did not dare to be rash. He had to sit there and wait until 2 o'clock in the afternoon. He saw a cold and arrogant person come in. These two people were Bai Hai and Sun Haoming. Are you sent by Guo Jinbiao to negotiate? Bai Hai glanced at Xingzi and asked coldly. I am. Which one is Brother Bao? Xingzi thought that one of these two people was Bao Sanli. Ha 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 ha. Sun Haoming suddenly laughed. Brother Bao? Who do you think you are? You want Brother Bao to see you in person? You? Xingzi's face immediately turned ugly, but he still forced himself to endure. I am here to negotiate on behalf of Brother Biao. I hope you can show some sincerity. Sincerity? How are we not sincere? Bai Hai sneered. Guojin Biao sent you alone, but we have two people to talk to you. We have given you enough face. But Brother Bao is not coming? Xingzi asked with some unwillingness. Guojin Biao told him that he must talk to Bao Sanli in person and let him scare Bao Sanli. If he did not agree to his conditions, he would start a war. What is Brother Bao doing here? Is Guojin Biao here? If he comes in person, then consider meeting with Brother Bao. Sun Haoming scolded impatiently. He is already giving you face by coming to see you. Don't dawdle there. If you have something to say, just say it. Xingzi didn't expect that the other party would speak so harshly. It was a little unexpected. Before he left, Guojin Biao had analyzed to him that after he came here, this side would definitely tremble with fear and treat him as a guest of honor. He didn't expect that they didn't take him seriously at all. What do you mean by this and that? Are you okay? If you're okay, then get out of here. Don't waste time here. Sun Haoming said with a glare. What kind of negotiation attitude is this? Aren't you afraid that because of this matter, it will cause a conflict between our two gangs? Xingzi had to force himself to say so. What attitude? Are you kidding me? Little rascal, now you are negotiating with us, not the other way around. There is a problem with your position. Bai Hai also said conflict? It doesn't matter. If you want to start a war directly, we don't need to talk. You can get out of here. Xingzi was so angry that he was trembling a little, but he also knew that his purpose was to negotiate and not to quarrel. So he held back his anger and said, well, then let's negotiate now. Let's talk. Bai Hai said casually, and then told Sun Haoming, you go and get some melon seeds. This kid looks like a person who wastes time. I don't know how long it will take. Xingzi was so angry that he almost smoked, but now he was enduring. He was almost like a ninja turtle. Your people seriously injured our Brother Biao's young master. Xingzi just opened his mouth and was interrupted by Bai Hai. What young master? Tell me more clearly, who is it? Bai Hai pretended to be confused. It's Guodong Chuan, the person you beat up last night. Xingzi had no choice but to explain. Oh, you're talking about that idiot. I know. Bai Hai nodded and said, yes, that idiot was acting cool with Brother Bao and Brother Ho. So he was beaten up? What's the problem? If you want to apologize to us, then forget it. We are very generous. Besides, that idiot also got the lesson he deserved. Xingzi listened to Bai Hai's words, and his nose was crooked. Did they think that I was here to apologize? Is there anything else? If there is nothing else, then forget it. We are great people who don't mind petty people. Just don't let that kid come to Songjiang City to show off in the future. Bai Hai waved and said. Chapter 498. What? Xingzi was dumbfounded. A great man forgives a petty person? What's with your expression? Bai Hai deliberately wondered. We have forgiven the mistakes made by your boss's young master. Why? Do you find it unbelievable? Crying tears of joy. If Xingzi had a stone now, he really wanted to kill himself. I think you misunderstood. In fact, I came to talk about the compensation. Xingzi said helplessly. Compensation? There is no need to compensate. There are no casualties on our side. Bai Hai shook his head and said, let's just forget about this matter. No, you're the one who should compensate me, Xingzi said carefully. Ha! Sun Haoming just entered the room and heard Xingzi's words. He put a plate of melon seeds and peanuts on the table and stared at Xingzi. What did you say? No, nothing. Xingzi was shocked, but when he thought about his mission, he gritted his teeth and said, Our boss said that you have to compensate us 10 million, or we will start a war. What did he say? Bai Hai frowned and glanced at Sun Haoming. Is this person sick? I don't know. Maybe he is mentally ill. Sun Haoming finished and grabbed Xingzi's collar and walked to the window. What are you doing? Xingzi belonged to the type of person who was weak in strategy. He was not Sun Haoming's opponent, so he was picked up like an eagle catching a chick. You will know in a minute. Sun Haoming finished faintly, opened the window, and then threw Xingzi directly from the second floor. Ah! Xingzi screamed. Sun Haoming did not listen and closed the window directly. Then he and Bai Hai looked at each other and smiled. In the evening, Yang Ming waited for Chun Mingyan and Zhang Bin under the teaching building of the School of Economics and Management. Is it done? Zhang Bin asked quickly when he saw Yang Ming. It's done. There shouldn't be any more problems. He has a good relationship with the graduate student who marks the papers. During the exam tomorrow, pick what you know and write. If you don't know, leave it blank. Yang Ming said, Also, don't hand in your papers too early. And I got it. Zhang Bin nodded happily. Let's go. It's my treat. Let's go out and eat something good. Nonsense. Chen Mingyan and I are here to freeload your meal, Yang Ming said. Hee, wait for a while. Zhao Cixi, let's go together. Zhang Bin said. Did you miss me? Yang Ming turned to look at Chen Mingyan. Come, give me a hug. There are so many people. What are you doing? Chen Mingyan hid behind him and changed the topic with a red face. Have you seen the winter camp? Of course. I'm just discussing this with Zhang Bin. Yang Ming said. Oh, you and Zhao Cixi are going too? That's great. Chen Mingyan looked at Zhang Bin and said, Whether I can go now depends on Yang Ming. I don't know if the person he found is confident. Zhang Bin said, If I don't fail the exam, I will definitely go. It didn't take long for Zhao Cixi to come. Apparently, Zhang Bin had contacted her in advance. What are you studying? Zhao Cixi asked as she put her arm around Zhang Bin's arm. We're talking about the winter camp. Do you want to go? Chen Mingyan hesitated for a moment, but she still followed Zhao Cixi's example and put her arm around Yang Ming's arm. Girls are sometimes very reserved, but if there is a comparable reference next to them, then they will be bolder than anyone else. Chen Mingyan originally thought that college students should avoid dating on campus, but when she saw Zhao Cixi and Zhang Bin being so close, Chen Mingyan suddenly felt that it was nothing. Everyone is like this. Why should I pretend to be a good girl? Of course, I want to go. I'm just afraid that my Zhang Bin won't live up to expectations. Zhao Cixi shook her head helplessly. We are all from the same high school. You are very clear about Zhang Bin's academic performance. I'm just afraid that he will fail the exam. Dear, I definitely won't fail the exam. The problem has been solved. Zhang Bin smiled. Why? Are you confident? Didn't you say you couldn't do it at noon? Zhao Cixi said strangely. Hee. Yang Ming asked a friend for help. That friend knows the graduate student who marks the papers in our department. When they mark my papers, they will be more relaxed. Isn't it fine? Zhang Bin explained. Really? Zhao Cixi immediately showed a surprised expression after listening. That's great. If that's the case, then let's sign up together after the exam the day after tomorrow. Zhang Bin didn't lie. Today, he invited Yang Ming and the others to a Xinjiang barbecue restaurant. The taste was very authentic. They ate very happily. After the meal, because the exam was at 8 o'clock tomorrow morning, they didn't arrange any other activities and went back to school directly. Yang Ming was really sleepy. He almost didn't sleep last night. When he returned to the dormitory, he fell asleep immediately. The exam on the second day went smoothly. The exam in the first semester of freshman year didn't involve many subjects. For a computer science student like Yang Ming, he only took 2 professional courses, basic computer operation and computer composition principles. He didn't even touch on programming. The other subjects were some common subjects, such as university Chinese, university chemistry, university writing standards, and practical writing. These were relatively simple courses. Because he was a science and engineering student, the common subject questions were very simple. Most of them were concept questions. Yang Ming could directly copy from a book. Practical writing asked him to write a letter to his family. It asked the student to tell his family about his feelings after going to university. For this kind of subject, as long as there were no problems in writing standards and no typos, he could generally get a good score. As for the basic computer operation, it was a mess. Yang Ming didn't need to copy the textbook or other people's and could answer smoothly. The slightly more difficult part was the computer composition principles, but it was a piece of cake for Yang Ming. In contrast, Yang Ming's special ability didn't come in handy. Yang Ming believed that even if he answered by himself, he could answer 80% to 90%. Using his special ability just made him more confident. However, Yang Ming also secretly made up his mind. The courses in the first semester of freshman year were simple, so he just muddled through it. But in the second semester of freshman year, when programming was opened, Yang Ming also planned to study seriously. After all, 80 by 86 assembly language and C language were very useful in the future. Yang Ming's side was smooth, but Zhang Bin's side wasn't so smooth. Zhang Bin wasn't the kind of person who liked to memorize things by rote. A few financial oligarchs, limited liability companies, and unlimited liability companies confused him, but Zhang Bin remembered Yang Ming's words. He wrote what he knew, and he didn't write what he didn't know. Don't write nonsense. In this way, he muddled through 2 days of the exam. Chen Mingyan was originally a good student. Memorization was her strength, so there was no need to ask her grades were definitely good. Zhao Sisi was also a diligent student, so there shouldn't be a big problem. After the exam ended, Yang Ming quickly called Zhang Weihan again to remind him. He was afraid that Zhang Weihan would forget. However, Zhang Weihan assured Yang Ming that this matter had been done. Zhang Bin's first few results were out, and all were okay. After Yang Ming thanked him, he was relieved. He told Zhang Bin about this matter, and this guy was also very happy. The efficiency of the university's grading was quite high. The night after the exam, you could check your results through the campus network. The students' transcripts were also sent to their parents through the post office. Therefore, many students who failed were destined to have a bad year. Although it wasn't like when you failed an exam when you were a child, you had to wait for a big belt and a big broom, but at least you had to be reprimanded. The reason why the results were out so quickly was not that the teacher had any secret to grading the papers, but there was a lot of free labor. For example, the graduate students in the department were sent by the supervisor to grade the papers every time the final exam came. No one dared to say no. Sure enough, when Zhang Bin checked his results, he was so happy that he passed all of them. Although some of them only scored a little more than 60 points, in this era where passing was a waste of time, 60 points was the most fortunate. After printing the transcripts at the student office, Yang Ming and the other 3 came to the registration office of the winter camp. There weren't many people who came here to register. In the entire Songjiang Industry University, there were only about 10 people, including Yang Ming and the other 3. The student union cadre in charge of the registration warmly received Yang Ming and the others. After they registered and verified the transcripts, he said, "Each person pays a fee of 200 yuan. If it's okay, I will issue the invoice." "No problem." Zhang Bin nodded and took out his wallet to pay the bill. Yang Ming didn't fight with him because they had already discussed beforehand. Zhang Bin would treat. Chapter 499. The student union cadre gave the 4 of them an invoice and then instructed, "Gather at the school gate at 10 o'clock tomorrow morning. There will be a bus that will depart together. Our trip this time is relatively long. This is the map and precautions. You can go back and study it." "Okay." Yang Ming took the map and precautions and nodded. "Don't be late," the student union cadre advised. "No problem." As Yang Ming spoke, he saw an acquaintance coming from the opposite side, but he obviously didn't notice Yang Ming. Instead, he went straight to the student union cadre and patted his shoulder. "Tai Zi, thank you for today. Let's go. I will treat you to a meal." "Hey, it's a small matter," the student union cadre said. "Zhang Weihan, you don't have to be so polite with me. Lower your voice." I still have a guest here. In? Yang Ming? Zhang Weihan looked up and was suddenly stunned. Why are you here? Brother Zhang, my friend, and I came to sign up for the winter camp. He is the one who troubled you. Yang Ming pointed to Zhang Bin and said, Huh, aren't we going together? Zhang Weihan suddenly smiled. Zhang Bin, right? You should thank him. He is the one who settled it. Zhang Weihan pouted at the student union cadre. Huh, thank you. Buddy, let's go. Let's eat together. It's my treat. Zhang Bin said. Let's go. Let's go together. Zhang Weihan also wanted to get closer to Yang Ming. After all, he was under his godfather. Okay, this time, the student union cadre didn't refuse. He nodded and then introduced himself. My name is Li Guanquan. I am the secretary of the school's student union publicity department. Hello, my name is Yang Ming. This is my girlfriend, Chen Mingyan. Yang Ming smiled and shook hands with Li Guanquan, then introduced Chen Mingyan. Hee, sister-in-law, is really beautiful. Brother, you're lucky. Li Guanquan had heard from Zhang Weihan that Yang Ming was Lu Weishan's godson. He wanted to apply for Lu Weishan's postgraduate program next year, so naturally, he wanted to build a relationship with Yang Ming. Zhang Bin, you should recognize me, right? Zhang Bin chuckled. This is my wife, Zhao Cece. Huh, how could I not know you? You're quite crafty, aren't you? You even know to leave blank space on the paper for the questions that you don't know how to answer. This makes it easier for me to work. I just need to find someone with similar handwriting to add a few strokes for you. Li Guanquan praised without leaving a trace. I like to work for smart people. Some of them are so full of themselves that they obviously don't know how to write, but they still write blindly. When the time comes, it won't be easy to change. Zhang Bin glanced at Yang Ming and was a little embarrassed. He thought, Yang Ming is quite experienced in this matter. People who did something bad together could easily reach an alliance of interests. Therefore, because of Zhang Bin's matter, the relationship between several people began to be harmonious with a few words. During the meal, Yang Ming learned from Li Guanquan that tomorrow's winter camp was completely organized by the student union. There were no teachers participating, so everyone could play freely, of course. This was the superficial meaning. The meaning was that there was no need to avoid anything between couples. They could just sleep together at night. This made Zhang Bin very happy, but Chen Mingyan lowered her head shyly. After the 6 people finished eating, they separated. Although Zhang Bin insisted on paying the bill, it was still Zhang Weihan who paid in the end. Yang Ming pulled Zhang Bin and didn't ask him to insist. After all, Zhang Bin sincerely wanted a treat. Zhang Bin drove the car and took Yang Ming and the other 2 to the supermarket near the school. They were ready to buy some necessities for tomorrow. Although the 200 yuan just now included the rent for food, accommodation, and equipment, girls like Zhao Cece and Chen Mingyan inevitably bought some snacks. After parking the car, a group of 4 people entered the supermarket. Zhang Bin pushed a cart, but Yang Ming was empty-handed. Zhang Bin complained that it was unfair, but he couldn't do anything. As soon as Chen Mingyan and Zhao Cece entered the supermarket, they went straight to the small food area. The 2 of them took a small basket each and crazily swept the goods. However, Yang Ming and Zhang Bin were more practical and bought some canned and plastic-sealed food. When the 2 of them passed by the daily necessities, Zhang Bin suddenly looked around and said, Zhao Cece didn't follow us, right? No, they're far away from you. Yang Ming casually looked with his X-ray vision. Chen Mingyan and Zhao Cece were still in the small food area, studying which plums were delicious. That's good. Zhang Bin smiled and took a box of condoms from the shelf. Then, he said to Yang Ming, do you want it? Yang Ming sweated. I don't seem to need this thing now, right? In other words, Yang Ming really didn't buy this thing. Lan Ling said that she had her own way. Although Yang Ming didn't ask in detail, he thought that it should be related to her voodoo. However, Xiao Qing couldn't get pregnant, so Yang Ming simply didn't need this thing. Huh, are you embarrassed with me? Zhang Bin looked at Yang Ming with a sneer. Cough, cough. You also know that after Lan Ling left, Chen Mingyan and I haven't progressed to that step. What's the use of buying it? Yang Ming had to explain. Xiao Qing's matter couldn't be mentioned to Zhang Bin. It turned out to be like this. I was wondering why you had such an expression. It's fine. Isn't this winter camp an opportunity? If you grasp it well, the matter between you and Chen Mingyin will definitely be settled. Zhang Bin smiled and said, Yang Ming, Chen Mingyin, and you have feelings for each other. You two have been together for a long time. Why haven't you made any substantial progress? Damn, you also know that because of Lan Ling last time, Mingyin and I were in a dilemma for a long time. Even if I want to, I need a chance. Yang Ming shrugged helplessly. Then buy a box. It's better to be prepared, Zhang Bin said as he took a box from the shelf. Jispin, ultra thin. It's very cool. Yang Ming was speechless for a while. He looked at the small box in Zhang Bin's hand and said, I'll leave it with you first. Chen Mingyin and I haven't reached that step yet. If she sees that I have this, she might suspect that I have something with other women. No problem. Zhang Bin directly settled the bill at the checkout counter in the supermarket and put it in the pocket of his coat. Yang Ming and Zhang Bin bought some things such as disposable gloves, disposable napkins, and napkins before they went to meet with Chen Mingyin. When they saw that Chen Mingyin and Zhao Cici's baskets were sharp, they couldn't help but smile bitterly. It's only 2 days of winter camp. Can we eat with so many things bought? However, despite that, Yang Ming and Zhang Bin still took the shopping baskets and poured them all into the shopping cart. The 4 people pushed the cart together to the checkout counter and paid the bill. When they walked out of the supermarket's checkout counter, the alarm next to them suddenly made a sharp and harsh sound. A security guard immediately came over and stopped Zhang Bin, who passed by in front of him. Sir, please wait. What's the matter? Zhang Bin was stunned and asked. I suspect that you have the supermarket's goods on you. Please untie your coat and let me see if there is anything inside. The security guard said, Damn, I spent money to buy so many things. How can I steal your things? Zhang Bin frowned and pointed to a few big bags in the shopping cart. Do you think I'm a person who can't afford to spend money? Sir, I didn't mean that. I didn't say that you stole things. It's just that the alarm sounded, so I have to check according to the supermarket's regulations. Please don't make it difficult for me. The security guard looked at Zhang Bin's clothes and the things he bought. This person really didn't look like a thief, so he spoke politely. Looking at the little security guard's sad face, Zhang Bin really didn't want to make it difficult for him. He was also paid to work. Zhang Bin knew that it was useless to make it difficult for him. How do you want to check? Zhang Bin asked helplessly. You take off your coat and then walk through the magnetic fence again. The little security guard said, Sir, you can think about it again. Is there anything in your pocket that hasn't been paid for, or the goods that have been paid for, but haven't been handed out through the cashier's special channel? Even the things that have been paid for inside are not allowed. Zhang Bin touched the back of his head and suddenly remembered that he had 2 boxes of condoms in his pocket. The things that have been paid for are not allowed. You must hand them over to the cashier for inspection. The little security guard explained. Then can I not take them out? Zhang Bin felt a little embarrassed. I'm afraid that's not possible. The little security guard was even more embarrassed. Sir, if it is something that has been paid for, you could just take it out for inspection. What are you afraid of? But my things... Zhang Bin looked at Zhao Cici. Although the 2 people already had a relationship, it would be strange if Zhao Cici wasn't angry when Zhang Bin took out 2 boxes of condoms in public. Chapter 500. Sir, please cooperate. The little security guard looked at Zhang Bin and said, Okay. Zhang Bin gritted his teeth. He reluctantly took out 2 boxes of condoms from his coat pocket and handed them to the little security guard. The top was sealed with a special bag, so it was hard to see what was inside. Chen Mingyin and Zhao Cici were curious why Zhang Bin insisted on not taking out the things, but because the bag was blurred, they couldn't see what was inside. Do you have a shopping receipt? The little security guard took a look at the bag and then handed it to the cashier. Yes. Zhang Bin took out the shopping receipt from his pocket and handed it to the little security guard. 2 boxes of Jispin brand ultra-thin condoms, right? The little security guard read aloud to the cashier. Yes. The cashier looked at the small bag in his hand and then returned it to Zhang Bin. I'm sorry, sir, for delaying your time. Zhang Bin's face turned green at the moment. Motherfucker, will you die if you don't read it out loud? Zhang Bin stared at the little security guard fiercely. If looks could kill, this little security guard would be dead. Umph. Zhao Cixi snorted with a gloomy face and ran away quickly. Wasn't this too embarrassing in front of so many people? Zhao Cixi. Zhang Bin chased after her helplessly. What happened to them? The young security guard looked at Zhang Bing and Zhao Cixi, who had run away, with a baffled expression as he muttered to himself. You should pray. If my buddy's girlfriend is gone, he will go to your house in the middle of the night. Yang Ming also patted the little security guard's shoulder helplessly. Then he pushed the shopping cart and walked to the underground parking lot of the supermarket with Chen Mingyan. Zhang Bin, this guy is really unlucky. Yang Ming smiled. Did he buy those 2 boxes himself? Chen Mingyan suddenly raised her head and looked at Yang Ming from the side. Her expression was full of ridicule. All right? Yang Ming was stunned and said awkwardly, of course he bought it. Don't we still have the receipt? He wouldn't do something like stealing. I'm not talking about that. Chen Mingyan looked at Yang Ming with a faint smile and said, I'm saying that he bought 2 boxes by himself. Maybe he's more courageous. Yang Ming would rather die than admit that there was a box of his own. Really? Forget it then. Chen Mingyan shook her head. What's over? Yang Ming was confused. Mingyan, what are you talking about? It's nothing. I wanted to give you a chance, but since you don't want to fight for it, then forget it. Chen Mingyan winked playfully. You mean? Yang Ming wasn't stupid. After listening to Chen Mingyan's words, he immediately thought of something else. He was delighted. I didn't say anything. Chen Mingyan pinched Yang Ming's waist and said, Let's go quickly, okay? Yang Ming also realized something. Since Chen Mingyan now acquiesced, then his opportunity would come tomorrow. Originally, he thought that Zhang Bin and Zhao Cixi were quarreling. When he came to the parking lot, he saw the 2 people talking and laughing beside the car. Yang Ming wondered for a while. These 2 people are so weird. Isn't it too fast to turn hostile? Moreover, the 2 of them turned hostile together. However, after knowing the reason, Yang Ming was furious. It turned out that Zhang Bin actually told Zhao Cixi that the 2 boxes of condoms were bought by Yang Ming. He was too embarrassed to take them out in front of Chen Mingyan, so he had to leave them with Zhang Bin. However, Yang Ming thought about it later. There was indeed a box that belonged to him. It wasn't Zhang Bin's nonsense, so he didn't pursue his responsibility. The 4 people drove back to the university. Zhang Bin suddenly suggested, Zhao Cixi, why don't you stay in our dormitory today? How can that be? Zhao Cixi was stunned. Zhang Bin, what are you talking about? Ugh, what I mean is that we're leaving tomorrow. If we stay together, it is convenient to leave together. Zhang Bin looked at Zhao Cixi's expression, so he explained. Sometimes it was like this. Girls had their own reservations. Zhao Cixi's face didn't have any expression of disgust, which meant that she didn't reject Zhang Bin's suggestion. I see. Zhao Cixi was a little moved. After all, she was busy with the exam. She didn't have much time to be intimate with Zhang Bin. So, she looked up at Chen Mingyan. Mingyan, what do you think? Why are you asking me? If you want to go, just go. Chen Mingyan joked. Of course I have to ask you. If you go, I will go. Zhao Cixi said with some reservation. After all, if Chen Mingyan wanted to go, Zhao Cixi could go with her. 2 people were much more generous than 1 person. What does this have to do with me? Chen Mingyan's face was slightly red. She glanced at Yang Ming. Seeing that Yang Ming was also looking at her with anticipation, Chen Mingyan was suddenly a little moved. Since the 2 of them were together, they rarely had the opportunity to be alone. The progress of the 2 of them only stopped at kissing once. Therefore, Chen Mingyan saw that there was an opportunity to be alone with Yang Ming today. Naturally, she didn't want to let it go. But if she just agreed, wouldn't it be too casual? Zhao Cixi had a relationship with Zhang Bin, but what about her? Chen Mingyan hesitated. Then she said, That is the male dormitory. Can the dormitory administrator let us in? Yeah, this is the key. When Zhao Cixi heard Chen Mingyan's words, she immediately thought of the key point of the matter and asked hesitantly. Don't worry. Leave it to me. Zhang Bin patted his chest and said, Just watch. Hearing Zhao Cixi and Chen Mingyan's indirect statements, Zhang Bin no longer asked and directly walked in front to lead the way. Huh? Uncle Wong, are you watching TV? Zhangbin walked into the building manager's room casually. Oh, Zhangbin, what's the matter? The building manager was very familiar with Zhangbin. This kid often played with Zhao Cece until early in the morning. He had to trouble Uncle Wong to open the door for him. It's nothing. My girlfriend has no place to stay tonight. She will go upstairs for the night. Do you have any objections? Zhangbin said as he took out a pack of Zhonghua from his pocket and put on Uncle Wong's table. Students from our school? Why don't they stay in their own dormitory? Uncle Wong asked knowingly. Didn't they just finish the exam today? Their classmates in the dormitory have all left. The girls are scared to live alone. Zhangbin made up a story. Don't make any trouble. Let's go up. Uncle Wong put the pack of cigarettes into his pocket and nodded. I didn't see anything. I'm a little sleepy. As he said this, he leaned on the table. Oh, Zhangbin came out of the building manager's room and said with a smile, Let's go. Let's go up. What happened to him? Why did he suddenly lie down? Zhao Cece looked at Uncle Wong in the building manager's room strangely and asked, Who knows? Maybe he's sleepy? Zhangbin said casually, Anyway, let's go up. Is this okay? Chen Mingyan saw Zhangbin's little action and shook her head helplessly. What's wrong with that? Zhangbin is very familiar with the building manager. Yang Ming smiled and said, Usually, he would send us cigarettes and alcohol. Why does he have so many things to ask the building manager? Chen Mingyan wondered. He usually goes out to play with Zhao Cece and comes back very late. Sometimes when the dormitory building is closed, he has to trouble Uncle Wong to open the door for him. Yang Ming explained. It turned out to be like this. Chen Mingyan nodded and then whispered, Right? Is Tian Donghua in your dormitory? He has already gone home. Yang Ming said, Don't worry. It's just me and Zhangbin. The four of us are high school classmates. There's no need to be restrained. And that's good. Chen Mingyan breathed a sigh of relief. Although she and Tian Donghua knew each other, they weren't too familiar after all. She would definitely be restrained at that time. Now that she heard that Tian Donghua had gone home, she was relieved. Yeah, Chen Mingyan suddenly exclaimed. Yang Ming, I have to go back to the dormitory. What's the matter? Asked Yang Ming. I have to get a coat. I will go out to play tomorrow. It is windy outside. I must wear thicker clothes. Chen Mingyan said, The small cotton coat I am wearing definitely can't keep out the cold. That's right. You ask Zhao Cece if she wants to go back. Yang Ming nodded and said after listening. Sure enough, when Chen Mingyan said to Zhao Cece also felt that it was reasonable, so the two of them went back together to get the coat. Yang Ming and Zhangbin went upstairs first. Anyway, Zhangbin had already greeted Uncle Wong. They were not afraid that they couldn't come in at that time. Chapter 501. You have to grasp this good opportunity. When they entered the room, Zhangbin looked at Yang Ming with a smile. What good opportunity? We have to have a good rest tonight. Yang Ming said awkwardly. I won't say more. Grasp it yourself. Zhangbin handed a box of condoms to Yang Ming. In the evening, Zhangbin and Yang Ming took a shower, and then let the two girls take a shower. Zhao Cece agreed readily, but Chen Mingyan was a bit strange and refused to take a shower. What's wrong with you? Yang Ming looked at Chen Mingyan strangely and whispered. Chen Mingyan just shook her head with a red face. Zhangbin was still watching TV, so Yang Ming didn't ask much. He thought that Chen Mingyan was embarrassed, so he let it go. Anyway, Chen Mingyan's body wasn't dirty. Yang Ming didn't care if she took a shower or not. After Zhao Cece took a shower, the four people began to pack the luggage for tomorrow. Zhangbin found a big travel bag left by Tian Donghua and put everything into it. It looked like a big bag, but in fact there wasn't much left. It all went into their stomachs. Let's sleep? Zhangbin glanced at Zhao Cece and then suggested, I think we just finished the exam. Everyone is very tired. Let's rest? It's only 8 o'clock, right? Yang Ming was stunned and looked at the clock in the living room. Cough, cough. Zhangbin kept winking at Yang Ming and said, Yang Ming, aren't you tired? Ugh, tired, a little tired. Yang Ming suddenly understood Zhangbin's meaning. It turned out that this kid was anxious. Then let's sleep. Zhang Bin was very satisfied with Yang Ming's answer, so he smiled. Then let's sleep. Yang Ming nodded. Zhao Cixi and Chen Mingyan looked at each other helplessly, but Zhao Cixi still stood up and followed Zhang Bin into the room. What about us? Looking at Zhang Bin closing the door, Yang Ming shrugged. I don't know. You two sang the same tune. Chen Mingyan whispered with a red face. Then, why don't we watch TV for a while? Yang Ming was also a bit embarrassed. Chen Mingyan wasn't a fool. She must have seen that he was just acting with Zhang Bin. Okay. Chen Mingyan also felt that it was a bit embarrassing to go to bed with Yang Ming so early. It seemed that it was deliberately to do something. If both of them were sleepy, it would be more comfortable to sleep in the same bed. Yang Ming took the remote control on the table and turned on the TV. Then, he handed the remote control to Chen Mingyan. What do you want to watch? I don't know. Let's just watch. Chen Mingyan took the remote control and casually changed a few channels. She found a variety show and watched it. Because Zhang Bin and Zhao Cixi were already asleep, although she didn't know if they were really asleep or just pretending to be asleep, she didn't dare to turn the TV volume too loud. She was afraid that it would affect their rest. However, soon, the two of them knew what Zhang Bing was doing. In Zhang Bing's room, there was a sudden sound of moaning. It was rhythmic, one after another. Although Chen Mingyan pretended that she didn't hear it, she couldn't help but feel her face burning. Yang Ming scolded Zhang Bin in his heart. This kid doesn't know how to avoid the taboo. He can't start doing it right after entering the room, right? However, scolding was just scolding. Zhang Bin couldn't hear it. The sound in the room was getting louder and louder. Chen Mingyan couldn't pretend not to hear it anymore. If she continued to pretend, she would be deaf. Let's go back to the room. This living room isn't soundproof. Yang Ming's heart was also itching. Looking at Chen Mingyan's delicate face, he couldn't help it. And Chen Mingyan nodded. Then let's go. Why are you still sitting here? Yang Ming said curiously. You go first. I need to go to the bathroom. Chen Mingyan said with a red face. Then you go. Yang Ming didn't understand. He thought that Chen Mingyan needed to go to the toilet. Yang Ming went into his bedroom first, then quickly tidied up the bed. He took out the box of condoms that Zhang Bin gave him. He took out one and hid it under his bed sheet. Then he put the rest in the drawer. After doing all this, Yang Ming breathed a sigh of relief. He looked up at the door and saw that Chen Mingyan had just come out of the bathroom. She was hesitantly walking to his room. Yang Ming quickly pretended that nothing happened and turned on his computer. Hey, Yang Ming, you didn't sleep? Chen Mingyan thought that Yang Ming would be anxious to go to bed first. No, I was just looking around. Yang Ming smiled. Do you want to surf the internet for a while? I'm not too sleepy. Chen Mingyan looked at Yang Ming awkwardly. The bed was neither a single bed nor a double bed. It was definitely not a problem for two people to sleep on it, but two people must sleep together. Okay, do you want to go on QQ? Asked Yang Ming. Open it and take a look. I haven't been online for a long time. Chen Mingyan nodded. She leaned over and entered her QQ number and password on Yang Ming's computer. Then, she clicked on the login button. Because the school's desk was designed to be single, Chen Mingyan had no other place to sit. Sit on my lap, Yang Ming said as he naturally held Chen Mingyan's waist and hugged her. Yeah. Chen Mingyan let out a cry. She obediently sat on Yang Ming's lap. This way, it was much more comfortable to operate the computer. Anyway, she was already sitting on Yang Ming's lap. Chen Mingyan simply adjusted her posture back and forth. She found the most comfortable position to lean on Yang Ming. Chen Mingyan opened QQ and checked a few messages. Most of them were from high school classmates. There were also a few from university classmates. Only one message made Chen Mingyan frown. The message was, Dear wife, what are you doing? What made Chen Mingyan frown was that this message wasn't sent by Yang Ming. It was from another person. Who is this? Yang Ming looked at the message on the computer screen and asked. Yang Ming, I have nothing to do with him. Really? Chen Mingyan was shocked. She thought that Yang Ming was angry, so she quickly explained. Who is this person? Yang Ming didn't answer, but continued to ask. Yang Ming, I really have nothing to do with him. If you don't believe me, I will show you the chat history. He has always been the one talking. Chen Mingyan was anxious. This is my computer. How can it be a chat history? Yang Ming asked faintly. This? Chen Mingyan was also stunned. Then she looked back at Yang Ming with some grievance. You don't believe me? What do you mean I don't believe you? Yang Ming asked deliberately. You don't believe that I have nothing to do with him? Chen Mingyan asked with a pout. Who said that I don't believe you? Didn't you see that he was in the stranger list? Yang Ming suddenly smiled. I'm asking you who this person is. Stop it. I thought you were suspecting me. Chen Mingyan rolled her eyes. I was wondering why he could still talk to me even though I had deleted him. It turns out that he was in Stranger. That's not right. How can Stranger talk to me? Maybe he used some kind of hacking software to force chat. Yang Ming knew that many websites on the internet had this kind of software download, so he didn't think it was strange. It turned out to be like this. It's really annoying. Chen Mingyan whispered. I thought you were angry just now. How can I be angry? Don't I know your temper? Yang Ming smiled. His hand began to reach into Chen Mingyan's clothes. Aya, don't break my shirt. Chen Mingyan probably did such an inexplicable thing just now, so she didn't stop Yang Ming's behavior. If you were afraid of breaking it, then just unbutton it. Yang Ming smiled. You haven't said who this person is yet. You have seen him before. It's that Zhou Ruoguang. I don't know how he got my QQ number. Then he added me and said some very disgusting things to me. I deleted him, but he can still talk to me. It's really annoying. Chen Mingyan said helplessly. It turned out to be this kid. I think he is asking for a beating. Yang Ming realized that something was wrong after he said it. Chen Mingyan seems to be very opposed to my use of violence, right? If I say this, she won't be angry again, right? However, this time, Chen Mingyan wasn't angry. She just sighed. Beat him. Forget it. Let's just ignore him. Okay, I will listen to you. Yang Ming's hand had successfully reached the destination. Don't move. Chen Mingyan couldn't help but yell. Aren't you going online? What are you doing? Chapter 502. You surf the internet. I didn't do anything. Yang Ming smiled. If you don't behave, take your hand away. Chen Mingyan threatened Yang Ming. Most of Chen Mingyan's QQ were people she knew. They had been sorted into categories, such as junior high school classmates, university classmates, and so on. However, there's also a program called Q80. What is that? Yang Ming looked at the Q80 program curiously. What is it? Chen Mingyan didn't know what Yang Ming was asking about, so she said, Do you want to take out your hand and point? Yang Ming smiled. His finger did point a little, but it wasn't on the computer screen, but somewhere else, and what are you doing? Chen Mingyan bit her lip and tried not to make a sound. Nothing much. It's just that what is the Q80 program? Asked Yang Ming. I don't know. Chen Mingyan snorted and didn't answer. Although Yang Ming could see through things, he couldn't see through the pull-down menu on the computer screen. Since Chen Mingyan didn't want to say it, and Yang Ming didn't want to take his hand away, he had to give up. Why is your QQ name still called this? Yang Ming changed the topic. Isn't it because of you? Chen Mingyan rolled her eyes at Yang Ming. Who asked you to make me sad, no? I thought you deliberately changed it to be a couple name similar to mine. Yang Ming smiled. Who is a couple name with you? Chen Mingyan turned her head and glared at Yang Ming. Suddenly, a loud howl came from Zhang Bin's room. Apparently, this kid had entered the sprint stage. Zhao Cici's voice was frighteningly loud. Yang Ming and Chen Mingyan looked at each other stupidly. They were hiding in the room. How could they hear it? Why is this room so soundproof? Yang Ming smiled bitterly. I don't know. Chen Mingyan lowered her head and didn't know what to think. With a beauty in his arms, coupled with Zhao Cici's voice, Yang Ming looked at Chen Mingyan and couldn't hold back anymore. He kissed Chen Mingyan's little mouth hard. Chen Mingyan seemed to know what was about to happen. She closed her eyes and responded to Yang Ming. Unknowingly, the two people fell on the bed soon. The two people were left with only underwear. The rest of the clothes were casually thrown on the ground. Can I? Yang Ming asked softly as he held Chen Mingyan, who was breathing heavily. What did you say? Chen Mingyan asked hesitantly. You know. Yang Ming smiled. No. Chen Mingyan gritted her teeth and said, Hee. You have to do it even if you can't. Yang Ming thought that Chen Mingyan was shy, so he didn't bother with her. As he spoke, he reached for Chen Mingyan's lower body. No, I really can't. Yang Ming. Chen Mingyan suddenly reached out and grabbed Yang Ming's hand and said firmly, "Ah." Yang Ming was stunned and looked at Chen Mingyan. You don't like it? Chen Mingyan shook her head and looked at Yang Ming apologetically. I'm sorry, Yang Ming. It's not that I don't like it. It's just that I'm not ready. Yang Ming smiled bitterly. Forget it. It's okay. I won't force it. No, Yang Ming, it's not that I'm not ready. In fact, since I was with you, I knew there would be such a day. But Chen Mingyan hesitantly stammered. Then you. Yang Ming was even more baffled. Looking at Chen Mingyan's expression, it didn't seem like she was pretending to be confused. It seemed that she really had some difficulties. It's not over yet. Chen Mingyan had to whisper under Yang Ming's questioning. Actually, I understood your thoughts before. I just went to the bathroom to see if it was over. But I couldn't help it. Yang Ming suddenly understood. It turned out that Chen Mingyan didn't want to take a shower just now because of this. Moreover, she specially went to the bathroom for me. Yang Ming's heart was very touched. He hugged Chen Mingyan tightly and said softly, It's okay, Mingyan. I was too anxious. It doesn't matter. Actually, today is already the end. It will definitely be over tomorrow. Don't worry. Chen Mingyan looked at Yang Ming's serious expression. She thought he was disappointed, so she comforted him. Don't worry, Mingyan. I really don't have any other thoughts. Let's just hug and sleep like this. After Yang Ming knew the truth of the matter, he felt more comfortable in his heart. At least Chen Mingyan was prepared for this matter. This was better than anything else. Yang Ming actually didn't like the kind of half-hearted push. He felt that there was more or less a scheming factor in it. It was best to let nature take its course when couples were together. When the feelings were there, other things would naturally follow naturally. How about, if you really want it, then I'll help you? Chen Mingyan didn't know what Yang Ming was thinking. Seeing him quietly looking at the ceiling, she hesitated for a long time before she finally made up her mind and took the initiative to speak. In fact, it was a little difficult for Chen Mingyan to take the initiative to bring it up. Chen Mingyan was a girl with a more arrogant temperament. If Yang Ming had a request, she could accept it, but now, help me? Yang Ming was stunned, but then he understood what Chen Mingyan meant. Just like last time at the cinema? Yes. Chen Mingyan replied softly. Yang Ming's heart, which had already calmed down, suddenly became active again. It couldn't be helped. This time, it was Chen Mingyan who took the initiative to tease him. As the relationship between the two people improved, Chen Mingyan didn't dislike Yang Ming, so she didn't even bother to wash her hands. After she found 2 napkins to wipe them clean, she fell asleep with Yang Ming in her arms. Early the next morning, Chen Mingyan came back from the bathroom and said excitedly to Yang Ming, It's done. I'm going to take a shower. Yang Ming nodded happily and said, Then hurry up. Zhang Bin and Zhao Cixi will wake up soon. They're already awake, but they won't come out for a while. Chen Mingyan's face turned red as she pointed to Zhang Bin's room and whispered. Yang Ming immediately understood what Chen Mingyan meant. He smiled and said, Then you go quickly. Sure enough, as Chen Mingyan expected, the 2 people didn't come out after more than half an hour. When Yang Ming and Chen Mingyan were properly dressed, the 2 came out of the room with sleepy eyes. Zhang Bin was still yawning. No way. Yang Ming deliberately pretended to be very surprised and said, It's already 8 o'clock. I remember you slept at 8 o'clock last night, right? It's been 12 hours, and you're still sleepy? Zhang Bin looked at the energetic Yang Ming and Chen Mingyan and wondered, You 2 went straight to bed? Isn't that nonsense? What else can we do if we don't sleep? Yang Ming said confidently, You didn't sleep? I also slept. Zhang Bin said awkwardly. In fact, he didn't really sleep for more than 3 hours last night. Chen Mingyan covered her mouth and snickered. Zhao Cixi blushed and wanted to find a hole to hide in. When Zhang Bin and Zhao Cixi were ready, it was almost time to leave. Yang Ming looked at his watch and said, Let's go. I think it's time to go to the cafeteria to have a bowl of porridge. So, the 4 people went downstairs with their luggage. When they passed by the building manager's room, Jeanbin also greeted Uncle Wang. Uncle Wang, we are leaving. Please help me take care of the dormitory. Go ahead, don't worry. Uncle Wang narrowed his eyes and nodded. At 10:05, the bus of the winter camp stopped at the gate of the school. Yang Ming and the others got on the bus. There were 4 other people who got on the bus with them. One of them was a couple, and the remaining 2 boys were the cadre of the student union. There were not many people on the bus. In total, there were more than 20 people, and there were many empty seats. If it weren't for the no-failing condition, the number of people who participated would definitely be more than this. However, this was also good. Because of the restriction, the quality of the winter camp activities was guaranteed. Otherwise, it would be chaotic when there were more people, and it would also increase the chances of conflict between each other. Yang Ming, Zhang Bin, and Chun Mingyan sat at the back of the bus. Then a person who looked like an organizer came over and checked the tickets in their hands. After there was no problem, each person was given a bag of daily necessities. Chapter 503. The bus soon left the city and got on the Ring Highway. Hello, everyone. Let me introduce myself. My name is Yui. I am the Student Council President of Donghai University. The organizer was now standing at the front of the bus, speaking to everyone with a loudspeaker hanging on his body. The bus suddenly became quiet. After all, the quality of the students who could come to the winter camp was good. Now, they were quietly looking at Yui, listening to what he had to say. I am very happy that we, students from different universities, can sit in the same bus and go to the same destination. It is also our fate. Although we don't know each other, at least now we are all fellow travelers. In this journey, I hope that everyone can unite and help each other to make our journey complete and happy. Although Yuyi's words were not long-winded, they were very simple and incited everyone's emotions. If he really said some flowery words, it would make everyone disgusted. Therefore, Yuyi's approachability quickly resonated with everyone, and they all gave him a warm applause. Although what I'm going to say next may be a bit disappointing, I still have to say it. There is no way. This is my duty. That is, everyone must pay attention to safety. When you're outside, you must obey the discipline of the organization. Especially, don't act independently. The specifics are written in the precautions handbook we issued. I won't say much. Yui said, let's sing a song together. I will start. You once said to me, our encounter is a song. It was undeniable that Yuyi's singing was very good. This was a versatile person. Not only was his organizational ability strong, but he was also good in other aspects. Under his lead, there was a melodious singing in the bus. After getting off the Ring Highway, it was the exit highway. Because Songjiang was not a provincial capital city, the exit highway was not very well built. Many of them were roads from 10 to 20 years ago. It was inevitable that there would be bumps on the road. But fortunately, everyone was young. It didn't matter if it was a little bumpy. It was just like the bumper cars or crazy mice in the amusement park. Driver, what's going on in front? A girl sitting in the front row of the bus suddenly asked. Oh, I don't know. Maybe she wants to hitch a ride. She doesn't care so much. The driver said indifferently. How can we not care? If it's on the way, just give her a ride. Look at her, a woman carrying a child in this winter snow. It's not easy. The female student's sympathy began to overflow. The driver didn't care. Anyway, you guys rented the car. I'll do whatever you want me to do. However, he had to listen to Yui now, so he looked up at Yui. After all, Yui was the organizer of this event. Yui was also a little hesitant. It was reasonable to say that he didn't want to care about this kind of thing that stopped a car halfway. After all, it was better to be safe than sorry. Look at how pitiful she is. Why don't you have any sympathy? The girl saw E hesitate and said with some displeasure, Sir, please stop the car. Yui had no choice. Although he didn't want to meddle in other people's business, he was a student council member after all. He was a role model for students. Respecting the old and loving the young was something that had to be done. Yui hesitated for a moment. Seeing that the woman was alone and carrying a child, it was indeed pitiful. If it were someone else, perhaps it would have been fine. Moreover, it was already the end of the year, and the road was not very peaceful. However, this woman was obviously not dangerous, so you didn't care much. With a car full of people, would they be afraid of a woman carrying a child? Creak. The car stopped in front of the woman on the side of the road. What's wrong? The driver poked his head out of the driver's seat and asked, Big brother, I'm sorry to trouble you. My child has a cold. I'm in a hurry to go to the city for an injection. The four-wheel car at home is broken. I'm really anxious, the woman said in panic. Oh, the driver nodded and then said to me, What should I do? She said that her child is sick and is in a hurry to get an injection. Then open the door and let her come up. He just opened his mouth and was interrupted by a loud voice. Don't open the door. Yang Ming suddenly stood up and shouted at the driver in front of him. Everyone in the car was stunned, including the driver's hand that was about to press the automatic door button. They all looked at Yang Ming in surprise. When you're outside, it's best not to be nosy. In this wilderness, there's no village around. Who knows where this person came from? Yang Ming hesitated and said. In fact, Yang Ming had a basis for saying this because this woman was too suspicious. This wasn't the entrance of a village at all. How could someone stop a car? Therefore, Yang Ming naturally paid attention to this woman. When he saw the child in the woman's arms, Yang Ming's heart suddenly knew. What kind of child is that? It's just a wrapped pillow. It looks like a child from the outside, but in fact, it's not at all. After noticing this, Yang Ming deliberately looked around again. Sure enough, behind a snow pile next to the highway, there were 4 or 5 big men holding sticks. One of them had a gun in his hand. How can you be so unsympathetic? The girl, who was full of sympathy, immediately stood up and glared at Yang Ming. Look at how pitiful she is. This isn't a question of whether she's pitiful or not. Yang Ming frowned. He couldn't say what he saw. Then, others would definitely ask him how he saw it. This wouldn't be fun. It might arouse other people's suspicion. Therefore, in a hurry, Yang Ming had to say, Look at the female demon in Journey to the West. Isn't she pitiful? Huh. Do you think you're Sun Wukong? Fiery golden eyes that can see through others at a glance? The female student said disdainfully. Yang Ming was angry. He thought, I don't have fiery golden eyes, but it's almost the same. But this can't be said out loud. I'm being kind, but I'm being mocked by others. All right, stop arguing. Both of you have a point. He quickly mediated. That student is right. It's better to be careful when you're outside, but we're all college students. We can't just leave you in the lurch. I think the other party is a woman with a child. Let's let her come up, okay? Child? I don't know if it's a real child or a fake child. Yang Ming said coldly. What are you talking about? The female student glared at Yang Ming. Her eyes were about to spit fire. As for the boy next to the female student, when he saw that his girlfriend was being bullied, he obviously couldn't sit still. He stood up and pointed at Yang Ming and said, Your character is bad. Don't put your bad thoughts on others. Driver, open the door. I'll take responsibility for anything that happens. Idiot. Yang Ming was so angry that he scolded. He sat back in his seat helplessly. He thought, You want to die, so you can't blame others. Then, Yang Ming began to estimate the strength of these people. The 4 men with sticks were easy to deal with, but the bald leader was difficult to deal with. He had a gun in his hand. Shwa! The car door opened. The woman pretended to thank him. She was about to get in the car, but her foot slipped and she fell under the wheel. Are you okay? He quickly got out of the car and wanted to help the woman. At this time, 5 macho men rushed out from behind the snow and rushed into the car. Before the driver could close the door, his head was pointed at by a cold gun. Don't move, or I'll shoot you. The bald macho man said fiercely. I won't move. I won't move. The driver was shocked and quickly held his head on the steering wheel. The girl, who had been full of righteousness, and her boyfriend were dumbfounded at this moment. They stared blankly at everything in front of them. They didn't understand how the poor woman turned into a few fierce macho men in the blink of an eye. Get in. A macho man escorted you into the car. The remaining macho men and the woman who stopped the car also got in the car. Close the door. The bald man pointed the gun barrel at the driver's temple. Hurry up. Hurry up. Don't waste time. The driver wanted to hurry up, but the muzzle was pointed at him. He was so shocked that his hands didn't listen to him. However, in order not to be killed, the driver still closed the door with trembling hands. Drive. Drive slowly along the side of the road. If you dare to play a little trick, I will kill you. The bald man took the gun off the driver's head and said to one of his men behind him, Old San, you watch him. If he dares to be disobedient, I will hit his head with a stick. Oh. Old San smirked and patted the stick in his hand. Chapter 504. Fuck, you dare to make a call? The bald head turned around and suddenly found that the girl sitting in the first row actually took out her cell phone and was about to dial. Another macho man who was close heard the words of the bald head and slapped the cell phone in the girl's hand. Do you want to die? I. The girl was so scared that she opened her mouth wide. This girl was the one who was hooting with Yang Ming just now. Hee, little sister is not bad looking, but she's a little fat. But it's okay. Fat is better to touch. The macho man looked at the girl and said, what are you doing? The girl was shocked and hid behind her boyfriend. Old C, don't talk to her too much. The bald head glared at him discontentedly. We are here to rob. If you want a woman, go to the brothel at night. What kind of woman is there? Okay. The macho man called Old C nodded quickly after listening. Damn, you have to remember that we are here to rob. That phone was pretty good, but you fucking smacked it out of the air. Isn't this a waste of time? Baldy grumbled. Knock off. Not worth much. Old Fourth chuckled. The bald head glared at Old C, then pulled the microphone on Yu Yi's body and tested. Hey. Fuck his mother. Why is there no sound? No, the power is not turned on. Yu Yi was shocked and helped the bald head macho man turn on the power switch. Hey. The bald head shouted twice. This thing is good, high-tech. It's awesome. The people on the bus thought it was very funny, but in the current atmosphere, no one dared to laugh. They all looked at the 5 macho men in front of them timidly. All right, everyone, raise your heads. Look at me and listen to me. The bald head coughed twice and began to speak. I can see that you are all students, the flowers of the motherland. I'm an environmentalist, and I love flowers and plants. So don't force me to be ruthless and rush the flowers. Ha. Fuck, why don't you laugh? Am I not funny? The people below looked at the bald head in a daze. How could they dare to laugh? Suddenly, there were a few laughs in the cold car. The person who laughed was Yang Ming. He was laughing at the bald head's stupidity. Well, someone finally laughed. Not bad. Well, let's enter the next section. Now, take out all the valuable things on you. Take the initiative. We will search you randomly. Don't take any chances. We won't let a valuable item go. If you don't take it out and let us find it, then don't blame me. The bald head. Now, the bald head macho man. The boy who patted his chest and promised that he would take responsibility if something happened. He lowered his head timidly and didn't dare to say a word. A group of unarmed students faced the fiendish villains with sticks and pistols. They were instinctively afraid, terrified. Therefore, no one dared to make a sound. They all obediently took out their phones and wallets. We only want cash. We don't want spare change. Open your wallets. The bald head stood in front of the car and directed the other men to clean up the battlefield. The robberies of these 4 men were very professional. They only wanted money, mobile phones, digital cameras, and the like. They didn't want other bank cards. Because these things were useless, it was easy to be found when withdrawing money. Most of the students were afraid of being searched, so they had to take out all the valuable items on them. Why are you so little? Are you hiding something? When a macho man passed by a boy with glasses, he looked at the things in his hand and asked. No. The boy with glasses stuttered. No. The macho man glared. You are an idiot. As he said, he began to search him. He didn't find anything, so he began to search his backpack. Sure enough, he found a DSLR digital camera and a GPS navigation device in the boy's backpack. Damn, you dare to lie to me. The burly man raised his fist and punched the bespectacled boy's face. Immediately, his glasses were knocked away and half of his teeth were knocked loose. He vomited blood with a wah-wah sound. This time, there was an example. No one dared to hide anything. When a macho man came over, they obediently took out money, mobile phones, and cameras from their pockets and handed them to them. The bald head was very satisfied with the example just now. He nodded with appreciation. When a macho man called Old C finally walked to Yang Ming and Chun Meng Yin, he found that Yang Ming and Chun Meng Yin had nothing in their hands. Where are the things? Old C asked curiously. Nothing. Yang Ming replied faintly. Nothing? Old C was angry again. Are you making fun of me? Nothing? How is it possible? I will search. As Old C said, he looked up and suddenly found Chun Meng Yin next to Yang Ming. His lust was immediately aroused. I will search you, Old C said as he reached out to Chun Meng Yin. The reason why Yang Ming hadn't made a move was that he was very angry. He was angry that E and the girl didn't listen to him, so they let the wolf into the house. Therefore, if they didn't learn a lesson, they wouldn't know how complicated this society was. With an indifferent attitude, Yang Ming had been watching all this coldly. As long as you don't provoke him, then you can do whatever you want. But now, this Old C wanted to search Chun Meng Yin's body. Looking at his lustful eyes, he knew that this guy wanted to take advantage of her. How could Yang Ming sit back and do nothing? You dare, Yang Ming said coldly. I-oh, Old C smiled. I don't dare. Hee, I will search. What can you do to me? Old C said, as he reached out to Chun Meng Yin. Huh? Yang Ming reached out and grabbed Old C's arm. When he used force, Old C immediately opened his mouth in pain. The sweat on his head also fell. He looked at Yang Ming in horror. You let go of me, don't provoke me. You'll be fine, Yang Ming said faintly. But if you provoke me, you'll be finished soon. Old C just wanted to nod first so that Yang Ming could let go, but the bald man saw something strange here. He came over with a pistol. When he saw Yang Ming holding Old C's arm, and Old C's expression seemed to be very painful, he couldn't help but be slightly surprised. However, he didn't take it too seriously. He subconsciously thought of Yang Ming as a student of the physical education department. Strength? But what's the use of strength? Can it be stronger than a pistol? So, the bald man raised the pistol and aimed at Yang Ming. Let go of him, or I will blow your head off. Hee, is that so? Yang Ming moved his left hand and threw out something. The bald man was shocked and subconsciously pulled the trigger. Bang! The loud sound was far beyond a normal gunshot sound. Everyone in the car, including Old C, who was held by the arm, was shocked and looked in the direction of the bald man. After a long while, the bald man let out a miserable howl. He held the remaining half of his right hand and squatted on the ground in pain. The pistol just exploded, and it directly blew half of the bald man's right hand away. The sudden change made everyone stunned. Only Yang Ming knew what was going on in his heart. When the bald man got on the car, Yang Ming had already observed the structure of the pistol in his hand. This was a self-made gunpowder steel ball gun. The power was not very strong. The steel ball was ejected from the barrel by igniting the gunpowder. Of course, if it was a close distance, it was enough to injure people. At the moment when the bald man raised the gun, Yang Ming threw a hazelnut that Chun Meng Yin had just eaten out. It hit the barrel and got stuck, so the pistol couldn't shoot the steel ball. The huge airflow of the gunpowder explosion made the pistol directly explode. This was a very risky move, but Yang Ming was confident in his vision and the strength of his hands. He had already visually estimated the diameter of the barrel, and then found such a big one in a big bag of hazelnuts. This pistol is not modified. It can't be used without quality and safety certification. Yang Ming shook his head sarcastically. Taking advantage of the moment when Old C was stunned, Yang Ming cut his neck with a hand knife. In this way, Old C fell on the bald man. Baldy, who was already in so much pain that he was wailing like a ghost and howling like a wolf, was hit by OL-4 and immediately fainted. Chapter 505. This sudden turn of events made the remaining 3 men in the car dumbfounded. What's going on? 2 of them fell to the ground in an instant, and one of them was their boss, the bald-headed man. The most incredible thing was that the bald-headed man's gun actually exploded. Isn't this too weird? Since he had made a move, Yang Ming didn't have the idea of letting them go. Otherwise, wouldn't he have made a move in vain? Yang Ming's idea was that he either didn't do anything or did it perfectly. Yang Ming stood up. He didn't care about the feelings of the bald-headed man and Old C. He directly lifted his leg and stepped on their heads to the front of the car. Fortunately, these two people were unconscious. Being stepped on by Yang Ming didn't hurt much. It was just that the bald-headed man's shiny head had a huge footprint. "Get him!" One of the three macho men in front saw Yang Ming coming over and gave the other two macho men a look. To be honest, they didn't take Yang Ming too seriously. They just regarded him as a sports student. He could beat Old C because this guy was too lustful, so he fell into this kid's trap. As for the incident with the bald-headed man, in the eyes of these three macho men, it had nothing to do with Yang Ming at all. It was completely unlucky that the gun exploded. So they weren't very afraid now, especially when they saw the bald-headed man fall to the ground and Old C was knocked out by this kid. They were even more angry. "Kid, are you tired of living?" Old Air stared and pointed at Yang Ming with a wooden stick. "You actually dare to hit Old C so hard. I think you want to die." "Wait." Yang Ming suddenly waved his hand to stop this guy from continuing. "Wait? What are you waiting for? Now you know to be afraid?" Old Air grinned at Yang Ming. "But it's too late. If you knew it would come to this, why did you do it in the first place?" Young people are impulsive. Impulsiveness is the devil. One wrong step may cause everlasting regret. "Stop." Yang Ming heard that he was having a headache. He quickly interrupted. "I think you don't understand the situation now, right? What's going on?" Second brother was stunned. "Your boss is already lying on the ground. His life or death is unknown, and you still have the mood to chat with me here?" Yang Ming sneered. "If you delay any longer, I'm afraid your boss will die." Second brother, what he said seems to be right. Let's quickly send boss to the hospital, shall we? Another big man reminded the second brother, who had just spoken. Third brother, don't listen to his nonsense. Big brother's hand was only injured by the explosion. There's no danger to his life. Second brother said, let's beat this brat to death first. Yang Ming was speechless. Weren't these guys too stupid? Half of their boss's hand had been blown off, yet he was still fine? If he lost too much blood later, he might die. However, he had already reminded them that Baldy's life and death had nothing to do with Yang Ming. Ming Yen, call the police. Tell the police to wait at the exit of the highway. Yang Ming ordered Chen Ming Yen, who was behind the car. Chen Ming Yen nodded and quickly took out her mobile phone to call her father. Motherfucker, you dare to call the police. When second brother saw Chen Ming Yen take out her mobile phone, he suddenly became anxious. He wanted to push Yang Ming away to stop her, but he didn't expect that before Yang Ming could push him away, his neck was pierced by something cold. Don't move if you don't want to die, Yang Ming said coldly. At this moment, he was holding a Swiss Army knife in his hand, and the tip of the knife was pressed against second brother's neck. You, what are you doing? Second brother was shocked. He looked at Yang Ming in disbelief. He didn't expect the young man in front of him to be so ruthless. He even dared to threaten him with a knife. What am I doing? What do you think? You will know what I'm going to do if you move. Yang Ming said faintly. You dare to kill someone? Second brother asked in disbelief. In his opinion, Yang Ming was just a student. How could he use a knife to kill someone? So he threatened, if you kill me, you won't have a good ending. Quickly take it away. So what if I kill you? I'm not afraid to tell you that I have already killed a robber a while ago. I don't mind killing you. Yang Ming smiled indifferently. Do you think I have a problem? Second brother's eyes widened. His arrogance suddenly dropped a lot. It wasn't that he didn't think that Yang Ming was bluffing, but when he saw Yang Ming's calm expression, he was a little scared. Looking at this kid's posture, maybe it was really like what he said. Second brother began to struggle in his heart. He didn't dare to risk his life so easily. If he was taken away by the police, he would only be sentenced to a few years. But if he died, then there would be nothing. So, Yang Ming suddenly heard the sound of the wind. Yang Ming smiled disdainfully and stretched out his left hand to grab the wooden stick that was swung by the other macho man behind him, third brother. Fifth brother was overjoyed. Yang Ming grabbed third brother's wooden stick with his left hand and threatened second brother with his right hand. He definitely didn't have extra hands to deal with fifth brother. If fifth brother made a move, Yang Ming would definitely withdraw his right hand to stop fifth brother. Then, second brother would have a chance to escape. However, even though old fifth's plan was well thought out, it was a little different when it came to actual implementation. Fifth brother suddenly swung the stick at Yang Ming, but he didn't expect Yang Ming to suddenly pull third brother's wooden stick back, causing third brother to stagger. In the end, with a bang, OL5's bludgeon smashed into Ol Third's head, causing him to bleed profusely. OL Third's head was smashed open, and he fell crookedly to the ground. No one knew if he was dead or alive. Yang Ming looked at third brother's situation and sneered. With his stick, even if he didn't die, he would be in a vegetative state. You played quite well, didn't you? Yang Ming laughed mockingly. You cheated. Fifth brother looked at third brother, who fell to the ground, and suddenly said, If you have the guts, let's fight one-on-one. Hee hee, I don't have time for a one-on-one, but if you still want to fight, it doesn't matter. Anyway, my knife is pointed at your second brother's neck. If you're not afraid of accidentally hurting him again, then do as you please, Yang Ming said disdainfully. Fifth brother really didn't dare to fight this time. Yang Ming was right. If he fought, the unlucky one would be second brother. Fifth brother, don't cause trouble. This kid is strange. Second brother also recovered his calmness at this moment. Brother, I admit defeat. Let me go. I will take my brothers out of the car. Bald man, third brother, and fourth brother all fell to the ground. Second brother now had the most right to speak, so he could only start to negotiate with Yang Ming. Admit defeat? Let you go? Yang Ming was so angry that he laughed. Just admit defeat, and that's it. Brother, what do you want? Second brother glared at Yang Ming. A few of my brothers are injured. Hee hee, what does that have to do with me? I only knocked out your fourth brother. He is fine. He'll wake up in a while. As for the bald man and the one with a broken head, you guys injured them by accident. Yang Ming directly pushed his responsibility away. He didn't want people to notice him, so he created a few seemingly coincidences just now. A student, no matter how powerful, defeating 5 fierce-looking big men was inconceivable. Therefore, Yang Ming decided to keep a low profile to avoid trouble. Second brother was speechless. Yang Ming was right. He didn't look at the imperial calendar when he went out today. How could he be so unlucky? Second brother held back his anger and said, Brother, don't go too far. It's a small world. Always leave a way out for yourself. Who doesn't have relatives and friends? Are you threatening me? Yang Ming didn't get angry, but laughed. Is there anyone who dares to threaten me? Yang Ming didn't like to be threatened. Therefore, the strength of his hand increased a lot, and a blood mark appeared on second brother's neck. Threatening? I don't dare. Second brother's heart was cold. He didn't expect this kid to be so black-hearted at such a young age. He could do it more than himself. He didn't dare to say those words, so he begged for mercy. Brother, let us go. There's still a long way to go. Hee hee. I am willing to let you go, but someone may not be willing to let you go. Yang Ming's mouth smiled slightly, because he had already seen 2 police cars in the distance ahead. Apparently, Chun Fei received a call from Chen Mingyan and contacted the police cars nearby. What do you mean? Second brother was stunned. Nothing. You can get out of the car. Yang Ming said faintly. Driver, pull over. Okay. The driver now worshipped Yang Ming like a god. He thought it was over, but Yang Ming was like a god descending from the sky. He reversed the situation in the blink of an eye. The car slowly stopped by the side. Second brother nodded and said to Yang Ming, Thank you. These are the things we just searched. Keep them. As second brother said this, he threw a bag to Yang Ming. Yang Ming casually handed it to Yu Yi, who was dumbfounded. Chapter 506. When Lao Air and Lao Wu struggled to get the 3 bald men out of the car and were about to stop a car to go to the hospital, 2 police cars arrived at the same time. This time, there was no need to stop a car. The 5 brothers were directly taken into the police car. Lao Air and Lao Wu glared at the bus with resentment. but they didn't dare to say anything harsh. One of the policemen got into the bus and asked, "Who is Captain Chen's daughter?" "I am." Chen Mingyan stood up and said, "Okay, then you tell us the situation at that time." The policeman nodded. It was easier for the children in the system to cooperate. If they asked other people, it might take a long time. The situation is like this. Chen Mingyan was very calm from the beginning to the end, because Yang Ming had been shielding her from the wind and rain. Since the 5 people got into the bus, Yang Ming had been holding her hand and comforting her not to worry. So when she introduced the situation, Chen Mingyan naturally explained the situation. In short, when Lao Si came to rob, he was knocked out by Yang Ming. The bald man didn't play well with a gun and blew himself up. Lao San was knocked out by Lao Wu. At this time, Lao Si had already woken up, so there was nothing for Yang Ming to do. They just asked a few routine questions and ended the questioning. The other people's statements were also very easy to do. They were roughly the same as what Chen Mingyan said, so the 5 people's actions were quickly determined. They were arrested as robbery suspects. After experiencing a disastrous journey, they felt a lot of depression. Although the police quickly ended the questioning, took the suspects away, and let the students continue their journey. But when this kind of thing happened, no one was happy. After everyone claimed their belongings, they began to complain in a low voice. Although the voice was not loud and no names were mentioned, anyone could hear that everyone was blaming the girl who was overflowing with love and her boyfriend. It was because of them that they got into trouble. Okay, everyone, don't complain. He really couldn't stand it. So he stood up and said, "No one wants such a thing to happen." The female student also had good intentions. There was no fault. It can only be said that we have insufficient social experience. Just take it as a lesson learned. Yang Ming had already said that the woman was unreliable. You really believed it? A boy interrupted with dissatisfaction. Because the police asked for the statement, everyone knew Yang Ming's name. Yeah, someone just said that he was responsible. Why didn't he take responsibility? After experiencing such a calamity, the people's hearts had also become restless. Everyone's temper was easily ignited, and when they were led by someone else, the number of shouts increased. Yang Ming, you stand up and say something. In fact, the girl didn't do anything wrong. If it were me, maybe I would do the same. Chen Mingyan hesitated and said. Yang Ming listened to Chen Mingyan's words and couldn't help but laugh. Yeah, isn't Chen Mingyan also a girl with a sense of justice? I remember that time when she caught the thief on the bus. It was because of this that I met Xiao Qing. Okay, I will listen to you. Yang Ming nodded and stood up with a smile. Everyone, be quiet first and listen to me, okay? When Yang Ming's words came out, the bus immediately quieted down. Now Yang Ming's words were no less than Yu Yi's. After all, he was everyone's savior, so naturally, everyone had a kind of trust. Things have already passed. I think everyone should just forget about it. The female classmate's approach is actually understandable. After all, her original intention was good. I think everyone should not pursue her responsibility anymore, okay? Yang Ming said with a smile. Anyway, aren't we all safe and sound? Well, since you have spoken, what else can we complain about? When Yang Ming's voice fell, some people responded and nodded. The girl also looked at Yang Ming very gratefully, but the boy next to her, seeing her like this, snorted a little disdainfully. He felt very embarrassed, so he started to hate Yang Ming as well. Seeing that his girlfriend still had a grateful expression, he was even angrier in his heart. Yang Ming nodded to Yu Yi and then sat down. Yu Yi immediately understood. After Yang Ming's adjustment, everyone's atmosphere also recovered a lot. Yu Yi said in a timely manner, "Let's sing another song. I'll start. In my heart, there was a dream. I want to use singing to make you forget all the pain." This song was very suitable for the current atmosphere, so everyone was soon infected. Yang Ming smiled. Young people nowadays have no worries. Just now, they were frowning, and now they are happy again. What about me? Am I not the same as them? It's just that too many things have happened recently, which allowed me to grow up quickly. After dealing with Su Daji, Wang Shifan returned to the company and began to arrange the follow-up work of the Wang Consortium. This time, things were very complicated. Wang Shifan also asked a few acquaintances to inquire about the news. The result was that the city bureau attached great importance to this case and had already informed the customs to cooperate in the investigation. Wang Shifan sighed. It's really walking by the river all day long. How can one's shoes not get wet? I have been going smoothly for so many years. I didn't expect to fall into the hands of this guy, Su Daji. Thinking of this, Wang Shifan felt that Su Daji's death was not unjust. Wang's Century Xiongfeng Group was a joint stock enterprise. The businesses it operated were also legal, including hotel services, light industry trade, real estate, and so on. The smuggling business was only done privately by Wang Shifan and Huang Yukai. It had no connection with the group's business. Therefore, once Wang Shifan fell, it would not have a great impact on the overall operation of the group. After Wang Shifan returned, he began to draft an agreement for the transfer of shares. He transferred 55% of the 58% of Wang's shares under his name to the name of his son, Wang Jitao, and then transferred the remaining 3% to the name of Huang Yukai. Huang Yukai did not refuse because Wang Shifan already had the intention of entrusting him to him. After dealing with the internal affairs of the group, Wang Shifan was relieved. He believed that Huang Yukai would not say anything. The person who caused trouble outside was also Su Daji, so the police couldn't find Su Daji for the time being. The clues couldn't continue. As long as he didn't admit it, he was temporarily safe. President Wang, President Hua of Xinhua Mingwei Real Estate, invited you to dinner tonight to discuss the preparation of Donghai Mingwei Hotel. The secretary reported to Wang Shifan as usual. She didn't know that Wang Shifan was now under pressure. Wang Shifan sighed. Although he was upset, the normal group business couldn't be thrown away. Especially in this sensitive period, he couldn't let outsiders see any flaws. Donghai Mingwei Hotel was a 5-star image hotel developed by his company and Xinhua Mingwei Real Estate Company in Donghai. Donghai was a provincial capital city. This hotel more or less represented the face of Donghai. Xinhua Mingwei was a foreign real estate company belonging to a hotel chain group in Europe. Therefore, Wang Shifan also attached great importance to this cooperative development project. Okay, I got it. Wang Shifan nodded. In a while, I will ask the driver to arrange a car. I will go to Donghai. President Wang, why are you going to Donghai? The secretary asked with some doubts. Isn't President Hua treating? Wang Shifan was stunned. How can I attend the banquet if I don't go to Donghai? No. President Hua is now in Songjiang. She has been arranged to rest in heavenly earth. The secretary said quickly. Oh, President Hua is here? Wang Shifan looked up, baffled. Why didn't you inform me in advance? President Hua said that she had some private matters to deal with here. After dealing with the private matters, she contacted our company. The secretary explained. And I got it. Wang Shifan waved his hand. You can leave first. Okay, President Wang. The secretary nodded and left first. Wang Shifan picked up the phone on the table and dialed the phone number of President Hua. Hello, is this President Hua? Wang Shifan said enthusiastically. I'm Wang Shifan. President Wang, I took the liberty to come to Songjiang. I didn't disrupt your schedule, right? President Hua laughed. What are you talking about? I welcome you. It's fine. It's fine. Wang Shifan said quickly. Is President Hua's private matter done? Not yet. It's a bit troublesome. President Hua said helplessly. Oh. What can be troublesome for President Hua? If it's convenient, just say it. I still have some connections in Songjiang. See if I can help. Wang Shifan said. Thank you for President Wang's kindness. It's my daughter's matter. You can't help much. President Hua shook her head. Chapter 507. It turns out that it's the problem of children. My son also makes people worry all day long. Which family doesn't have some troubles? Wang Shifan said in agreement. Yeah, let's not talk about this. Does President Wang have time tonight? Ask President Hua. Even if I don't have time, even if President Hua is here, you must have. I'll be the host, heaven on earth. Wang Shifan said. How about 6 o'clock in the evening? Okay, then I'll have to trouble President Wang. President Hua said. Wang Shifan hung up the phone and couldn't help but sigh. What is the purpose of living in this world? Wang Shifan was already middle-aged. In terms of his career, he was already successful. He didn't have any other pursuits. What was he working so hard for now? Wasn't it to accumulate a considerable amount of wealth for his son, Wang Jitao? Could he let his son live an easy life? The pitiful hearts of parents in the world. Therefore, Wang Shifan didn't expect himself to be spared. From the moment he embarked on the smuggling road, Wang Shifan knew that sooner or later his affairs would be exposed. Most of his funds had been transferred to an anonymous account in a Swiss bank. Even if Wang Shifan fell, he wouldn't lose much. As long as Wang Jitao could live well, it was enough. I am like this. Listening to President Hua's words just now, isn't it the same? At their age, what they thought about the most was their children's affairs. Wang Shifan rubbed his temples and then leaned back in the chair. No one knew what he was thinking. The bus arrived at the destination of the group, Chun County under Songjiang City. This was a tourist attraction with a natural ski resort. There were many tourists in winter. After the driver parked the bus, he went to a nearby hotel to rest. After driving for more than 2 hours and going through a scare, it was really tiring. However, the students didn't talk so much. Now that they had recovered their spirits, they were talking about the scenery here. Yang Ming and Chun Mingyan got off the bus hand in hand with their travel bags. Most of the people here were couples. Therefore, Chun Mingyan also let go. She smiled and snuggled with Yang Ming. At this time, Chun Mingyan felt the sweetness of love. In a strange environment, a group of couples who were strangers to each other, but they all had the same goal and set foot on this strange land. Chun Mingyan suddenly felt a sense of belonging. She had an impulse to stay with Yang Ming forever. Looking at the snowy mountains in the distance and the cottages nearby, she really wanted to live here for a long time, far away from that secular city. Lanling's hometown should also be like this, right? Thinking of Lanling for no reason, Chun Mingyan felt sad. Am I going to share a man with another woman in the future? Although this sounded unbelievable, Chun Mingyan knew that this was a fact, an unchangeable fact. It wasn't something that could be achieved through one's own efforts. To put it more seriously, even if Yang Ming didn't want her, Chun Mingyan, he wouldn't abandon Lanling. Because the two of them were together, it wasn't just a matter of feelings, but it involved the issue of Yang Ming's life. In any case, Chun Mingyan also had to accept this reality. Being together with Yang Ming meant that she had to accept the girl named Lanling. Chun Mingyan sighed faintly. The mountains in the distance made her a little absent-minded. Mingyan, what's wrong with you? Yang Ming glanced at Chun Mingyan beside him and asked curiously. She was smiling just now. Why did she become a little melancholy in an instant? Yang Ming, you say, if Lanling comes back, will you not be able to accompany me every day? Chun Mingyan raised her head and looked at Yang Ming. For the first time, she felt a little helpless. She wasn't an unreasonable person, so the current situation was in front of her. She couldn't change it. She could only try to accept it. Mingyan, why did you suddenly ask this? Yang Ming's heart trembled. He looked at Chun Mingyan. He didn't know how he provoked this little vinegar jar again. Why are you talking about this? No, Yang Ming. I don't want to argue with you this time. I'm asking you this question very seriously. Chun Mingyan bit her lip and looked at Yang Ming seriously. Seeing Chun Mingyan's current appearance, Yang Ming was somewhat not used to it. Everything was fine. Why did she suddenly become so serious? It wasn't that Chun Mingyan didn't mention Lanling's matter before, but it was the kind of jealousy and resentment. Today, it wasn't like this, so Yang Ming felt strange. Mingyan, if you are really asking this question very seriously, then I can only answer it very seriously. I got it. Chun Mingyan nodded a little sadly. You don't have to say it. I know the answer. What do you know? Yang Ming saw Chun Mingyan's sad look and couldn't help but find it funny. After Lanling comes back, you will definitely be with her. Chun Mingyan sighed and shook her head. The time to accompany me will naturally be a lot less. Mingyan, why you think so? When I accompany Lanling, I can also accompany you. Yang Ming's mind turned and smiled. How is that possible? You can still run back and forth. Chen Mingyin didn't believe it. You don't have to run back and forth. Can't you and Lan Ling accompany me together? Yang Ming looked at Chen Mingyin and said, Me and Lan Ling? Together? Chen Mingyin exclaimed. How can that be? Why can't it be? Yang Ming smiled and said, Lan Ling's character is very good. She shouldn't be the kind of girl who is jealous. So what you mean is that my character isn't good? Chen Mingyin pouted, but she also knew that she always liked to throw tantrums. I didn't say that. Yang Ming looked at Chen Mingyin with a smile. Chen Mingyin turned her head and didn't want to talk to Yang Ming. But after a while, she turned her head and asked, Lan Ling, is she easy to get along with? Very good. You can treat her as sister. Yang Ming hesitated and said. Although he and Lan Ling had a relationship before, at least Chen Mingyin was older than Lan Ling, and she was his official girlfriend. So he said so. I'm just afraid that she won't agree. Chen Mingyin heard Yang Ming let Lan Ling call her sister. Although she was still uncomfortable, she also felt that Yang Ming valued her very much. In the past, in those big families, the concubines also called the first wife elder sister. This way, my identity is confirmed. It sounds acceptable, as long as that Lan Ling doesn't deliberately mess with me. No, Chen Mingyin, what are you thinking? Chen Mingyin suddenly quivered and then shook her head. How could I give in? How can I agree to such an unreasonable request? No, even if I accept Lan Ling, it is impossible to serve Yang Ming with her. Although I accept Lan Ling, at least I have to avoid her and try not to meet her. How can I call her sister? However, Chen Mingyin was reluctant to give up the time with Yang Ming. If I and Lan Ling pretend that we don't know each other, then Yang Ming will definitely spend some time with her. Then, the time I have with Yang Ming will be reduced. Thinking of this, Chen Mingyin felt that it was fine to be with Lan Ling and Yang Ming. 3 people is 3 people. At least I can be with Yang Ming. If I don't agree, I can't even see Yang Ming's face. However, Chen Mingyin thought about it and came up with a small idea. Then, can you accompany me alone and accompany Lan Ling? If you think this is good, then it's fine. Yang Ming thought, isn't this the case now? That's fine. You have to accompany me alone. Then, when you accompany Lan Ling, can you bring me along? Chen Mingyin said. Yang Ming listened to Chen Mingyin's words and didn't know whether to laugh or cry. You're quite smart with this little abacus, right? You don't agree? Chen Mingyin pretended to be angry. If you don't agree, then don't talk about it, okay? I agree. Yang Ming smiled bitterly, but he was happy in his heart. Chen Mingyin finally took another step, and it was a very important step. As long as she really accepted Lan Ling and got along well with Lan Ling, it was better than anything else. Because there was a first time, there would be a second time. With Lan Ling as an example, he believed that Chen Mingyin would slowly accept it. You agree, but I don't want to agree. Let's talk about this again. Chen Mingyin pretended to be angry. Chapter 508. Yang Ming also knew that Chen Mingyin, this girl, wanted to save her face, so he didn't expose her. He just smiled and didn't continue this topic. Instead, he looked into the distance. You see, it's so beautiful here. Yeah, it's really beautiful here. Chen Mingyin was just attracted by the scenery here. Lan Ling just thought of it by accident. Not only did Yang Ming feel this way, but the other students who came with him also felt the same. These children born in the big cities had never seen the real countryside. So, all of them were very excited. Those who participated in this winter camp were basically Songjiang local students. Otherwise, others would have already gone home for the new year. Everyone, follow me to the restaurant now. Let's eat something first and then go skiing together. He held a small red flag and said to everyone with a loudspeaker. Everyone was really hungry when Yui said this. They all gathered in the direction of Yui and then followed Yui to a small restaurant in the countryside. Obviously, Yui had already called in advance, so when everyone was at the table, the dishes were served quickly. Although they were ordinary farm dishes, the cooking was very beautiful, and the taste was very delicious. Everyone was also hungry, and they were full of praise when they ate. After eating, Yui took everyone to ski according to the itinerary. The skis were rented, and Yui gave everyone a set. What brand is this? Why haven't I heard of it? A girl held the skis in her hand and asked curiously, "Is this safe?" "Damn, you haven't heard of this?" "The Fishman brand skis. The quality is excellent. Moreover, this skis is already the second generation of Fishman, called Fishman Second Generation." A boy quickly explained to her. Not bad. Fishman Second Generation. I have heard of it. It's awesome." Another boy also said, "Oh, so it's like this." The girl before heard everyone say so and nodded with relief. The children who grew up in the north probably skated on ice, but not many skated on snow. Fortunately, these northern children had been exposed to snow since they were young, and they didn't have much fear of skiing. It was easy to get started. "Yang Ming, why don't you slide with me?" After falling several times, Chun Mingyan finally mastered her balance, but she was still a little scared. "If I pull you, our speed won't be in sync. Wouldn't it be easier for us to fall?" Yang Ming smiled bitterly. "Why don't you ski, and I'll take off my skis and protect you?" "That's not necessary. I'll try again." Chun Mingyan didn't want to trouble Yang Ming too much, so she shook her head. "It doesn't matter. I don't like skiing either," Yang Ming said as he took off the skis on his feet and prepared to help Chun Mingyan ski. "Ah, Yang Ming, what's going on over there?" Chun Mingyan suddenly pointed behind Yang Ming and shouted. Yang Ming didn't look back, but closed his eyes directly. He immediately saw the situation not far behind him. At the moment, Zhang Bin was pushing and shoving with two young people. He was cursing. Because they were far away, he couldn't hear what they were saying. However, Yang Ming could see their lips. After a few glances, he understood that the two young people wanted to take advantage of Zhao Cixi, which caused Zhang Bin to flip out. Yang Ming stood up and said to Chun Mingyan, "I'll go over and see what's going on. You stay here with the other students. Don't go over. Then, you have to be careful," Chun Mingyan advised. "It's okay." Yang Ming smiled, then turned and walked in the direction of Zhang Bin. Zhang Bin had already started fighting, so Yang Ming had to speed up his pace. He didn't know what Zhang Bin said, but the conflict between the two people immediately intensified. One of the two young people reached out and pushed Zhang Bin hard. Zhang Bin lost his balance and rolled down the snow slope. Zhao Cixi was so scared that she immediately screamed, "Zhang Bin." Yang Ming frowned. "Aren't these two people a bit too much?" After Zhang Bin rolled a few times, he stopped at the side of a big tree. His head was covered with snow, and he was in a sorry state. Who pushed him? Yang Ming saw that Zhang Bin was fine, so he didn't care about him. He walked directly to the two young people and asked coldly, "Who are you?" A young man looked at Yang Ming disdainfully and said, "He asked for it. Who can he blame?" "Really?" Yang Ming asked with a smile. "Yeah, fuck. We just wanted to help this lady ski. I don't know where this guy came from, but he called us hooligans as soon as he came up." Another young man said, "Is that so?" Yang Ming turned and asked Zhao Cixi. Zhao Cixi was anxiously looking at Zhang Bin. When she heard Yang Ming's words, she shook her head and said, "No, they came over and wanted to hug me." Yang Ming looked at Zhang Bin, who was walking over in a sorry state. A wave of anger surged in his heart. Zhang Bin was his best friend. Now that he was bullied, Yang Ming felt worse than being bullied himself. "Kneel down. Apologize." Yang Ming stared at the two of them and spat out these words fiercely. "What?" The two people were stunned and looked at Yang Ming in disbelief. "Are you dreaming? Kneel down. Apologize?" Yang Ming nodded, then said with an expressionless face, "Sometimes there is only one chance. It depends on whether you can grasp it." "What? Is this kid sick?" A young man stared at Yang Ming with his eyes wide open. His face was surprised. "Okay, time's up. You missed your chance." Yang Ming smiled faintly. And, before the two people could react, they heard the sound of wind blowing in their ears. Yang Ming suddenly swung the skis in his hand and smashed them in front of the two young men. Pa! The two people fell to the ground almost at the same time. A string of blood came out of their noses, and then rolled down the mountain. Are you okay? Yang Ming glanced at the direction where the two people fell, inserted the skis on the ground indifferently, and then turned to ask Zhang Bin. I'm okay, the two of them. I say, Yang Ming, aren't you too cruel? These two people won't be disfigured? Zhang Bin couldn't help but be speechless. This Yang Ming's fighting is really not on the same level as mine. Once he makes a move, there will definitely be blood. Really? What does it have to do with me? Yang Ming smiled and said, I say, why did you two run so far? No wonder you were targeted. Zhang Bin's old face blushed and then whispered, wasn't I in a hurry to pee? I found a place where there was no one and peed there. When I turned around, I saw Zhao Cici being molested by the two people. Fuck, you really have a lot of things. Yang Ming shook his head. Let's go. Let's go to a place with more people. Those two people won't come back to retaliate against us, right? Zhao Cici asked with some worry. Retaliate? If they haven't had enough of being beaten up, they can come and try. Yang Ming said disdainfully. It wasn't that he looked down on the two guys, but the two guys were really too soft. At a glance, he knew that they were little punks who were hollowed out by alcohol and women. It was okay to scare people, but when it came to fighting, they were useless. Zhao Cici still looked at the direction where the two little punks fell with some worry. However, Zhao Cici really guessed it right. These two people really hadn't had enough of being beaten up. Not only did they not have enough, but they also found a few other people who were beaten up, but it was these little punk-like people who ruined Yang Ming's big plan. However, the consequence of the bad thing was that these people almost became half disabled. At dusk, Yui took back everyone's skis and said to everyone, tonight, we rented a villa on the mountain. We won't go down the mountain. How about an outdoor barbecue party? The students all agreed. There was no chance for a picnic in the big city. Even if you wanted to have a picnic on the street, the city management and the municipal government wouldn't agree to it. When they came to the rented villa on the mountain, everyone's eyes lit up. What a beautiful and classic villa. This villa and the courtyard in front of the door belonged to the students tonight. The castle-like villa made everyone feel fresh. There was a big hall with long corridors on both sides, and there were many rooms. Yui distributed the keys to everyone. Two people shared a room. Of course, there were some empty rooms. One person could also have one room. However, those who came here were couples or friends. No one stayed in a room alone. After settling down, Yui took out a large cardboard box and took out the small oven and charcoal inside. Everyone also helped to carry these things to the open space in front of the villa. In the cheerful noise, the barbecue party began. However, no one noticed that two black shadows followed the students to the front of the villa. After seeing the students settle down here, they turned and left. Chapter 509. Yang Ming, Zhang Bin, Chen Mingyan, and Zhao Cici sat around the barbecue box. Chen Mingyan and Zhao Cici personally cooked. The chicken wings and lamb chops were sizzling with oil. It looked very tempting. Why don't we play a game? Zhang Bin suddenly suggested. Game? What game? Asked Zhao Cici. You see that other people are having fun over there. Why don't we play something? Zhang Bin said, right? Why don't we play truth or dare? What is truth or dare? Yang Ming was stunned and asked inexplicably. No way. You haven't heard of this before? Zhang Bin smiled and said, simply put, it is one person asking another person a question. No lying. You have to tell the truth. Oh, then, if I were to lie, would you be able to tell? Yang Ming laughed after listening. That's not true, but truth or dare is all about sincerity. It depends on self-awareness. If you don't self-awareness, this game won't be interesting, said Zhang Bin. If that's the case, then how do we play? Yang Ming nodded after listening. He felt that this game seemed to be very interesting. It's very simple. One person asks another person, one by one. For example, I ask you, have you pooped your pants before? If you really pooped your pants, then don't lie. You have to say yes. Zhang Bin gave an example. Okay. I understand. You quickly stop. We are eating. Why are you so disgusting? Yang Ming saw that Chen Mingyan and Zhao Cici's expressions changed. He quickly waved his hand and interrupted Zhang Bin's words. He didn't care about himself, but the key was that there were ladies here. As Yang Ming spoke, Zhao Cixi's hand had already pinched Zhang Bin's waist. What are you saying? Sorry, it was a mistake. Zhang Bin chuckled. Okay, I understand what it means. Let's play then. Yang Ming nodded and said, Then I'll ask first. Zhang Bin chuckled and looked at Zhao Cixi. Zhao Cixi, why don't we give him a demonstration first? Okay. Zhao Cixi nodded and didn't put up any defenses. She thought it was just to set an example for Yang Ming. Then I'll start now. Zhao Cixi, who was your first love? Tell me about it. Zhang Bin said with a sly smile. Ah. Zhao Cixi was stunned and raised her head in astonishment. She was slightly angry. Zhang Bin, didn't you say you wouldn't ask about this matter? Why are you still bringing it up? Zhao Cixi, this is truth or dare. I decide what question to ask. I don't need to tell you in advance, right? Zhang Bin smiled and said, Besides, we have to set an example for Yang Ming and others. Zhang Bin, you're really good. Zhao Cixi complained. She hesitated for a long time before saying, My first love was my junior high school classmate. Is that okay? Are you satisfied? What exactly is going on? Zhang Bin continued to ask. This had always been a knot in Zhang Bin's heart. Although it was the first time for Zhao Cixi and Zhang Bin to get a room, when Zhang Bin asked Zhao Cixi if she had been in a relationship before, Zhao Cixi flatly refused to answer. Then, there was a period of silence, so Zhang Bin had always wanted to find an opportunity to ask clearly. Just now, he proposed to play truth or dare for this purpose. Zhao Cixi looked at Zhang Bin with some resentment. Do I have to say it? Truth or dare? Zhang Bin smiled. Okay. Zhao Cixi was silent for a while and said, When I was in the first year of junior high school, my class monitor wrote me a love letter and asked me to meet him on the field after school. I hesitated for a long time and finally made up my mind to agree. After school, I came to the field. He said a lot of sweet words to me and asked me to be his girlfriend. Then, my mind was muddled and I agreed, and then? Zhang Bin asked nervously. The next day, he transferred to another school. After that, there was no news. Zhao Cixi's expression was a bit melancholy. Then what happened between you two? Zhang Bin continued to ask. What happened? What do you want to happen? What can happen in one day? Zhao Cixi said in a bad mood. I guess he was playing with me. You know about it now. Are you happy? As Zhao Cixi said this, she stood up, turned around, and ran in the direction of the villa. Zhang Bin was dumbfounded and looked at Zhao Cixi, who ran away. Cough, cough. Yang Ming coughed twice and looked at his buddy helplessly. Isn't your EQ quite high? How can you ask this kind of question? Zhao Cixi didn't want to hide anything from you. It's just that this is a bit too embarrassing. I'm embarrassed to tell you. How can this be called first love? It's just like a joke. Then what should I do? Zhang Bin realized that something was wrong at this moment. After a long time, Zhao Cixi kept quiet about her previous relationship because of this reason. Who wants to talk about this kind of embarrassing thing in front of their boyfriend? So Zhao Cixi kept silent. The funny thing was that Zhang Bin thought that Zhao Cixi had something to hide from him. What else can you do? Chen Mingyan smiled and said, Hurry up and chase. Zhang Bin nodded and quickly chased in the direction of the villa. These two people, Yang Ming found it funny and picked up the chicken wings that Zhang Bin and Zhao Cixi had grilled. Just in time. They are gone. I will eat it for them. Yang Ming, after they leave, let's continue to play this truth or dare. It's quite interesting. Chen Mingyan suddenly said. Yang Ming looked at Chen Mingyan with some surprise. What's the fun of us playing? How is it not fun? Are you playing? Chen Mingyan didn't let it go. Well, since you are willing to play, then I will accompany you. But if I ask you something, you have to answer truthfully, Yang Ming said with a smile. Okay, then I'll let you ask first, Chen Mingyan said. Then I will ask Mingyan, do you want to do that with me today? Yang Ming thought, this is what you want to play. If you ask a question, then you can't blame me. Chen Mingyan opened her mouth wide. What do you think? Don't ask when you already know the answer. Yang Ming looked at Chen Mingyan's expression and knew that she was deliberately pretending to be stupid. Sure enough, Chen Mingyan was said by Yang Ming. She immediately blushed and lowered her head. You see, you still want to play truth or dare. You don't even want to talk. What else can we play? Forget it. If you are unwilling like Zhao Cixi, then it will be meaningless. Yang Ming shrugged and ate the chicken wing in his hand. Then, if I answer seriously, you have to answer me seriously too. Chen Mingyan thought about it and said, Of course. Yang Ming nodded directly and looked at Chen Mingyan. He wanted to hear her answer. And Chen Mingyan hesitated for a long time and nodded slightly. What? Yang Ming listened to Chen Mingyan's answer. He was happy, but he deliberately pretended not to understand and asked, What did you say? Do you want or not? Yes. Chen Mingyan hesitated for a long time and finally said the word yes. Huh. Yang Ming listened to Chen Mingyan's words and smiled happily. Okay, then tonight we will... Okay. Chen Mingyan interrupted Yang Ming's words and said, I have answered truthfully. Now it's my turn to ask a question, right? Okay, then you ask. Yang Ming didn't care much. What kind of question could Chen Mingyan ask? At most, she would ask if he liked her or not. Let me think about what to ask. Chen Mingyan thought for a while and then asked casually, Yang Ming, do you plan to look for other women besides me and Lan Ling? In fact, Chen Mingyan had already thought about asking this question. Chen Mingyan was now very worried about Yang Ming. To be honest, Yang Ming was really difficult to be at ease with, especially when Yang Ming mentioned that he had to be responsible for a girl named Lin Jiyun. This made Chen Mingyan feel a little worried. Therefore, with this opportunity, she wanted to hear Yang Ming's real plan. Yang Ming was shocked. He didn't expect Chen Mingyan to ask such a strange question. Could it be that she had sensed something? Yang Ming secretly observed Chen Mingyan's expression, but he found that there was no anger between her eyebrows. Then, he was slightly relieved. She's probably tricking me, right? Although this was truth or dare, Yang Ming didn't dare to take the risk. He couldn't say anything about Xiao Qing. Chapter 510. Why? You don't want to say it? Chen Mingyan saw that Yang Ming was hesitating. Suddenly, she felt a chill in her heart. Does Yang Ming really have other thoughts? Chen Mingyan suddenly had a feeling of wanting to cry. No, Mingyan, don't be agitated. When Yang Ming saw Chen Mingyan acting like this, he knew that it wasn't good. This is a little vinegar jar. If I say something wrong, then my happy life tonight will be ruined. Yang Ming's mind turned quickly. He thought about how to phrase it to make Chen Mingyan feel at ease. The key was that Yang Ming was also in a difficult situation now. Some things had already happened. It wasn't something that Yang Ming could just say that it didn't happen. He could lie for a while, but he couldn't lie for a lifetime. Then you tell me, what are you thinking? Chen Mingyan asked with a humph. Mingyan, in fact, I have told you about this before. In fact, I, Yang Ming, can have you as my girlfriend. It is already a blessing of 8 lifetimes. But now, due to a strange combination of circumstances, it connected me and Lan Ling together. I, Yang Ming, am not a heartless person. Even if there was no Lan Ling heart voodoo, I wouldn't give up on her. The mistake was that I went to Yunnan with Zhang Bin. AI, Yang Ming said with some melancholy. Wait, I already know about Lan Ling. What I'm asking now is, do you plan to find other women? Chen Mingyan interrupted Yang Ming's words and went straight to the point. Mingyan, there's another person. I have told you before, and this person has always been a knot in my heart. Yang Ming sighed and said, That is Lin Jiyun whom I mentioned to you before. Sure enough, you still want to? Chen Mingyan's expression was gloomy. Mingyan, listen to me first. Yang Ming looked up at Chen Mingyan and said, Lin Jiyun's matter is my fault. I'm very grateful that she didn't pursue my responsibility. To put it bluntly, Mingyan, if she didn't change her mind, we wouldn't be together. I'm still in prison right now. Chen Mingyan listened to Yang Ming's words and began to be silent. That's right. Yang Ming is right. If Lin Jiyun wants to find out who is responsible, and Yang Ming is really like what he said, he is still in prison, then there's no future between Yang Ming and me. So, as a person, I have to know how to repay kindness. If one day Lin Jiyun is really in trouble and finds me, Do you think I can refuse? Yang Ming said emotionally. If I refuse, am I, Yang Ming, still a man? Then, Chen Mingyin couldn't help but be moved. She couldn't find any reason to refute it for a while. Mingyin, in fact, after all is said and done, I am most sorry to you. We were the first to get together, and I was too arrogant at the beginning. I had the idea that it would be a waste if I didn't take advantage of you. So, I fell into Wang Jitao's trap. If time could go back, I definitely wouldn't go to Wang Jitao's banquet. Yang Ming grabbed his hair painfully. Indeed, Yang Ming felt that he was very shameless. He was sorry to Chen Mingyin, but if time could really go back, would Yang Ming change? Yang Ming suddenly found that he couldn't give up on Lin Jiyun and Lan Ling. Okay, Yang Ming, you don't have to be sad. Chen Mingyin saw Yang Ming blaming himself so much, and her heart suddenly softened. This matter can't be blamed on you. If it weren't for me, Wang Jitao wouldn't have troubled you. Besides, who knew that he would do such a thing? Mingyin, I know that you have been brooding about these things, but I didn't want to. Yang Ming saw that Chen Mingyin's tone was a little loose, and he quickly continued, Mingyin, I am sorry to you. Yang Ming, don't say it. I don't mean to blame you. I understand what you said. Chen Mingyin clenched her teeth and said, let's talk about the future later. Let nature take its course. I won't be angry with you anymore. Really? Yang Ming didn't expect Chen Mingyin to let him go so easily. He couldn't believe his ears. What do you mean by true or false? But let's make this clear. If you dare to take the initiative to find that Lin Jiyun, don't blame me for being impolite. Chen Mingyin wanted to save some face, so she raised her fist and threatened. Okay, Yang Ming thought. It seems that Lin Jiyun really came to find me first, right? Yes, that's right. It is indeed like this. I shouldn't be going against Chen Mingyin's intention. The conversation between the two people was open, and the atmosphere was restored to harmony. After the words were clear, Chen Mingyin's heart was a lot more comfortable. She also accepted this reality and was no longer suspicious. Late at night, Chen Mingyin and Yang Ming slept in the same bed. In the rooms next to them, there were endless moans. The environment of this hotel was very good, but the wooden structure was somewhat unsoundproof. A slightly louder sound from the room next to them could be heard. It's so cold. Chen Mingyin shrank into Yang Ming's arms. She covered herself with a quilt and complained, it's all your fault. I told you to sleep with your clothes on, but you had to take them off. It's so cold. How can you do that with your clothes on? You look at them next door. They aren't afraid of the cold. Yang Ming smiled and hugged Chen Mingyin. He said, are you still cold now? The two young people who saw each other naked for the first time hugged each other. In an instant, each other's heartbeat accelerated. The originally cold body became hot because of the accelerated blood circulation. No wonder the couples next door weren't afraid of the cold. It turned out to be this reason. Chen Mingyin suddenly felt an indescribable heat in her body. In the darkness, Yang Ming accurately found Chen Mingyin's red lips and kissed her hard. The two hot bodies were also intertwined. Can we do it now? Yang Ming asked softly in Chen Mingyin's ear, who was already excited. I have a white towel in my bag. Take it out, Chen Mingyin whispered. Yang Ming smiled. It seems that she has already been prepared. This little girl is quite thoughtful. Otherwise, I would probably have to be a bedsheet thief again tomorrow. Although there was no light in the room, Yang Ming could see. He easily found the backpack that Chen Mingyin said, took out a white handkerchief from it, and then threw it under Chen Mingyin's body. Just at the moment when Yang Ming was about to attack, the door was knocked vigorously. Yang Ming was shocked, and Chen Mingyin was even more shocked. She sat up abruptly. Who is it? Yang Ming frowned and asked. Motherfucker, isn't this too inhumane? Fortunately, I have been trained as an assassin, so I am more adapted to sudden situations. Otherwise, I would be scared to death directly. Open the door. Hurry up and fucking open the door. There was a rude voice at the door. Originally, Yang Ming thought that it was Zhang Bin or other classmates, so he didn't use his special ability to look outside. When he heard the shouting at the door now, he felt that something was wrong. He looked up and saw 6 young men who looked like punks standing at the door. Among these 6 people, the 2 who shouted at the door were the 2 people who he beat up with his skis during the day. Now they had band-aids on the bridge of their noses and foreheads. It turned out that in the afternoon, these 2 young men were resentful after being beaten by Yang Ming. In fact, Yang Ming didn't hit them hard. He just taught them a lesson, so the 2 people were fine after a simple treatment of their wounds. In order to retaliate against Yang Ming, they followed the students of the winter camp. After remembering the location of the villa, they went down the mountain to call people. After these 4 punks arrived, these 6 people went to Yang Ming's villa. But there were so many rooms in the villa, they couldn't look for them one by one, right? So they simply knocked on a door and then asked the people inside for the room where Yang Ming was. If it were another person, they would definitely say that they didn't know. But it was also a coincidence that the door they knocked on was the room of the sympathetic girl and her boyfriend in the car. The sympathetic girl naturally wouldn't say the room where Yang Ming was, but the boy was different. He already hated Yang Ming, and he couldn't wait for something to happen to Yang Ming. So he directly said Yang Ming's room number. Why could he say it directly? The reason was very simple. Because he hated Yang Ming, he paid more attention to Yang Ming, so he remembered his room number. Therefore, there was a scene of these people knocking on Yang Ming's door. Yang Ming was infuriated, not to mention how furious he was. She quickly put on her clothes and walked towards the door. Chapter 511. Open the door. Open the door. Hurry up. If you don't open the door, we will burn the house down. A few young men at the door shouted. Yang Ming was furious. He was about to open the door and beat these guys up, but he didn't expect that an unforeseen event would happen. He saw Zhang Bin's room opposite Yang Ming suddenly open. Zhang Bin, who was wearing a singlet and underpants, rushed out with a thermos in his left hand and a barbecue stick in his right hand. Fuck your ancestors. Zhang Bin directly smashed the thermos bottle on the head of the gangster who knocked on the door in front of him. The thermos bottle suddenly burst, and the bottle of water splashed on the gangster's face. His face was almost scalded. He covered his face and began to roll on the ground. The screams he made were chilling. This sudden change immediately made the remaining gangsters quiet down. They looked at Zhang Bin in horror. Zhang Bin didn't feel afraid at all. He picked up the stick and greeted these people's heads. There was a hook on the stick. If it hit the head like this, it would be terrible. Wouldn't the brain burst on the spot? Even if he didn't die, he would become a vegetable. These gangsters, to put it bluntly, were just using their numbers to scare people. They didn't expect a reckless person to come out. The sound of the stick whistled in the wind. The gangsters were immediately scared out of their wits and hid to the side. But how could it be so easy to escape in the narrow corridor? Although their heads were protected, the other parts of their bodies were inevitably smashed by Zhang Bing. One of the little gangsters was even more miserable. He used his hand to block it, but the fire rod directly pierced through his palm. It was so painful that he screamed. The others looked at the crazy Zhang Bin's fiery red eyes. They couldn't help but tremble in fear. This guy didn't come out to fight. He was simply greeting people to death. A few gangsters who were originally arrogant immediately covered their heads and ran away. Even the guy who was rolling on the ground also disappeared at the end of the corridor. However, one of the gangsters who seemed to be the leader pointed at Zhang Bin after running far away and threatened, "Kid, you are good. You are ruthless. But do you know who you have offended? We are Guojin Biao's people in Jiduan City. The person you just poured boiling water on is Boss Guo's nephew. You are useless. Fuck you." Zhang Bin saw that this person was still talking here, so he chased after him with the stick. As a result, the person was scared and ran away without looking back. When the gangster said Guojin Biao's name, Yang Ming couldn't help but frown. Guojin Biao's hand. When did Jiduan City start interfering in the underworld? If I want to intervene, shouldn't I intervene? However, Yang Ming immediately laughed. He ignored an important fact. That was, although Chun County was a county under Songjiang, it wasn't close to Songjiang. On the contrary, it bordered Jiduan City. It was no wonder that Guojin Biao's people would be active here. Opening the door, Yang Ming walked out of the room. Zhang Bin was standing in the corridor and panting loudly. I really didn't see it. You were simply a desperate man. Why are you suddenly so fierce? Zhang Bin's action just now made Yang Ming dumbfounded. He almost thought that Zhang Bin was the reincarnation of the god of war. It's really fucking cool. Zhang Bin panted with a red face. It turns out that fighting is so cool. I don't like these guys during the day. They actually dare to come at night? See if I don't kill them. When Zhang Bin spoke, his voice was trembling. Apparently, he was too excited. Yang Ming naturally understood Zhang Bin's mood. When they fought for the first time, most people would feel this kind of excitement, just like himself in the past. Patting Zhang Bin's shoulder, Yang Ming smiled and said, I really admire you. You can even be so ruthless. I don't know. I rushed out when my head was hot. It was a complete mess. Zhang Bin's hands were still trembling. He couldn't calm down his mood. I was in the room. I heard that the people outside were the two bastards who molested Zhao Sisi during the day. I was filled with anger. I thought that I am a real man. I will fight with them. Good job, but don't be so impulsive in the future. Yang Ming advised. You can beat them away today because of your own ruthlessness. You suddenly rushed up from behind and caught them off guard. If they were prepared, you wouldn't have succeeded so easily. I know. Zhang Bin looked ashamed. I don't know why, but I am still a little scared. They can't find someone to kill me again, right? Just now, when the person left, he said that he was from Jiduan City's boss. Okay, it's okay. Don't worry. If they come, I will settle it for you. Yang Ming smiled. Zhang Bin nodded in relief. He knew Yang Ming's strength. It was not like him who got lucky. Yang Ming didn't care. Guijin Biao. So what? I dare to hit your son, let alone your nephew. And because of Zhang Bin's sudden attack, Yang Ming had not vented the evil fire in his heart. God damn, disturbing my good thing. Isn't this too bad? Therefore, Yang Ming also bore a grudge against the guy named Guijin Biao. He thought in his heart, don't mess with me, or you are finished. I will find a few girls to put in your room, and then I will find Chun Afu to scare you. Yang Ming thought evilly. When the few punks ran away, the doors of each room opened. In fact, these people had already woken up, but they heard that there was a fight outside. No one dared to come out. At this time, when they saw that everything was fine, they dared to come out and see the situation. What's wrong? Are you okay? He came over and asked with concern. It's okay. A few punks came and made trouble. Zhang Bin has already beaten them away. Yang Ming simply explained and downplayed the process of the matter. He just said that it was just a bunch of punks making trouble. Making trouble? Why did they come here? He frowned. After all, if the members of the winter camp had a problem, he would also be punished by the school. Who knows? Maybe they want to rob some money or something. Yang Ming said casually, who cares? Do we need to call the police? He nodded. Although he didn't understand how the punks were attracted, it was fine as long as they were fine. Forget it. It's useless to call the police. We have no loss, but they were beaten up badly. Yang Ming smiled and said, let's go to sleep. He thought about it and felt that it was indeed the case, so he dismissed the idea of calling the police. But he also instructed the students to lock the door of the villa. He thought that it would be fine to lock the door of the room, but the door outside was not locked. It seemed that he had to be careful this time. He asked everyone to be careful, and the corridor was quiet again. At this moment, the sky had turned white. It was almost dawn. Yang Ming and Chun Mengyan did not have the previous passion. In fact, Chun Mengyan was really tired. It was no wonder. She was skiing for a day yesterday, and then barbecuing herself at night. She was tired. Now, she just wanted to have a good sleep. President Hua, hello. Wang Shifan smiled and extended his hand to a woman who was dressed very elegantly. Hello, President Wang. The elegant woman, named President Hua, gently shook hands with Wang Shifan. Please sit down, President Hua. Let me introduce you. This is our company's Deputy General Manager, Guo Jianshao, Vice President Guo. Wang Shifan introduced the people around him to President Hua. Hello, President Hua. Guo Jianshao said respectfully to President Hua. Vice President Wang is really young and promising. President Hua smiled and nodded. President Hua is overpraising, Guo Jianchao said in a humble manner. Now the business was on the surface, so Huang Yukai was not needed. Wang Shifan could bring his deputy, Guo Jianchao. Wang Shifan appreciated this Guo Jianchao very much. He was young, but he was very capable. Although he was somewhat arrogant, he had been more restrained recently. Those who didn't know would think that Guo Jianchao had matured. In fact, Guo Jianchao was scared by Bao Sanli and began to behave with his tail between his legs. President Hua also brought a vice president of the company. Most of the social activities were done by Guo Jianchao and the vice president. Wang Shifan and President Hua talked about the establishment of a luxury hotel in Donghai. Wang Shifan was also very enthusiastic about this project. After all, if the hotel was built, there would be a lot of benefits. Such a luxurious hotel would definitely become the face of Donghai. At that time, it would definitely be the government-designated hotel for welcoming guests. In that way, he could get to know more upper-class people. A lot of troubles could be solved. Therefore, Wang Shifan didn't care too much about profit. To be honest, although the investment in this hotel was a lot, it was worth it. Chapter 512. Under the premise that businessmen didn't pursue profit, President Hua and Wang Shifan had a very pleasant conversation. After they finished talking about business, the two of them naturally changed the topic to their children. It was no wonder that people of their age had a common topic other than those things in the business world and their children. In the beginning, the two people simply complained. In life, they were worried about their children. No matter how successful they were, they couldn't avoid it. Yeah, Wang Shifan sighed. We worked so hard to save such a big family business. What is it for? Isn't it for our children to live a better life? People of our age, how much can we really enjoy? When it comes to enjoyment, we have more money than we can enjoy in 2 lifetimes. Now we are still working hard. What is it for? It turns out that President Wang is also a sentimental person. Your son must be very happy, right? President Hua smiled. That kid, don't mention it. He's so immature. He only knows how to cause trouble for me all day long. Wang Shifan sighed. He's not young anymore. He doesn't even have a girlfriend. I'm worried about him. President Hua listened, but her heart moved. Wang Shifan's condition was well matched with her family, so she asked casually, How old is your son? 19. He's a freshman at Songjiang Industry University. Wang Shifan replied casually. Oh, your son is studying at Songjiang Industry University? President Hua asked. Wang Shifan nodded with a smile. Yeah, are you envious? Our son is so big. President Hua is so young. Your daughter shouldn't be too old, right? Is she in junior high school? What are you talking about? President Wang, your flattery is too ridiculous. I'm not that young. Although President Hua said so, she was very happy. She said with a smile, My daughter is also in Songjiang Industry University. What a coincidence. Oh, Wang Shifan was surprised. Such a coincidence. Hee, what is your daughter studying? Computer science? What about your son? Asked President Hua. My son is studying economic management. Here, this is my son. Wang Shifan handed his mobile phone to President Hua. The screensaver on the screen was Wang Jitao. Oh, a very good young man. He looks like a talent. To be honest, CEO Wang, your son is much more handsome than you. CEO Hua laughed. That's true, that's true. When Wang Shifan heard this praise for Wang Jitao, he was happier than praising himself. I'm already an old man. This is my daughter. You should take a look too. President Hua pushed her phone to Wang Shifan. Wang Shifan couldn't help but smile. It seems that people of their age like to use their children to set their mobile phone screensavers. Yeah, the little girl is so beautiful. I can tell at first glance that she is clever. Wang Shifan praised. At first glance, I can tell that she is very attractive. Does the little girl have a husband? CEO Wang really knows how to joke. How old is she? How can she have a husband? But if CEO Wang has a suitable young man, it's good to introduce him to our Jejia. Young people nowadays, isn't it fashionable to date first? It's not like our era, where people get married after a blind date. Wang Shifan listened to President Hua's words, and his heart moved. President Hua, what do you think of my kid? My family's Jitao doesn't have a partner. Am I not recommending myself? It can't be, right? Is this for real? President Wang, your son is so handsome. How can he not have a girlfriend? President Hua pretended to be surprised. Didn't I just say it? This kid is already so old, but he still doesn't have a girlfriend. Wang Shifan said, Hee hee, I thought you were joking at that time. President Hua smiled and said, That's good. Both children are quite good. Let's let them be together first. Okay, then we'll be in-laws. Come, this time I have to toast. Wang Shifan raised a glass in his hand and drank it. Cheers. President Hua also raised her glass. The two people sent MMS to each other with their mobile phones and exchanged photos of their children. The banquet ended in a happy atmosphere. In the evening, Wang Jitao returned home from school. Wang Shifan also just came back from drinking. When he saw Wang Jitao, he asked, Jitao, how was the final exam? Not bad. Dad, did you drink again? Wang Jitao frowned. Didn't the doctor ask you to drink less? I'm just happy today. If it were a normal day, I would stop drinking. Wang Shifan smiled. Happy? Dad, what big business did you make? Wang Jitao asked casually. What's there to be happy about making a business? Wang Shifan shook his head. My big business is about you. About me? Wang Jitao looked at his father puzzledly. Dad, what's the matter? Hee, Jitao, you're not young anymore. Isn't it time to find a girlfriend? Wang Shifan asked with a smile. Dad, Wang Jitao listened to Wang Shifan's words. His expression was a bit gloomy. Don't mention this. What's wrong? Men should get married when they're older. Why can't I mention it? Wang Shifan asked curiously. Dad, you don't know. My good things were ruined by Yang Ming, that kid. As he said this, Wang Jitao's eyes showed a look of resentment. There are plenty of fish in the sea. Wang Shifan smiled. How about I introduce you to one? Forget it. I may not like the one you introduce. Wang Jitao shook his head. How do you know you don't like it when you haven't seen it? Wang Shifan said, I think it's good. She's the daughter of a business partner. Wang Jitao shook his head. I don't like a business marriage even more. Jitao, you're not young anymore. Dad is introducing you to a girlfriend for your own good. Wang Shifan suddenly said very seriously. How can the girl that Dad likes not be good? You're my son. Can I harm you? I brought the photos back. You should take a look first. Then, let's take a look first. Wang Jitao saw that his father was angry, so he had to nod and agree. However, he just said that he wanted to take a look at the photos. He didn't accept the marriage. Wang Shifan opened the multimedia message in the mobile phone and handed it to Wang Jitao. Wang Jitao casually took it and glanced at it, but his eyes couldn't leave it. He opened his mouth and exclaimed, Why is it her? Zhou Jia? Jitao, what's wrong? Do you know President Hua's daughter? Wang Shifan looked at his son's expression and asked, Dad, how's it Zhou Jia? Wang Jitao was a little excited and asked quickly. It seems to be called Jia. Wang Shifan nodded and said, This is the daughter of President Hua of Xinhua Mingwei Real Estate. She is Dad's partner. Dad, I agree with this marriage. Wang Jitao said excitedly. The key is, does she agree? President Hua, of course, agrees. If she doesn't agree, how can I tell you? Wang Shifan nodded and said, No, Dad. Does Zhou Jia agree? Wang Jitao explained. Zhou Jia? How do you know she doesn't agree? Her mother has agreed. What other opinions can she have? Wang Shifan smiled and didn't understand. Dad, this Zhou Jia is the girl I told you before. She is the one that I am competing with Yang Ming. Wang Jitao said quickly. Wang Shifan listened to Wang Jitao's words. He couldn't help but be stunned. Really? Isn't this too much of a coincidence? Isn't it true? Why would I lie to you? Wang Jitao said quickly. Then you wait. I will call President Hua again to ask. Wang Shifan hesitated for a while and said, Okay. Wang Jitao's hand that was holding the phone trembled a little. He handed the phone to his father and then stood aside to watch Wang Shifan make the call. Wang Shifan looked at his son's anxious look and couldn't help but smile. "Don't worry. This matter is in the bag." The phone was connected. The voice of President Hua came from the other side. "President Wang, why did you call me when we just separated? Is there anything urgent?" This is the case. After I went home, I showed your daughter's photo to Jitao. Jitao agreed immediately. Wang Shifan said, "I'm not in a hurry to call you to tell you this good news." "Really? That's great." President Hua said with a smile. "I haven't seen my daughter yet. When I see her later, I will tell her about this." President Hua, "But there is something that I don't know if I should say." Wang Shifan said hesitantly. "What's wrong?" "President Wang, this isn't like you. Why are you still hiding something from us? We're going to be in-laws soon. What else can't you say?" President Hua joked. Chapter 513. This is the case, President Hua. Jitao knew your daughter, Jiajia, in school, and he has always admired Jiajia. Wang Shifan said. "Really? That a good thing. What's so hard to say?" President Hua said happily. "But I heard from Jitao that Jiajia seems to have a little boyfriend in school. His name is something like Yang Ming?" Wang Shifan asked. So you're talking about that Yang Ming. He and Jiajia aren't suitable. I have talked to him. He also said that he won't look for Jiajia again. You can rest assured. This matter will not go wrong." President Hua listened to Yang Ming's matter and quickly explained. Then, she patted her chest and guaranteed that everything would be fine. That's good. That's good," Wang Shifan said. "Then I can rest assured. No problem. When I see Jiajia in a while, I will talk to her. Then, I will call you again," President Hua said. "Then, I will wait for the good news." Wang Shifan nodded and said. After hanging up the phone, Wang Shifan smiled and said to Wang Jitao, "All right, this time President Hua said that she has talked to Yang Ming. Yang Ming won't interfere with these things anymore." "That's great." Wang Jitao nodded happily. "Dad, you are so great." This child. Wang Shifan shook his head. "Right, Jitao, you are on winter vacation, right? Come to the company starting tomorrow and learn the management and operation of the company from your Uncle Huang Yukai and Uncle Wu Jianchao. You will take over sooner or later. There's no hurry, right? I'm just a freshman." Wang Jitao thought in his heart. If I really date Zhou Jiajia, it's inevitable to date often. If I go to the company, I definitely won't have much private time. How can there be no hurry? What's wrong with being a freshman? Dad is old and wants to retire. You have to start taking over the company's affairs. Wang Shifan said seriously, "This matter is settled. But Dad, didn't you introduce a girlfriend to me?" Wang Jitao said with some hesitation. "You brat." Wang Shifan was so angry that he was amused. "Love is important. Can't we do it any time? Isn't there plenty of time at night? Do they have to date during the day? You infuriate me to death." President Hua is also a person of status. Seeing that you're always idling around, how could she give her daughter to you? "Yes, Dad, you're right." Wang Jitao was shocked and nodded quickly. "That's right. Zhou Jiajia isn't an ordinary person. If I were to idle around, it would be strange if she would fancy me. It's good that you understand." Wang Shifan nodded. "Son, you still have a long way to go. Dad's body isn't very good. Maybe one day I will die. You have to stand on your own feet as soon as possible." Wang Shifan didn't say that he was smuggling. Instead, he found another reason to say that he wasn't in good health. "Dad, what are you talking about? How old are you? Your body is still very strong. Why are you suddenly saying this?" Wang Jitao looked at his father strangely. I'm just saying this casually. Isn't this urging you to be independent?" Wang Shifan smiled. "It's okay. Don't think too much. Your dad is just tired. I want to retire." "That's good, Dad. I will learn the company's affairs as soon as possible so that I can take over from you." Wang Jitao nodded. "That's right." Wang Shifan nodded kindly and sighed in his heart. In the evening, Wang Shifan received a call from President Hua. She asked him and Wang Jitao to have a meal together at the Persian restaurant tomorrow. She would also bring her daughter along. Wang Shifan naturally agreed. Wang Jitao was so excited that he couldn't close his mouth. On the other side, Zhou Jijia was looking at her mother, President Hua, angrily. Mom, how can you be like this? Why did you look for Yang Ming? Zhou Jijia was so angry that her body trembled. What's wrong with me looking for him? Mother Zhou said with a look of disdain. That Yang Ming is a coward who doesn't dare to admit what he did. When I asked about the matter between you and him, he actually didn't admit it. This kind of person, you still speak for him? Mom, I have said that Yang Ming and I are just good friends. How can you simply interfere? Zhou Jijia said anxiously. Good friends? You didn't seem to say this to me last time, right? Mother Zhou said unhappily. Okay, little girl, don't think about it. I just don't agree with you and Yang Ming. If you want to be with him, it will be over my dead body. Mayu. Zhou Jijia's tears couldn't help but come out. She covered her face and ran back to her room. This child, I will call your dad and let him talk to you. Mother Zhou sighed and picked up the phone. It didn't take long for Zhou Jijia to receive an overseas call from her father. To be honest, Zhou Jijia was most afraid of her father. After being reprimanded by her father, although she felt uncomfortable, she didn't dare to raise any objections. She had to bear with it. In the end, Father Zhou told Zhou Jijia to listen to her mother. Zhou Jijia had to reluctantly agree. However, agreeing was one thing. Would the stubborn Zhou Jijia really be persuaded by her parents and go down the path they wanted? Could the love of young people be stopped just because they said so? At noon, Yang Ming and the other students from the winter camp set off on their return journey. The little gangsters didn't come to make trouble again. Yu Yi and the others breathed a sigh of relief. The way back was smooth, and they didn't encounter any accidents. Where are we going to eat? Zhang Bin fetched the car and drove Zhao Cixi, Yang Ming, and Chen Mingyan. How about Western food? Zhao Cixi suggested. This morning, I saw a few foreigners eating steak. I'm craving it. Yang Ming, what about you? Zhang Bin naturally had to take Yang Ming's feelings into consideration. Mingyan, can you eat Western food? Yang Ming didn't care. He just asked for Chen Mingyan's opinion. Yes, Cixi wants to eat. Let's go together. Chen Mingyan was an easygoing person in front of her friends. Since Zhao Cixi wanted to eat, she didn't care. For Western food, Chen Mingyan didn't like it, but she didn't dislike it either. Well, let's go to Persia to eat. I have a VIP card here. I can get discount. Zhang Bin said as he turned the car and drove in another direction. Persia Restaurant was a large Western restaurant chain. It was one of the best in Songjiang. The taste was also good. Although Yang Ming had not been there, he had heard that the environment here was good and the taste of the dishes was very authentic. The car turned to the Persia Restaurant and parked in the parking lot. Yang Ming and the others entered the Western restaurant. Most of the foreign restaurant designs were not very particular about private rooms, so there was no separate private room in the Persia restaurant except for the card seats. But it didn't matter. This didn't affect the popularity of the business here. Several people came to a card seat under the guidance of the waiter and sat down. Zhang Bin began to order. Yang Ming had never eaten here, but he still knew a thing or two about the Russian dishes on the menu. When Zhang Bin finished ordering, Yang Ming also ordered a few. Yang Ming, look over there. Isn't that the idiot Wang Jitao? After the waiter left, Zhang Bin pointed behind Yang Ming and whispered, "Oh." Yang Ming looked back. Sure enough, he saw Wang Jitao sitting in a card seat not far behind him. What surprised Yang Ming was that Zhou Jijia was actually sitting next to him. Yang Ming snorted coldly. I haven't seen her for a few days. Zhou Jijia, this little bad girl, actually got together with Wang Jitao. This made Yang Ming feel disgusted with Zhou Jijia. Of all the people you could be with, why did you have to be with Wang Jitao? Thinking of this, Yang Ming couldn't help but have a grudge. These two people met together. Could they be plotting to harm me? You don't have to say it. Zhou Jijia was forced by her mother today, but she didn't tell her that she was here for a blind date. She just said that she was having dinner with an old friend. Zhou Jijia's mood wasn't very good, but Mother Zhou called Father Zhou to threaten Zhou Jijia. Zhou Jijia had no choice but to follow. As a result, she found out that the old friend that her mother said was actually Wang Jitao and his son. She couldn't help but be surprised. After listening to the words of her mother and Wang Shifan, she was even more inexplicable. However, the more she listened, the more Zhou Jiejie gradually understood what was going on. It turned out that her mother was going to set her up for a blind date. But since she was here, she couldn't just leave, right? She had to sit there uncomfortably listening to her mother praising Wang Jitao and Wang Shifan praising her, Zhou Jiejie. However, just as Zhou Jiejie was very irritated, she suddenly felt a familiar gaze directed at her. Zhou Jiejie looked up curiously and met Yang Ming's gaze. Zhou Jiejie was shocked, and she was suddenly at a loss. Chapter 514. Yang Ming smiled contemptuously. It seemed that the slight good impression that he had just established for Zhou Jiejie disappeared without a trace in an instant. When Zhou Jiejie saw Yang Ming's eyes and expression, she felt a chill in her heart. Her mouth twitched faintly. Zhou Jiejie also knew some of the contradictions between Yang Ming and Wang Jitao. Although it wasn't so detailed, she also knew that Yang Ming didn't like Wang Jitao very much. Now, what will Yang Ming think when he sees me sitting with Wang Jitao? Especially when Wang Jitao is still my pursuer. Will Yang Ming think that I have already turned to the enemy's front? What's wrong, Jiejie? Wang Jitao was so happy. Zhou Jiejie's dream face was going to belong to him. How could Wang Jitao not be happy? Therefore, while eating, Wang Jitao also paid attention to Zhou Jiejie's pretty face all the time. When Wang Jitao saw that Zhou Jiejie's expression suddenly stagnated, he couldn't help but feel a little strange. At this time, Zhou Jiejie didn't have the mood to deal with Wang Jitao. She didn't even have time to draw a clear line with Wang Jitao. How could she talk to him again? Seeing that Zhou Jiejie didn't speak, Wang Jitao looked up with some puzzlement and followed Zhou Jiejie's gaze. At first glance, an inexplicable anger suddenly surged into his heart. Yang Ming. It's actually Yang Ming. The person that Zhou Jiejie was looking at was actually Yang Ming. However, his father and Zhou Jiejie's mother were present. He couldn't lose his temper on the spot, so he had to endure it. Why am I so unlucky? Why do I always meet Yang Ming, this jinx? It's really bad luck. However, Wang Jitao also knew that even if he wanted to do anything to Yang Ming, it was impossible. His small tricks were nothing in the eyes of others. What's wrong with the two of you? What are you looking up at? When Wang Shifan looked up, he saw that his son and Zhou Jiejie were both looking behind him. So he asked with some confusion, Yang Ming. He also came here to eat. Wang Jitao whispered. However, anyone could sense the resentment in his tone as he gritted his teeth. Oh, Wang Shifan was stunned and immediately said, Don't worry about him. Let's eat our food. How can we ignore it? He Jitao's father. Zhou Jiejie. Mrs. Zhou opened her mouth and said leisurely, Jitao, take Jiejie and your classmate to say hello. When the two of you are holding a wedding, you have to tell your classmate, right? Come. This is obviously to give me face. I can announce to Yang Ming that Zhou Jiejie is mine. Huh. Originally, Wang Jitao didn't dare to be so obvious to Yang Ming. But now, since Zhou Jiejie's mother supported me, what am I afraid of? I have the opportunity to hold my head high in front of Yang Ming. Why not? So he stood up and said to Zhou Jiejie, Jiejie, let's go. Let's go and say hello. Zhou Jiejie was still worried that there was no opportunity to explain to Yang Ming. Now that there was such an opportunity, how could she let it go? So, she also stood up and followed Wang Jitao to Yang Ming's table. Wang Jitao was proud. It could be said that he was valiant and high-spirited. The battle between him and Yang Ming had finally been decided. Therefore, he walked in front of Yang Ming like a warrior who had returned in triumph. Huh, isn't this Yang Ming? What a coincidence. Wang Jitao still said with a smile, but there was a hint of resentment in his tone. Yang Ming didn't care. He looked up at Wang Jitao. It's quite a coincidence. Are you here to eat? Yeah, I'm here to eat with my girlfriend. My dad and my mother-in-law are also here, Wang Jitao said proudly. Yang Ming frowned. Zhou Jijia has become this kid's girlfriend? Moreover, he even brought his mother-in-law? Yang Ming looked up and glanced over there. Sure enough, he saw that the woman at the table was the one who came to find him that day. However, Yang Ming was somewhat puzzled. Zhou Jijia seemed to be very disagreeable with Wang Jitao before. How did they suddenly become boyfriend and girlfriend? Things are weird. Could it be that these two people conspire to play tricks on me? Yang Ming had some doubts. Why are you telling me this? He couldn't figure it out, so Yang Ming was also a little irritated. I just want to tell you that you have Chun Ming Yin. Don't have any more ideas about Zhou Jijia. She's now my girlfriend. Wang Jitao now had Zhou Jijia. Naturally, there was no need to pretend to be a good person in front of Yang Ming. Although he couldn't beat Yang Ming, he wanted to disgust Yang Ming. Therefore, he deliberately said something like, you have Chun Ming Yin. Don't have any ideas about Zhou Jijia. He wanted to provoke the relationship between Chun Ming Yin and Yang Ming and create some trouble for Yang Ming. Sure enough, after Chun Ming Yin listened to Wang Jitao's words, her face changed. It was really hard to say if Yang Ming had any ideas about Zhou Jijia. Last time, Yang Ming and Zhou Jijia had a wet kiss. If Yang Ming had feelings for Zhou Jijia after the kiss, he really couldn't help but want to get Zhou Jijia. However, Chun Ming Yin immediately dismissed this idea. If it were another person who said it, Chun Ming Yin might really believe it. But the person who said this now was Wang Jitao. Could she believe Wang Jitao's words? Then there would be a problem. Chun Ming Yin didn't intend to believe what Wang Jitao said. This guy is full of nonsense. He must be taking the opportunity to provoke the relationship between Yang Ming and me. Thinking of this, Chun Ming Yin was relieved. She looked coldly at Wang Jitao acting there. Oh, okay. Are you done? Yang Ming saw that Wang Jitao wasn't very polite to him. He knew that this guy was ready to tear off his disguise. Thinking about it, Wang Jitao maintained a good relationship with me because of Chun Ming Yin. Later, it was because of Zhou Jijia. Now that Zhou Jijia has become his girlfriend, then he and I will no longer have any interest entanglement. There is no need to pretend to maintain a relationship with me. Thinking of this, Yang Ming didn't intend to continue to play with him. In the beginning, he maintained a good relationship with him because he was afraid that this guy would retaliate against him. It would be very unfavorable to him if they shed all pretense of cordiality. But now it was different. Yang Ming wasn't afraid of him at all. Not to mention him, his father, Wang Shifan. Yang Ming could also scare him whenever he wanted. Therefore, Yang Ming directly waved his hand impatiently. If you're done, you can leave. I have no appetite for you standing in front of me. You motherfucker. Wang Jitao just wanted to scold, but he hesitated and held it back. If he scolded Yang Ming, he wouldn't get any benefits. Instead, it would leave a bad impression on Zhou Jijia's mother. If he fought, he wasn't Yang Ming's opponent. So Wang Jitao had to snort and turn around to leave with Zhou Jijia. He pulled Zhou Jijia twice, but he found that Zhou Jijia was indifferent. She stood in the same place and looked at Yang Ming. So he called out with some irritation, Jijia, what are you looking at? Let's go back. Zhou Jijia was shocked and suddenly recovered. She said to Wang Jitao, you go back first. I have something to say to Yang Ming. What do you want to say? Wang Jitao listened to Zhou Jijia's words and only felt that he lost a lot of face. What do you want to say to Yang Ming? Go back. Auntie is waiting over there. Don't hold me. We have nothing to do with each other. Zhou Jijia unhappily shook off Wang Jitao's hand that was holding her. Wang Jitao's face immediately pulled down. Isn't this embarrassing me in public? Just as he wanted to say something, he heard Zhou Jijia say, Yang Ming, I have nothing to do with him. Really? I don't like him. What does it have to do with me, whether you like him or not? Yang Ming frowned. Yang Ming, don't misunderstand. My mother want to find you. That wasn't my intention. Zhou Jijia quickly explained. It was my mother who want to find you. Today, it was also my mother who deceived me to come out and meet him. Are you done? If you're done, you can leave. Yang Ming looked at Chun Ming Yin whose face changed slightly. He was secretly anxious. Is this Chen Mingyan sick? Isn't this harming me? Yang Ming, can't you feel my heart for you? Zhou Jia saw Yang Ming's cold tone to her, and she couldn't help but shed tears. Yang Ming, I love you. Don't you understand? You kissed me a few times. I didn't refuse, and that night in the hotel, Zhou Jia was now heartbroken. She felt that her heart had suddenly fallen into an ice cellar. The relationship with Yang Ming had just eased, and it was destroyed by my mother and Wang Jitao. My efforts for such a long time fell short of success in an instant. Everything returned to zero. My relationship with Yang Ming has become a stranger again. How could this not make this stubborn and infatuated girl sad? Chapter 5:15. Zhou Jia looked at Yang Ming's cold face in pain. Gradually, her vision became blurred. On the other side, Wang Jitao's face was distorted. His scarlet eyes stared fiercely. He was about to kill Yang Ming. Similarly, there was another person with a black face. That was Chen Mingyan. When Wang Jitao said something about Zhou Jia, she wasn't worried. After all, Wang Jitao wasn't always right. She didn't intend to believe him. But now, when she heard Zhou Jia say it herself, it was different. Especially when she heard Zhou Jia say that Yang Ming kissed her. Of course, what she knew was that Yang Ming had kissed Zhou Jia, but that was only once. What Zhou Jia said was several times. Can the concept of once and several times be the same? Once was an accident, but how many times could you say it was an accident? Who would believe it? This was nothing. Zhou Jia actually said something about that night in the hotel. This made Chen Mingyan have a feeling that the sky was falling down. Yang Ming really had something between Zhou Jia and Yang Ming. She remembered that Wang Jitao said that Yang Ming and Zhou Jia sat together in class. It turned out that Yang Ming had been lying to her. Moreover, Zhou Jia said that her mother went to Yang Ming. This could explain more. If there was nothing between Yang Ming and Zhou Jia, then why did Zhou Jia's mother look for Yang Ming? If this matter was just Yang Ming hiding it from her and didn't tell her, Chen Mingyan wouldn't be so angry. The problem now was that she had just asked Yang Ming yesterday. Did Yang Ming use other women besides her and Lan Ling? Yang Ming's answer was very affirmative. No. Therefore, Chen Mingyan could hardly believe her eyes and ears. The feeling of being betrayed by her lover made her heart turn cold in an instant. Looking at Zhou Jia's face full of tears, Chen Mingyan couldn't help but be moved. If this girl had no feelings for Yang Ming, how could she be so heartbroken? Yang Ming, you really disappoint me. Chen Mingyan tried to control her emotions and make her voice sound normal. She forced herself not to get angry at Yang Ming. Mingyan, I sigh. Yang Ming smiled bitterly and sighed. I really don't have anything to do with her, Pa. Chen Mingyan couldn't hold her anger anymore. She directly slapped Yang Ming and complained loudly. I really didn't expect you to be such a person. You don't dare to admit what you did. Not only did you hurt me, but you also hurt her. After that, Chen Mingyan turned and strode out of the Western restaurant, leaving only the stunned Yang Ming and the sad Zhang Bin and Zhao Sisi. Yang Ming stared at Zhou Jia and couldn't help but be angry. You won't give up until you kill me, right? Are you working with Wang Jitao to trick me? Isn't it enough that you broke up Suya and me? Now you want to ruin it? It was no wonder that Yang Ming would be so angry. If Chen Mingyan really caught him and Shaoqing, then Yang Ming would have nothing to say. The key problem was that now Yang Ming and Zhou Jia had nothing to do with each other. Wasn't this unfair? Zhou Jia just saw that Yang Ming was slapped by Chen Mingyan, and she suddenly woke up from her sadness. Yes, I was too anxious just now. I didn't think carefully and ignored the fact that Chen Mingyan was next to Yang Ming. When Chen Mingyan slapped Yang Ming and then suddenly left, Zhou Jia realized that she was in trouble. I caused a big trouble for Yang Ming again. After listening to Yang Ming's words, Zhou Jia was suddenly scared and a little overwhelmed. Yes, I ruined the good thing between Yang Ming and Suya. Looking back, I actually ruined the relationship between him and Chun Ming Yin. I really can't do anything right. I didn't mean it. Yang Ming, can I go and explain to her? Zhou Jijia lowered her head and said carefully, "Come on, just stay away from me." Yang Ming looked at Zhou Jijia impatiently. He really wanted to slap her again, but after all, Yang Ming wasn't at the impulsive age of junior high school. "Okay, Zhou Jijia, are you done messing around?" Wang Jitao originally wanted to show off to Yang Ming, but he didn't succeed in showing off. He didn't expect that his prospective girlfriend actually confessed to Yang Ming in public. This made Wang Jitao lose his face to the North Pole. However, seeing that Chun Ming Yin was angry and ran away, Wang Jitao was still quite gloating. "This is great. Chun Ming Yin knows about your ugly behavior. You can't even take care of yourself. Let's see how you can make trouble between Zhou Jijia and me." Wang Jitao thought that as long as Yang Ming was no longer involved in the matter between him and Zhou Jijia, then he could capture Zhou Jijia's heart one day. "Don't touch me." Zhou Jijia didn't give Wang Jitao face. "The person I like is Yang Ming, not you. Don't pretend. Chun Ming Yin has already left," Yang Ming said faintly, looking at Zhou Jijia's act with some contempt. "Zhou Jijia, aren't you ashamed? He doesn't care about you at all, and you are still here pestering him," Wang Jitao persuaded. "You should go back with me. We are a couple. Even if Yang Ming doesn't care about me, I won't like you." Zhou Jijia was annoyed by Wang Jitao. The matter between Yang Ming and her was already messy enough. Wang Jitao was still adding oil to the fire. Wasn't it pushing her relationship with Yang Ming into the fire pit? Bah! Wang Jitao was so angry that he trembled. He couldn't care so much. Zhou Jijia's words were like a blow to his head. Wang Jitao suddenly lost his mind. He yelled and overturned the dishes on Yang Ming's table to the ground. He pointed at Yang Ming and said, "What's so good about this kid? He's a pauper. You don't want to fucking give face." Yang Ming saw that Wang Jitao was a bit too much. He was angry immediately. Zhou Jijia was a woman. Yang Ming didn't want to lower himself to her level, but Wang Jitao was different. As Yang Ming spoke, he picked up the Russian borscht soup on the table and poured it on Wang Jitao's head. The soup was dripping. Yang Ming grabbed Wang Jitao's collar and lifted him up. He threw Wang Jitao back hard. Wang Jitao fell to the ground. "Yang Ming, fuck your 18 generations of ancestors." Wang Jitao crazily climbed up from the ground and rushed to Yang Ming. "I'm fucking going all out. Today, either you die or I die." Originally, Yang Ming's conversation wasn't loud, so Wang Shifan and President Hua didn't pay attention. It wasn't until Wang Jitao suddenly flipped out that Wang Shifan noticed this side. Seeing his son screaming like a madman, Wang Shifan quickly ran over and pulled Wang Jitao. He asked in a low voice, "What's going on?" Wang Jitao didn't answer. He still glared at Yang Ming with resentment. "Yang Ming, you wait. Wang Jitao, swear that I will definitely kill you. If I don't kill you, my surname isn't Wang." "Enough. Jitao, what nonsense are you talking about?" Wang Shifan gave Wang Jitao a slap. He thought, even if you have any hatred with someone and want to kill him, you can't say it out loud. "You hit me too?" "Ha ha." Wang Jitao laughed miserably. Zhou Jijia ignored Wang Jitao's craziness. She looked at Yang Ming blankly. Her eyes were full of attachment, tenderness, and reluctance. She also knew that Yang Ming thoroughly hated her this time. "Let's go. It's too noisy here." Yang Ming shook his head very depressingly. He took out 10 100 yuan notes from his wallet and threw them on the table. It should be enough to compensate for the broken things, right? After throwing the money, he got up and left the Western restaurant with Zhang Bin and Zhao Sisi. Chun Ming Yin left. Yang Ming sighed. This misunderstanding was a big deal. However, Yang Ming was very calm. If he didn't do anything wrong, he wasn't afraid of ghosts. "There is really nothing between me and Zhou Jijia. Besides, I don't like her at all. In this case, I don't have to rush to explain to Chun Ming Yin. I think that if I let her calm down for a few days, she will figure out what is going on." Yang Ming felt that he couldn't always give in to Chen Mingyan. This little vinegar jar could get angry whenever she wanted. Regardless of the time, place, and occasion, it really gave Yang Ming a headache. So this time, Yang Ming decided not to explain to Chen Mingyan first. It was time for her to reflect. If this continued, it would only worsen the breakdown of their relationship. After Chen Mingyan ran out, she thought that Yang Ming would catch up. But when she turned around, she found that there was no one behind her. This made Chen Mingyan feel very wronged. Does Yang Ming not value me? However, if he doesn't chase, then so be it. Who is afraid of who? Chen Mingyan was angry. She stopped a taxi and left here. However, not long after, our little Mingyan really regretted it. Chapter 516. Outside the restaurant, the cold wind blew on his forehead. Yang Ming immediately sobered up a lot. Thinking back to what had just happened, there were many suspicious points. Could it be that I really misunderstood Zhou Jiejia? This possibility wasn't impossible. Through the previous few heart-to-heart conversations with Zhou Jiejia, Yang Ming felt that Zhou Jiejia wasn't a particularly scheming girl. Moreover, she also told him a lot of things that happened in the past, including the resentment between her and Suya and Wu Qiren. If Zhou Jiejia had been plotting with Wang Jitao to mess with him, then today's incident was too coincidental, right? First of all, they didn't know that he would come to the Persian restaurant to eat, and they didn't know if he would bring Chen Mingyan over. In other words, today's incident was purely a coincidence. There was no possibility of planning in advance. Even if Wang Jitao and Zhou Jiejia wanted to harm him, it was impossible to bring their parents to the restaurant to block him every day, right? That was purely the behavior of a madman. Moreover, even if Wang Jitao wanted to harm him, he wouldn't have spent so much effort to invite Zhou Jiejia's parents just to put on such a show for him. The result was only that he had an argument with Chen Mingyan. No matter how you look at it, it doesn't make sense. Could it be that I really wronged Zhou Jiejia? Today's incident was just a coincidence that led to the current situation. Thinking of what Zhou Jiejia had just said to him, Yang Ming suddenly felt a chill on his back. He connected the previous few wet kisses and Zhou Jiejia's ambiguous attitude toward him. Pa. Yang Ming patted his head. Zhou Jiejia, this chick wouldn't really like me, right? However, this possibility didn't seem to be high. Although Yang Ming thought that his charm wasn't weak, it was only for people who were familiar with him. He and Zhou Jiejia weren't familiar at all. They didn't even talk to each other. How could she like him? The only feeling Yang Ming had right now was that everything was in a mess. Are we going to find Chen Mingyan? Zhang Bin started the car and asked, "Forget it. Where are we going to find it? Send me back to school." Yang Ming sighed. Back to school? Why are you going back to school? Zhang Bin was stunned. I'm going to take a look at my godfather, Yang Ming explained. In fact, Yang Ming wanted to go to Xiao Qing's place to relax. If that's the case, then I won't accompany you. I was very tired yesterday. Zhao Cici and I will find a place to rest. Zhang Bin said. When they arrived at the school, Yang Ming got out of the car and Zhang Bin drove away. Yang Ming first called his parents and told them that he would be back later. Then, he dialed Xiao Qing's number. Hey, Yang Ming, what's the matter? Xiao Qing's voice came over. Sister Xiao Qing, where are you? I'm going to see you. When Yang Ming heard Xiao Qing's voice, his mood suddenly improved a lot. Perhaps, only Xiao Qing wouldn't be suspicious of Yang Ming and wouldn't be jealous of anything. No matter what, she would silently accompany him by his side. Yang Ming suddenly had a feeling that Xiao Qing was the best candidate for his life partner. I'm still at school, in the office. Xiao Qing said, the students are on holiday, but the teachers haven't. That's fine. I'll come and find you. Yang Ming said. When he came to Xiao Qing's office, Xiao Qing was doing a report on the computer. When she saw Yang Ming come in, she smiled and put down the work in her hand. She said to Yang Ming, why aren't you going home during the holiday? What are you doing at school? Isn't it because I miss you? Yang Ming said as he locked the office door. Then, he came to Xiao Qing's side, stood behind her, and hugged her. You're not serious. Why did you lock the door? What if a teacher comes in later? Xiao Qing said. I locked it. How can he come in? Just pretend that you're not in the room. Yang Ming smiled. Aren't you delaying my work? Xiao Qing said helplessly. I still have to be busy for a few days. Why don't you go and find Chen Mingyan? Chen Mingyan? AI, forget it. Don't mention her. Yang Ming smiled bitterly and shook his head. What's wrong? Are you at odds? Xiao Qing looked up and looked at Yang Ming. I say, Yang Ming, you're a big man. Can't you give in to your girlfriend? Do you think everyone has a good temper like me? That's why I like you the most. Yang Ming smiled. Okay, I'm immune to your flowery words. Xiao Qing shook her head. What's wrong with you two? Looking at you like this, it seems to be quite serious. This is really a bit inexplicable. Yang Ming told Xiao Qing the cause and effect of today's incident. Yang Ming, are you still hiding something from me? Tell me more about Zhou Judge's matter in detail. Xiao Qing's keen intuition found the loophole in Yang Ming's words. Yang Ming just mentioned the grievances between him and Zhou Judge in junior high school, but he ignored the misunderstanding of the wet kiss, being in the same room in the hotel, and the water pipe explosion. No wonder Xiao Qing was puzzled. If Zhou Judge was just Yang Ming's junior high school classmate, and they hadn't seen each other for many years, wouldn't it be too sudden for her to suddenly run to Yang Ming and say these things? Between Yang Ming and Xiao Qing, there was naturally nothing to hide. He just hesitated a little, and then he took out all the things that happened between him and Zhou Judge. Xiao Qing listened to Yang Ming's words and frowned for a long time. After a while, she said, Yang Ming, whether you believe it or not, as a woman, I will say my opinion. Sister Xiao Qing, if you have any opinion, just say it. How can I not believe you? Yang Ming said quickly. This isn't a question of whether you believe me or not. I'm just saying the possibility of my analysis, because I can't be particularly sure, but it should be close. Xiao Qing said slowly. Sister Xiao Qing, you say it. Yang Ming nodded. Yang Ming, I think Zhou Judge should really like you, and this relationship should have been for a long time. Xiao Qing sighed and said, I think Zhou Judge started to like you since junior high school. Yang Ming opened his mouth in surprise. Junior high school? She likes me? It's impossible, right? In junior high school, she seemed to be the one who didn't like me. As the study committee member, she always found fault with the homework I handed in. Moreover, she was also the one who quickly told Wu Qiren about my relationship with Suya. She likes me? What a joke. Yang Ming, you may not understand, but I know more about the psychology of students than you do. Xiao Qing said with a smile. Don't forget what I do. I'm a teacher. I have received training in student psychology. In a sense, Zhou Judge should really like you. In junior high school, how would boys and girls show it when they liked each other? If a boy or a girl always found an excuse to find trouble with a classmate of the opposite sex, this shows that he or she likes that classmate. This truth isn't something I said casually, but it's a common psychology of teenagers at that age. If you don't believe it, you can search on the internet. As for you saying that Zhou Judge complained to you and Suya, that's even easier to explain. A little girl's jealousy. She thought that if she complained to you, the teacher would separate you and Suya. Then, wouldn't she have a chance to be with you? Isn't that right, Yang Ming? Anyway, I think so. Xiao Qing analyzed. Yang Ming was stunned as he listened. After a while, he reacted. Sister Xiao Qing, are you telling the truth? Why do I feel that it's so childish? If Zhou Judge really likes me, then her approach will obviously cause me to be disgusted. Do you think a 10-year-old child can do something mature? Xiao Qing said with a smile. Weren't you just as childish? Looking for someone to beat up Zhou Judge? You really did it. You even hit a female classmate. Yang Ming blushed with shame. I was just angry. This is nothing. You actually gave up on yourself because of this matter. Isn't this obviously childish? Your life is your own. What does it have to do with others if you give up on yourself? Wu Qiren probably wanted you to become like this at that time. Xiao Qing was so angry that she didn't expect Yang Ming to do such an impulsive thing in the past. After Xiao Qing said this, Yang Ming was a little embarrassed. Yes, I said that others were childish, but wasn't I very childish in the past? The things of that era, the grievances and disputes of that era, who could figure it out except for the parties? Chapter 517. However, when Yang Ming recalled what Shao Qing had just said, he fell into deep contemplation. I had this feeling before, and now Shao Qing's words confirm my idea. That is, Zhou Jijia likes me. Moreover, according to Shao Qing's analysis, Zhou Jijia likes me for a reason. Yang Ming sighed deeply. If this is the case, then it is really troublesome. Originally, Yang Ming thought that everything Zhou Jijia did was to retaliate against him for finding someone to beat her up. But now, it seemed that it was different. It was really troublesome. Yang Ming never thought about the possibility of him and Zhou Jijia being together. Because it was simply unrealistic, he and Suya obviously couldn't coexist. Moreover, even if he couldn't find Suya in the future, he would always have a knot in his heart with Zhou Jijia. However, after listening to Shao Qing's words, things were completely reversed. Zhou Jijia, who was originally sinister, had become a little girl who was infatuated with him. This made Yang Ming very difficult to accept for a while. If she was an enemy, Yang Ming could still be calm, but now, how could he face Zhou Jijia? It turned out that she really liked me. Otherwise, why didn't she have any objection when I saw her body and kissed her? AI. Yang Ming knocked on his somewhat chaotic brain and sighed. Well, Yang Ming, don't think so much. Let's find an opportunity to explain to Chun Mingyan. Shao Qing advised, let's put Zhou Jijia's matter aside for the time being. That's the only way. Yang Ming began to have a guilty conscience now. It turned out that she didn't know that Zhou Jijia liked him. Then, he could confidently say that Chun Mingyan wronged him. But now, the situation was different. How could Yang Ming be confident? Well, Yang Ming, be happy. Shao Qing said with a smile. What's wrong with that? If more people like you, it proves that you have great charm. Otherwise, I can't like you, a little boy who is so much younger than me. Sister Shao Qing, don't make fun of me. Yang Ming shook his head helplessly. This matter is complicated. Even if Zhou Jijia really likes me, I can't accept her. Why not? Do you think I don't know you? Very fickle. Shao Qing smiled and said, oh, I know. You are afraid that Sue doesn't like her, right? This is one of the aspects. The key problem is that my impression of Zhou Jijia has never changed. Yang Ming nodded and said, how can you change so quickly? Don't you have to take it slow? Yang Ming, I can boldly say that the next time you see Zhou Jijia, I guarantee that there will only be sympathy and love in your eyes. There will definitely be no more disgust and anger. Shao Qing analyzed with certainty. Ugh, let's talk about this later. Yang Ming wanted to avoid this problem now. He didn't know how to face Zhou Jijia. Let's talk about Suya. You rarely mention her to me. Shao Qing saw that Yang Ming looked a little awkward, so she changed the topic. Suya? Hee hee. You know, she's my first love. Yang Ming shook his head helplessly. Since then, we have no contact. However, according to Zhou Jijia, Suya wrote a few letters to me, but they were all kept by Wu Qiren. After I knew about this, I went to look for Wu Qiren. But the letter from that year wasn't anything important. How could Wu Qiren keep it? And Shao Qing nodded after listening. It's okay, Yang Ming. I believe that you will meet again if you're fated. I hope so. Yang Ming smiled bitterly. Right. Your little girlfriend's name is very interesting. It is similar to a popular celebrity today. Shao Qing saw that Yang Ming was unhappy, so she took the initiative to lead the topic to another topic. Yeah, I know. You're talking about Shuya, right? Did you forget? When we were in Hong Kong, I bought a ring from her. Yang Ming reminded her. Oh, yes, I remember when you said that. I was really wondering why you bought a ring from her. It turns out that it is similar to your little girlfriend's name. Shao Qing suddenly said, I was wondering why this Shuya's name was so familiar. Why? Did you see her again these days? Asked Yang Ming. He didn't know why, but Yang Ming was more concerned about this Shuya's news than ordinary celebrities. He didn't know why. Was it because her name was similar to Suya's? Or was it because she had the ring that he gave to Suya? Or was it because he still suspected that she had an inextricable relationship with Suya? There was an intuition that told Yang Ming that this Shuya must have something to do. And don't you know? Shuya is going to hold a national concert tour after the Chinese New Year. Xiao Qing said. There are reports on the internet these days. Really? Concert tour? Is she coming to Songjiang? Yang Ming asked curiously. I don't know if she's coming to Songjiang. After all, we are a city-level city, but she probably has to go to Donghai. Xiao Qing said. When is it? Yang Ming nodded and asked. This is not clear. The specific time arrangement and venue haven't come out yet. Now, there's only a general information on the internet. Xiao Qing explained. So that's the case. Well, Sister Xiao Qing, help me pay attention to this matter. Yang Ming said. Why? Do you have any thoughts about this big celebrity? Xiao Qing asked with a smile. That's not it. I just feel that she seems to have a relationship with Suya. Yang Ming explained. You mean this Suya is your Suya? Xiao Qing listened to Yang Ming's words and asked immediately. This is not it. If you look at her appearance, I am sure that Shuya shouldn't be Suya, because I don't even remember what Suya looks like. Moreover, even if a person grows up, there can't be such a big change. Yang Ming shook his head. However, I still think that this Shuya has a bit of a problem. Suspicious, but you can rest assured. I will help you pay attention to this Shuya. Xiao Qing nodded and didn't ask much. Sometimes, many things were based on intuition, but because of this intuition, it would play an unexpected role at a critical moment. Looking at Xiao Qing's coquettish appearance, Yang Ming suddenly felt that his lower abdomen was burning. AI, this voodoo is really harmful. It has only been a few days, and it has started to make trouble again. It was no wonder. Yang Ming and Qin Mingyan were about to have a good thing yesterday, but it was ruined by the few little punks. Right now, Yang Ming was having a hard time holding it in. Yang Ming quickly closed the curtains and said to Xiao Qing, Sister Xiao Qing, why don't we have an office romance? Xiao Qing was stunned and said quickly, Don't make trouble, Yang Ming. Wait for the night. This is daytime in the office. What if someone comes? It's okay. Who would know if we close the curtains? Yang Ming said with a smile. Besides, isn't there still more than an hour to get off work? That won't work. Aya, Yang Ming, what are you doing? Quickly take your hand away. Xiao Qing exclaimed he. Yang Ming's desire had been provoked. How could he stop just like that? Little rascal, you only know how to bully your sister. Xiao Qing lay lazily on the sofa in the office and leaned her head on Yang Ming's shoulder. Really? I don't think so. Just now. It seemed that you took more initiative, right? Yang Ming smiled evilly. How could that be? Xiao Qing was embarrassed. Wasn't that later? You were the one who coerced me. That's just right. We're even now. Yang Ming patted Xiao Qing's smooth thigh and said, Well, let's get up and clean up. Let's go to your godfather's place for dinner tonight. Xiao Qing shook her head and got up. Lie down for a while. What's the hurry? Yang Ming was also very tired. He didn't sleep well yesterday, and he had just experienced a unique physical labor. Naturally, he wanted to rest. Knock, knock, knock. At this time, there was a sudden knock on the door outside Xiao Qing's office. Quick, quick, get up quickly. Xiao Qing was shocked. She stood up in a panic and put on the clothes on the sofa. What's the hurry? Let me see who it is first. Yang Ming patted Xiao Qing's shoulder and motioned for her to be patient. Xiao Qing rolled her eyes at Yang Ming. She really forgot that Yang Ming had this special ability. Yang Ming looked up at the door and couldn't help but be shocked. Mom! Yang Ming exclaimed. What mom? Who is it? Tell me quickly. Xiao Qing said anxiously. It's not your mom, but also my godmother. Yang Ming smiled bitterly. Chapter 518. Xiao Qing was also shocked. She was clear about Yang Ming's special ability. If Yang Ming said so, then it must be so. So, she hurried to put on her clothes in a panic. Sure enough, Chu Huifang's voice came from the door. Qing Qing, are you there? Why don't you open the door? Why is the door still locked? Shoo! Yang Ming made a silent gesture. As a result, Xiao Qing was a little confused. She actually replied, Mom, you wait for me. I'm sleeping. Oh, this child. So you are here. Okay, then hurry up. Chu Huifang said. Yang Ming sighed. It's over. He whispered with some annoyance. What did you promise? Don't you know how to pretend that no one is here? I didn't think about it. I just casually promised. It was no wonder that she was caught in bed by her mother. Anyone's brain would be a little slow. So, Xiao Qing's subconscious reaction was to respond to her mother's call as soon as possible to prevent her from forcing her step by step. Okay, let's put on our clothes. Yang Ming said helplessly. Since it had come to this, there was no other way. It was important to put on their clothes quickly. The two people hurriedly put on their clothes. Xiao Qing tidied up her messy hair. Just as she was about to open the door, she suddenly reacted. No, Yang Ming is still in the room at the moment. So, she quickly said, Yang Ming, you hide first. Hide? Why? Yang Ming was stunned and didn't react. Didn't I just say that I was sleeping in the room? If I was sleeping, then what were you doing in the room? Xiao Qing said hurriedly. Isn't this to make Mom suspicious? You really? Yang Ming shook his head helplessly. Although he was reluctant, he couldn't do anything. According to Xiao Qing's statement, she was sleeping. It was indeed inappropriate for him to be in the room. Yang Ming looked around and looked for a place to hide. Xiao Qing's office basically had no furnishings. In addition to the desk and a sofa, there were bookshelves and a small wardrobe. It couldn't be helped. Although the wardrobe was small, Yang Ming had to open the door of the wardrobe and go in. Yang Ming smiled bitterly. It turned out that when he saw the people on TV hiding in the wardrobe or under the bed, he thought it was funny, but he didn't expect that he would have such a day. Xiao Qing looked at the wardrobe door. She didn't find any flaws. She walked over and opened the door of the room and whispered, Mom, why are you here? Am I not here to get the bonus? Then, I came to see you on the way. She was also a retired employee of the school. Oh, Xiao Qing nodded and didn't know what to say. Why are you sleeping not last night? Why is your face so red? What's wrong? Do you have a fever? No, I'm just a little sleepy. Mom, I'm fine. Xiao Qing shook her head quickly. What's the matter? Can't I come to see you if I'm fine? Chu Huifang smiled. Look at what you said. Why? Don't you want to invite Mom into the room? Oh, please come in, please come in. Xiao Qing moved aside awkwardly and let Chu Huifang come in. Chu Huifang walked into the room and sniffed the smell in the air. She suddenly frowned and looked at Xiao Qing in confusion. Although she didn't say anything, her eyes were full of puzzlement. Mom, please sit down. I will get you some water. Xiao Qing didn't see Chu Huifang's expression just now. After Chu Huifang sat on the sofa, she quickly went to find a disposable cup to pour water for Chu Huifang. You don't have to be busy. I'm not thirsty. This child, why are you so busy? You were so polite to me. Chu Huifang shook her head and smiled. It's not busy. It's not troublesome. Xiao Qing was now afraid to face Chu Huifang. She was afraid that she would be seen through. Chu Huifang smiled. Qing, are you really okay? I'm fine. Xiao Qing replied guiltily. Mom, I just slept a little hot. I'm really fine. That's good. Chu Huifang nodded. Xiao Qing didn't pay attention here, but Yang Ming, who had sharp eyes, was always paying attention to Chu Huifang's every move. When Chu Huifang entered the room, she seemed to smell something. Yang Ming knew that it wasn't good. After the two people just did it, it was inevitable that there would be a residual smell in the air. Chu Huifang was experienced. How could she not smell it? Yang Ming groaned in his heart. This is going to be a little difficult. I hope that Chu Huifang is just suspicious. She won't get any evidence from Xiao Qing's mouth. Chu Huifang's gaze suddenly stopped on a white thing on the edge of the sofa. Yang Ming's pupils contracted, and his forehead was sweating profusely. This Xiao Qing, why is she so careless? This is over. Let's see how you explain it. That white thing was actually Xiao Qing's underwear. Isn't she too careless? She actually forgot her underwear when she was putting on her clothes. Chu Huifang reached out and picked up the underwear that was thrown on the sofa, and then said, "Ching Ching, what are you doing? Why are your underwear thrown in the office?" Ah. Xiao Qing was shocked by Chu Huifang's words. The disposable paper cup in her hand almost fell to the ground, but she also said calmly, "Mom, I'm going to take it home to wash. Just give it to me. Forget it. Mom will take it home to wash." Chu Huifang said as she wanted to fold the underwear and put it in the bag. She didn't want to reach out and touch it. The underwear was actually sticky and slippery. Chu Huifang picked up the underwear and looked, but she found that there was still some crystal liquid left on it. "Mom." Xiao Qing was stunned on the spot. "God, what did I do?" Not to mention that I actually forgot to put on my underwear, because I was already emotional when I hugged Yang Ming just now. It was inevitable. The mother and daughter were so embarrassed on the spot. Yang Ming's heart was hanging in the air. Yang Ming thought, "Xiao Qing, you must not admit anything. If you really can't, you could just admit that you were watching an adult film just now." Ching Ching. In the end, Chu Huifang hesitated to speak. After all, she was old and experienced, so she wasn't as embarrassed as Xiao Qing. "Mom, this is in..." Xiao Qing's face was red, and she was somewhat incoherent. Although she was already 30 years old, in fact, in front of Chu Huifang, she was almost like a child. "Come, Ching Ching, sit next to Mom. Let's have a heart-to-heart talk." Chu Huifang waved to Xiao Qing. "Oh, what are we talking about?" Xiao Qing sat next to Chu Huifang with trepidation. "Just a casual chat. Your dad isn't here. It's just us mother and daughter. There are no outsiders." Chu Huifang calmed down her mind and smiled. "Although we're not biological mother and daughter, we are almost the same. There is nothing to avoid." Xiao Qing didn't dare to say more and just nodded slightly. "Ching Ching, don't be nervous. You tell Mom. Just now, were you doing that?" Chu Huifang grabbed Xiao Qing's hand and asked kindly. "What? Do that. Do that." Xiao Qing was scared. Could it be that my mother really saw something? No. Yang Ming hid it very well. Mom wasn't a psychic like Yang Ming. She couldn't see through the closet to see if there was a hidden person. Hee, don't be nervous. Don't be embarrassed." Chu Huifang shook her head. "Ching Ching, you are 30 this year, right? What is there to be embarrassed about? You're like a child. Well, if you don't want to say it, then Mom will say it for you. Then you say it." If Xiao Qing said it herself, she wouldn't say it even if she was beaten to death. Now, she could only take one step at a time. "Ching Ching, what is this thing on the underwear?" Chu Huifang took the underwear and pointed out to Xiao Qing. "This." Xiao Qing only felt that her face was burning. "Ching Ching, in fact, there's nothing to say. It's not like Mom hasn't been young and impulsive before." Chu Huifang said seriously, "We women also have normal physiological needs sometimes." Xiao Qing was still confused. She didn't know whether Chu Huifang was going to criticize her or comfort her. She had to be silent and listen quietly. Yang Ming was about to collapse in the closet. What is Godmother doing? Chapter 519. This Xiao Qing is too much. Why are you so hesitant? Can't you just make up a reason directly and confidently? Do you need to act like a thief? However, Yang Ming was also anxious and couldn't help. He couldn't jump out of the closet to help Xiao Qing explain, right? That would be even more screwed. Therefore, as a last resort, Yang Ming had to bite the bullet and watch the mother and daughter talk in the closet. He hoped that they could end this topic as soon as possible. Otherwise, Yang Ming would really collapse. "Ching Ching, I think it's fine even if you need it. Just look, you don't have a sink in your room. Have you washed your hands? Are your hands clean? Don't be unhygienic and contract any gynecological diseases. That would be bad," Chu Huifang said earnestly. "And when you do this, you can't be in the office. Fortunately, it's Mom who came in today. What if it were someone else? That would have a bad influence." When Xiao Qing heard this, she understood what Chu Huifang meant. She misunderstood. She thought that I just did in the office, while she was glad. Her face was very embarrassed. It was clearly not the case, but he had no choice but to admit that he was wrong. So she had to say, Mom, I won't do it next time. Hee hee, Mom didn't mean to blame you. Chu Huifang saw that Xiao Qing was like a child who made a mistake. She couldn't help but laugh. Mom means that if you really want to, then it's not a big deal to do it by yourself. You just have to pay attention to the occasion and hygiene. Of course, you have to pay attention to the number of times. Don't do it too often, but you can't do it without. Xiao Qing broke into a sweat. Mom is too powerful, right? How can she say this to me? You're 30, right? Mom was also at your age. I know these things very well. Chu Huifang said, but Mom still thinks that you should find a boyfriend. Even if you don't get married, two people together are better than you are now. This isn't necessary. I don't want to find a boyfriend. Xiao Qing said awkwardly. Qing, Mom didn't know about these things, so I didn't force you to have a boyfriend. But now it's different. Since Mom knows, then it's definitely my duty. Chu Huifang said solemnly, it's my fault. I've neglected your feelings all these years. I always thought that you were still a child. I didn't expect that you're already 30. You're a mature woman. It's normal for you to have such thoughts. Mom, it's not as serious as you said. I will handle it myself. Xiao Qing had to say. How are you going to deal with it? Just like just now? Chu Huifang shook her head and said, how can that be? Qing, there are no outsiders here. Mom will tell you in a low voice. Actually, the feeling between you and a man is completely different. If you can't release yourself, it will harm your body and make you feel uncomfortable. Listen to Mom and find a boyfriend. If there is no suitable one, Mom will introduce one to you. Mom, Xiao Qing was now sweating profusely. She was forced to be helpless. She almost said that she had a boyfriend. Yang Ming was sweating even more. He didn't expect Godmother to actually say these words, but it was normal when he thought about it. Godmother regarded Xiao Qing as her own daughter. Now, wasn't she advising her? It was just that things weren't what she thought. Actually, what? Qing, it's not that Mom wants to scold you, but look at how much you need it now. You can even do it in the office. Chu Huifang saw that Xiao Qing didn't listen to her advice, and her tone gradually became stern. If you didn't have such a strong desire, how could you be like this in the office? You must be like this because you can't help it, right? And this shouldn't be the first time, right? Xiao Qing almost fainted on the spot. She scolded Yang Ming, this little bastard, in her heart. He almost killed her sister. Is there anyone who does what you do? Next time, I will definitely not agree to do it with him in places other than the apartment. So, I think it's time to find you a boyfriend. This matter is very important. Chu Huifang saw that Xiao Qing didn't speak, so she continued to say, Qing, it's okay if you do it once or twice, but it won't be good for a long time. It's easy to be tired of life and resist marriage. What's more, it will have an impact on your future life. You will become autistic, and your personality will be distorted. The consequences will be serious. Xiao Qing widened her eyes and looked at Chu Huifang incredulously. Mom, I can't. Why can't you? Have you forgotten what your mom studied? She studied psychology. I know this very well. Chu Huifang said, really, in the long run, the consequences will be very serious. Yang Ming was completely convinced this time. He almost sat paralyzed in the closet. Godmother is really too strong. Personality distortion. Tired of life. Isn't this too outrageous? And I think you have a bit of this tendency now. You don't even tell Mom the truth. Qing, to be honest, your current situation is very dangerous. You belong to the category of borderline teenagers. When Chu Huifang talked about psychology, she had an occupational disease and began to talk nonstop. Mom, I'm really not as serious as you said. I just occasionally. Xiao Qing saw that Chu Huifang was getting scarier and scarier, so she quickly stopped her. Yang Ming was in the closet. When he heard the words just now, he must be laughing his head off. Is it really just occasionally? Chu Huifang asked with some disbelief. Really? Xiao Qing said quickly. Well, if it's occasionally, then it's okay. But next time, you have to pay attention to control yourself. Don't do it too often. 3 or 4 times a month will be fine. Chu Huifang said. And okay, I understand. Xiao Qing nodded quickly. Also pay attention to the time, occasion, and hygiene, Chu Huifeng said. I know, Mom. Let's go home. Xiao Qing's face was burning. It's all this damn Yang Ming's fault. Well, let's go home. Chu Huifeng shook her head and said, Look at you sweating all over. Don't catch a cold. I will find some clothes for you to wear. As Chu Huifeng said this, she stood up and walked in the direction of the closet. She was going to open the closet door to get clothes for Xiao Qing. Mom! Xiao Qing stood up abruptly and rushed in front of Chu Huifeng, blocking her way. Mom, I will find it myself. You should rest. This child, Chu Huifeng, was somewhat inexplicable. Then you find it yourself? What other secrets do you have? No, nothing. Chu Huifeng's casual words scared Xiao Qing. She subconsciously replied vaguely. And Chu Huifeng was also a very shrewd person. She immediately heard the strangeness in Xiao Qing's words. She frowned and then looked at Xiao Qing suspiciously. Qing, are you hiding something from Mom? No, how can it be? Xiao Qing blamed herself for being impatient. I'm not like this usually. What happened today? Then you open the closet and let Mom see inside. Chu Huifeng hesitated and said, Mom, are you suspecting me? Xiao Qing said stubbornly. Of course, she wouldn't agree to open the closet door. If Chu Huifeng saw that Yang Ming was inside, then she and Yang Ming would be finished. I'm not suspecting you. I'm just looking around, Chu Huifeng said. Mom, what do you want to see? Xiao Qing simply cut off all means of retreat and said, Do you think I can hide a man in the room? Hee, that's not it. I'm just afraid that you are hiding something else, such as the utensils. Chu Huifeng really didn't suspect that Xiao Qing hid a man in the closet. She just suspected that Xiao Qing hid some utensils in it. So Chu Huifeng wanted to see what it was. It better not be harmful to the body. Mom, look at what you said. How can I hide that kind of thing? Why don't you take a look? Xiao Qing deliberately took a step back. Forget it. Since you said so, then I won't look. You quickly change your clothes. Chu Huifeng thought about it and decided to leave some face for Xiao Qing. After all, her daughter was already 30 years old. She had her own privacy. Xiao Qing had to open the closet this time. She also knew that although Chu Huifeng said that she wouldn't look, she would still be worried. If she didn't open the closet, she would be more suspicious. Therefore, she prayed that Yang Ming wouldn't stand at the door. He must hide behind the clothes. Chapter 520. Sure enough, when Xiao Qing opened the closet door, Chu Huifeng intentionally or unintentionally glanced into the closet. When she didn't see anything, she was relieved and no longer suspicious. Xiao Qing also breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed that Yang Ming hid very well and didn't reveal any flaws. Xiao Qing took out a large windbreaker and deliberately left the door of the closet open. Chu Huifeng looked for a long time this time, but she didn't see any clues. Let's go, Mom. Let's go home. Xiao Qing put on the coat and then closed the closet. Okay, let's go. Chu Huifeng glanced at the office again and then went out with Xiao Qing. Yang Ming waited for a long time until there was no movement in the room. Then he opened the closet door and walked out. He took a breath. The smell of the mothballs in the closet wasn't very flattering. Not long after, Yang Ming's cell phone rang. He received a short message from Xiao Qing, telling him to lock the door when he left and then pretend that nothing happened to come to his godmother's house for dinner. Yang Ming smiled and shook his head. He looked at the room and didn't leave any flaws. Then he went out, locked the office door, and went downstairs. Yang Ming didn't immediately go to Lu Weishan's place. Instead, he strolled around the campus twice before coming to his godfather's house. Chu Huifeng naturally didn't have any doubts, and Xiao Qing's face returned to normal. Obviously, she had explained to Chu Huifeng clearly. Moreover, because Lu Weishan was present, it was impossible to discuss the topic between these women. Yang Ming had dinner at his godfather's house and left with Xiao Qing. Chu Huifeng also specifically told Yang Ming that he must send Xiao Qing to the door of the apartment corridor. It was dark at night, and the students were on holiday. She was afraid that it wouldn't be safe. Of course, Yang Ming agreed to it. When they arrived at Xiao Qing's apartment, Xiao Qing took a long sigh of relief. She patted her chest and said, I was scared to death today. I was almost caught by my mother. Isn't it because you're nervous? Yang Ming smiled and said, but it's quite interesting. Godmother misunderstood that you were doing it yourself. You're still talking? Xiao Qing rolled her eyes at Yang Ming and said, it's all your fault. You had to play some kind of office romance. Isn't it great now? We were almost done for. Hee. Then I won't play in the future. Otherwise, Godmother will say that you don't care about the occasion, place, and hygiene. Yang Ming smiled evilly. You really pissed me off. Xiao Qing was helpless for a while, of course. It was impossible for Yang Ming not to go home at night. He had already told his family that he would go back a little later. But this and not going back were two different concepts. So, after Yang Ming and Xiao Qing were done, he went home. Today, Zhou Jieji and Chun Mingyin's matter made him a little anxious. His mood was not very good, but at Xiao Qing's place, he had a good time. Yang Ming also temporarily forgot the pain. When he came to the school gate, Yang Ming suddenly found a very familiar figure standing in the cold wind and stopping a taxi. Yang Ming's heart tightened. He had a very strange impulse. Sister Ing, Yang Ming whispered softly. Zhao Ing heard Yang Ming shout and turn around abruptly. Her eyes couldn't help but show a touch of joy. Yang Ming, why are you here? Isn't it a holiday? I participated in a university winter camp. It just ended today. Yang Ming said, what about you, Sister Ing? Where are you going so late? I'm going back to my hometown for the new year. Zhao Ing said, the train ticket is at 11 o'clock. I didn't expect it to be so difficult to stop a taxi. Yang Ming looked at the time. Sure enough, it was now 9:30. If she delayed a little longer, it was hard to say if she could catch the train. So he said, I'll think of a way. You don't have to bother, right? Zhao Ing felt a little embarrassed. If you have something to do, you can go first. I'll stop for a while. How can that be? This matter can't be delayed. Yang Ming glanced at Zhao Ing in the evening wind. He took off his coat with some pity and put it on her. Zhao Ing was stunned. This is such a familiar action. Once upon a time, Yang Ming also put a coat on me like this. Well, that was when he was in high school, one night of tutoring. Thinking of the events in high school, Zhao Ing couldn't help but think of the sweetness of the past. They ate at the food stall together, faced the bad guys together, took the taxi together, and were treated as a couple by the driver. What a beautiful memory. Zhao Ing couldn't help but be infatuated. She fell into the boundless memory. Yang Ming didn't have time to recall those. He took out his mobile phone, opened the phone book, and hesitated. Who should I call? Zhang Bin? At this time, he must be having fun with Zhao Cixi. Yang Ming didn't want to bother him. Who else is left? Ho Shenhan. These days, he was studying the negotiations with Guijin Biao. He must be very busy. Yang Ming didn't want to look for him at this time of the storm. As for the rest, all right, Yang Ming suddenly saw a name in the phone book. His face lit up. Sun Kuan. How could I forget about him? So, Yang Ming quickly dialed Sun Kuan's number. Hello. After a while, Sun Kuan's phone call was connected. Yang Ming, right? What's the matter? I'm driving. Oh, Brother Kuan, aren't you working the day shift? Why are you working the night shift? Asked Yang Ming. This is not necessarily true. Hee. Sun Kuan laughed. Brother Kuan, where are you? Asked Yang Ming. I just came out of the train station and sent a guest off. Sun Kuan said, I'm going back. This is the case, Brother Kuan. I have something to trouble you with. Yang Ming said, my friend is in a hurry to go to the train station. Can you send us there? No problem. Where are you? What's the trouble? Sun Kuan promised. We're at the entrance of Songjiang Industry University. Yang Ming said, okay, wait for me. I'll be there in 10 minutes. Sun Kuan hung up the phone after he finished. You don't have to trouble him, right? Zhao Ing asked with some embarrassment. It's okay. Yang Ming said with a smile. Yes, you know this person too. Who? Asked Zhao Ing. You'll know when you come. Yang Ming smiled mysteriously, pretending to be mysterious. Zhao Ing shrugged. How was the final exam? You didn't fail, right? Of course not. I'm still Sister Ying's favorite student. How can I embarrass sistering? Yang Ming laughed. You're not serious. But it's good that you didn't fail. It's troublesome to retake the exam. Zhao nodded. Sistering, where is your hometown? Why haven't I heard you mention it before? Asked Yang Ming. My hometown is in S City. It's far from here. Zhao Ying said, my home is in a mountain village. It's relatively remote. Oh, that's good. If I have the chance, I'll go there. Yang Ming nodded. The environment there must be good, right? It's okay. Zhao Ying nodded. If you want to go, then I'll take you back this summer. Okay, right, sistering. How many days are you going back? Yang Ming asked casually. I'm only going back for a few days. Our graduate program is different from yours. I have to rush back on the first day of Chinese New Year. I have a business project to do. Zhao Ying said helplessly, so you don't have to miss me. We'll meet again soon. You're back so early? Yang Ming was stunned. It's really tough. Right, Sister Ying. Songjiang's Chinese New Year Temple Fair is very interesting. If you come back on the first day of Chinese New Year, you'll have a chance to see it. Yeah, I've heard about it a long time ago. I used to stay at home until the 15th before coming back, so I haven't had the chance to see the temple fair here. But I came back early this year. There should be a chance. Zhao Ying nodded and said, That's great. Call me when you come back. I'll take you to the temple fair. Yang Ming smiled and said, There are a lot of fun things in the temple fair. It's a promise. Zhao Ying smiled. Her heart was full of expectations. Sure enough, Yang Ming and Zhao Ying didn't talk much. Sun Kuan's car came and stopped in front of Yang Ming and Zhao Ying, honking the horn. Sister Ying, get in the car. Yang Ming picked up Zhao Ying's luggage on the ground and put it in the trunk of the car. He sat in the back seat of the car with Zhao Ying. Brother Kuan, you're quite fast, Yang Ming said after he got in the car. Thank you so much. What are you thanking me for? Sun Kuan waved his hand and suddenly saw Zhao Ying. He was stunned. This is, you are. Zhao Ying also recognized Sun Kuan. Huh, little sister, I recognize you. You and little brother Yang are both my guests. Sun Kuan laughed. Chapter 521. In the evening, in the study of the Wang family's villa, Wang Shifan sat in the boss chair behind the desk and looked at Wang Jitao standing in front of him. Jitao, why are you still so impulsive? Wang Shifan said with some disappointment. Dad, I can't bear it anymore. If I don't do something, am I still a man? Wang Jitao said while gritting his teeth. I don't object to you doing something, but you threatened to kill Yang Ming in public. If something really happened to him, wouldn't you be the first suspect? Wang Shifan scolded. I'm sorry, Dad. I was impulsive. Wang Jitao bowed his head and said, Jitao, but you can rest assured that Dad will give you justice for today's matter. Wang Shifan was now different from the past. Since he killed Sudaji, he had become a little arrogant. Killing one person was also killing. Killing two people was naturally also killing. He didn't care. Thank you, Dad, but Zhou Jia... Wang Jitao still couldn't bear to part with Zhou Jia. Wang Shifan sighed. Love is the key to love. However, he was also very optimistic about the relationship between Wang Jitao and Zhou Jia. If Wang Jitao and Zhou Jia could really be together, then even if he committed a crime in the future, he could rest assured. Don't worry, Jitao. I will also work on Zhou Jiajia's side to ensure that she will become the daughter-in-law of our Wang family. Really? That's great. Dad, thank you so much. Wang Jitao was overjoyed. Over there, Yang Ming still didn't know that the Wang father and son had begun to plot against him. This was indeed a bit of a pity. If Yang Ming knew, he would definitely laugh. He was worried that he didn't have a reason to deal with the Wang father and son. The two of them jumped out themselves. Well, since they were looking for death, then they couldn't blame him. After sending Zhao Ying to the train station, Yang Ming returned home in Sun Kuan's car. His parents had already rested. Yang Ming tiptoed back to his room. It was a silent night. The next morning, Yang Ming followed the prior agreement and rushed to Zhang Jiefan's company with Zhang Bin. Uncle Zhang, Yang Ming nodded politely to Zhang Jiafang. How is the company planning? I'm here today is to talk to both of you. Then, and, Dad, why do you have to be so formal? Can't we just talk in your office? Zhang Bing said indifferently. Be serious. Zhang Jiafang reprimanded. You're going to start your own business. How can you be so indecent? You have to be more mature in the future. Look at Yang Ming. He's much more mature than you. Yes. Zhang Bin slanted his mouth. He didn't dare to say anything more. He sat at the table and waited for Zhang Jiafang to say something. I'm almost done with the company's procedures, but we still need a better office location. Zhang Jiafang said. Uncle Zhang, can't we just find a random office location? Can't we just find one like yours? Yang Ming asked. This is fine, but it doesn't have any advantage. My idea is that you should do it well. It's best if you find a building with both upper and lower floors. The location has to be good. This way, the lower floor is the shop, and the upper floor is the company. It's killing two birds with one stone. Zhang Jiafang explained. Moreover, I won't hide it from you too. Zhang Bing's mother and I don't actually have any feelings for each other. Marriages in that era were just arranged by others. If they were pleasing to the eye, they would get married. So, I don't want her to know if I do anything. Zhang Bin's mother is also a jealous person. Yang Ming and Zhang Bin looked at each other and smiled. The reason why Zhang Jiafang didn't hide it from them was very simple. When he was in Yunnan, Yang Ming and Zhang Bin knew about his own matters. It was useless to hide it now, so he might as well say it out loud. If that's the case, Yang Ming fell into deep thought. Zhang Bin and I will look for it. But such a place shouldn't be easy to find. The location is also very important. It has to be in a bustling area. Such a house must be in high demand. It's hard to get it in a short time. You're right. I also arranged for my secretary to look at the bustling areas of Songjiang, but I didn't find a suitable place. Zhang Jiafang said, there are small shops, but you have to be famous and high quality. That kind of small shop is too petty. Dad, do you want me and Yang Ming to drive out for a while? It's before the new year. Many shops are closing at this time. Maybe we can find a suitable place. Zhang Bin suggested. That's true. Well, you and Yang Ming will discuss the location in a while. Zhang Jiafang nodded. There's one more thing. I met with Elder Lu before. Elder Lu suggested that we hire a European designer for our shop. Here are a few names for me. Then, please. This kind of thing can't be sloppy. Yang Ming nodded. It doesn't matter if the remuneration is high. I understand this, but now it's not the problem of the remuneration. It's the problem of whether the designer is willing to come. You're just a jewelry company that hasn't been established yet. Although Elder Lu's name is there, the other party may not believe it. Zhang Jiafang said, I did make a call to communicate, but the other party is still skeptical. He asked us to send a representative to discuss in detail. It's not wrong for the other party to be cautious. Then let's go. Yang Ming smiled and said, Is he asking me and Zhang Bin to go? Of course, it's the two of you. Who else can it be? Your godfather is so old. It's not good to torture him. My company is too busy. Zhang Jiafang smiled and said, After the new year, I will apply for passports for both of you. Yang Ming and Zhang Bin didn't have any objection to this. While they were working, it was also good to go out for a trip. At noon, they had a working lunch at Zhang Jiafang's place. In the afternoon, Yang Ming and Zhang Bin went out to find the company's location. The two of them first went around a few bustling streets not far from here. They didn't find any stores for rent or exchange. So, the two of them went to the Songjiang commercial street that was further from here. This place isn't bad. Zhang Bin pointed at an empty two-story building. Yang Ming was stunned. This is a commercial street. How can there be an empty house? I remember the last time I went shopping with Chen Yin, I didn't see an empty shop. However, Yang Ming suddenly patted his forehead and suddenly remembered. This seems to be a real estate company's sales office. The last time I came here with Chen Yin, there seemed to be a sales ceremony happening here. Oh, what real estate company? Zhang Bin immediately asked, Let's find this real estate company. Ask them if they're selling this place. Yang Ming nodded. Zhang Bin was right. This matter shouldn't be delayed. This is a golden shop. If it was robbed by someone, it would be regrettable. As they spoke, the two of them began to inquire about which real estate company this sales office belonged to. After a long time, they found out that it belonged to a company called Xinheng Real Estate. The Xinheng department store, not far away, was their company's property. Yang Ming and Zhang Bin couldn't help but be speechless. The strength of this company was really not small. However, even though they were speechless, they still had to do something. The two of them dialed 114 to find out the company's office address and went straight there. Wu Zhongjie did very well in the final exam this time. He went from the last few to the second best in the class. This made Wu Zhongjie's parents so happy that they couldn't close their mouths. When they asked him what reward he wanted, Wu Zhongjie looked at his parents coldly and directly threw out a sentence. When did you really care about me? When my grades are bad, you complain. When my grades are good, you want to reward me. Are there parents like you? You never ask me why my grades are not good, and you never ask why my grades are better. Isn't it because the tutor, Teacher Yang, taught well? Wu Zhongjie's mother said, You can rest assured. I will invite him to teach next semester. Wu Zhongjie snorted. You invite? Brother Yang might not necessarily come. Would Brother Yang be interested in this tutor's money? Isn't it because of Sister Jiyun that he can come to substitute for me? Okay, then you invite him. I don't want other rewards. I just want this reward. Wu Zhongjie wanted to find Yang Ming to learn the skill of opening the door without the key, but when he called Yang Ming a few days ago, Yang Ming directly declined. At that time, Yang Ming was busy with Wu Qiren's matter in Donghai. He was so busy. How could he have time to play with Wu Zhongjie, this little brat? Chapter 522. So Yang Ming rejected Wu Zhongjie with a few words and told him that he had something to do and was busy. Wu Zhongjie wasn't happy. He said that Yang Ming didn't fulfill his promise, so he wanted to call Lin Jiyun to complain. Yang Ming was amused. He handed the phone directly to Lin Jiyun, who was next to him, and let Wu Zhongjie complain. Wu Zhongjie really didn't know what to do this time. He knew that Yang Ming really had something to do, so he had to give up. Today, he came to his father's company again to discuss hiring Yang Ming as a tutor. However, Wu Zhongjie's father, Wu Fugui, was very busy today. After listening to Wu Zhongjie's words, he waved his hand and asked his secretary to deposit 50,000 yuan in his card. Then, he said, The money is given to you. You go and find it yourself. I don't want any money. Is this how you do things for me? Wu Zhongjie looked a little unhappy. I'm so busy today. Isn't it to accumulate a family business for you in the future? Wu Fugui said impatiently. Okay, you go and play by yourself. This is what you said. Next time when I'm the last in the class, don't be angry. Wu Zhongjie said calmly. What's wrong with you, child? Wu Fugui frowned. I can't find the person you asked me to find. I'm busy today. How can I find the person you mentioned? Although Wu Fugui loved his son very much, it wasn't his concern for him. It was more of a materialistic concern. If his son wanted to buy something, he would buy it no matter how much it cost. No matter how much money he wanted, he would give it without hesitation. He wouldn't frown for tens of thousands or hundreds of thousands. But now his son asked him to do a very troublesome thing. He was a little impatient. Before this, he didn't inquire about it. He asked his secretary to find several tutors, but he couldn't contact the college student named Yang Ming. In his opinion, what was the difference? If he couldn't find this person, then find another person. Can't you find a good tutor with money? Okay, don't regret it. Wu Zhongjie was annoyed. His father only knew how to give him money when he saw him. Other than that, he only asked about his grades. He didn't ask about his private life at all. This child, Wu Fugui, shook his head, but didn't take it seriously. In his opinion, giving his son more money was already showing his care and love for him. Wu Zhongjie stormed out of his father's office. Yang Ming and Zhang Bin arrived at the headquarters of Xinheng Real Estate Company and were directly stopped by the lady at the front desk. May I ask who you two are looking for? Although the question was polite, it was very serious. There was a sense of oppression from a big company. However, what kind of people had Yang Ming not seen before? He didn't even show his fear in front of the world's top assassin, let alone a receptionist. However, Zhang Bin was different. Seeing that the other party had asked such a formal question, he was a little hesitant. "Hello. We are here to buy a house," Yang Ming said unhurriedly. "Buy a house? Sorry, sir, we don't sell houses directly here. Every building has a sales office. If you're interested in a building, I will give you the phone number of the sales office," said the receptionist. "We don't want that kind of commercial housing, but we want to buy a retail house." Yang Ming explained. Commercial services are also sold together with the sales office. "Which commercial service do you fancy?" asked the receptionist. "No, the place we are looking at is a retail house in the commercial street. It used to be your company's sales office. It is now empty. I want to buy it." Yang Ming shook his head and said, "You want to buy a sales office?" The receptionist looked at Yang Ming strangely and said, "I really haven't seen this before." "Then, please wait a moment. I will ask our supervisor to confirm." Yang Ming nodded, and the receptionist began to make a call. After a while, the receptionist said, "You wait a moment. In a while, our sales staff will come and talk to you. You can rest on the sofa over there first." Not long after, a tall and thin man came out of the elevator. After he said a few words to the receptionist, he went straight to Yang Ming's side. "Hello, I am the deputy manager of the sales department. My surname is Wang." The thin and tall man introduced himself. Yang Ming quickly stood up and shook hands with him. Then the two sat side by side on the sofa in the reception area at the door. "Hello, Manager Wang. Your company's receptionist should have already said it, right? We are interested in buying a sales office of your company," Yang Ming said straightforwardly. "Well, you can tell me specifically. Which sales office do you want to buy?" Deputy Manager Wang nodded and asked. "We are interested in the sales office on the commercial street, the one on the second floor." Yang Ming said, "Oh, that place? I know." Deputy Manager Wang frowned and said, "There is no plan to sell this sales office yet. Moreover, our company should have other uses for the location of the shop." "I see." Yang Ming couldn't help but be a little disappointed. However, if they weren't going to sell, he couldn't force them to sell, right? "Would you like to leave your phone number first? I will contact you after I ask for instructions," Deputy Manager Wang said again. When Yang Ming heard Deputy Manager Wang's tone, he knew that the matter seemed to be impossible. He was just being polite by asking him to leave his contact information. The hope was close to slim. "Deputy Manager Wang, can you ask for instructions now? We are really sincere by it. The price is negotiable." Yang Ming also really liked the location of the shop. The price didn't matter. After all, it was a one-time investment. "Well," Deputy Manager Wang hesitated. He also knew that if that place was really sold, the price would definitely be in the tens of millions. His commission would definitely be substantial. Therefore, Deputy Manager Wang directly called his superior, the sales manager. However, the sales manager couldn't make the decision, so he called the chairman of Xinheng. After a while of the secretary's transfer, Deputy Manager Wang contacted the chairman of the company. "Chairman Wu, I'm Little Wang from the sales department," said Deputy Manager Wang. "And what's the matter?" Wu Fuguwei asked straightforwardly. "This is the case. There's a customer who wants to buy our sales office on the commercial street. Are we selling it?" Deputy Manager Wang asked. "Sales office?" Wu Fuguwei frowned. "That hasn't been priced yet, right? Even if it is sold, it has to be discussed after a meeting. Besides, don't we still have a building nearby to sell next year? We can't sell it yet." "Oh, I got it. Chairman Wu." Deputy Manager Wang saw that the chairman didn't intend to sell it for the time being, so he gave up asking. Although he saw a lot of money floating away in front of him, he couldn't do anything about it. Hanging up the phone, Deputy Manager Wang shrugged and said, "Sorry, sir. I made you wait for a long time. Our chairman doesn't intend to sell it for the time being." "Well, then sorry to bother you." Yang Ming nodded. He knew that it was useless to talk to this Deputy Manager Wang. He was a small character. He couldn't change the decision of the upper management. Yang Ming was now thinking in his heart.
Should I let Ho Jin Han do some activities? But now Yang Ming wanted to do a legitimate business. He didn't want to use some abnormal underhanded means. If it was just to build a relationship, it should be possible. If it was coercion, then it wasn't necessary. Yang Ming and Zhang Bin were about to leave, but they suddenly heard a familiar voice behind them. Brother Yang. Yang Ming turned around and saw Wu Zhongjie running toward him with a depressed face. Brother Yang, why are you here? I'm here to do something. What about you? Why are you here? Yang Ming asked, baffled. Don't mention it. Wu Zhongjie shook his head. Right, Brother Yang, what are you doing here? Is there anything I can help with? Hee. I just took a fancy to a commercial building. It's the property of Xinheng Real Estate, but they don't seem to have plans to sell it. Yang Ming smiled and shook his head. What's the use of asking so much? Where is it? I'll ask for you. Wu Zhongjie asked casually. Yang Ming didn't care, but Deputy Manager Wang on the other side had widened his eyes. He was full of surprise. He naturally knew Wu Zhongjie's identity, but he didn't expect Yang Ming and Wu Zhongjie to know each other. It seemed that their relationship was very good. That was strange. Why didn't this Yang Ming mention that he knew the chairman's young master? But he also knew that there was no place for him to interrupt, so he just watched respectfully. Chapter 5:23. Yang Ming saw the look of Deputy Manager Wang on the side. His heart was moved. He suddenly remembered that Wu Zhongjie seemed to have told him before that his father opened a real estate company. Could it be? Yang Ming quietly told Wu Zhongjie the location of the shop on the commercial street. Wu Zhongjie didn't say anything after listening. He went directly to the front desk and picked up the internal phone. The receptionist didn't stop him at all. Yang Ming's heart was more certain of his thoughts. Hello, connect me to my dad's call. Wu Zhongjie said casually. It didn't take long for Wu Fugui's voice to come from the phone. Son, why are you calling Dad again? Are you ready to reconcile with Dad? Wu Fugui thought that his son wanted to reconcile with him. He was a little happy. Generally speaking, Wu Zhongjie rarely took the initiative to call him. Dad, I want to talk to you about something. Do you have an empty sales office on the commercial street? Wu Zhongjie asked directly. Yes. Why are you asking this? Wu Fugui was somewhat inexplicable. Deputy Manager Wang just asked this. Why is my son asking this? What's so special about the sales office? I'll sell it for you. Wu Zhongjie's words were shocking. What? Wu Fugui was puzzled. He said, Son, what did you say? You sold it? What's going on? Are you joking with me? Do you think I have time to joke with you? Wu Zhongjie said impatiently. Do you not want to talk to me? Then forget it. Treat it as if I didn't make this call. Wait. Wu Fugui smiled bitterly and said, Then you have to tell me what's going on? Nothing much. A friend of mine wants to buy it. I'm going to sell it to him. Wu Zhongjie said, just one sentence. Are you selling it or not? If you sell it, I will take back what I said in the office. If you don't sell it, you have to bear the consequences. Wu Fugui's head was full of black lines. He thought, Little ancestor, aren't you forcing me to sell it? However, for Wu Fugui, it really didn't matter whether he sold it or not. Since his precious son could repair the relationship with him, he could do whatever he wanted. Even if his son wanted to tear down the house, he would send him a few bulldozers. Thinking of this, Wu Fugui said, Okay, do whatever you want. You can sell it. As for how much it would cost, Wu Fugui didn't care. He really didn't lack that bit of money. All right, that's settled then. By the way, how much is the store? Give me a discount. Wu Zhongjie also knew that if he gave it to Yang Ming, he wouldn't accept it. He might as well sell it at cost price. No one would suffer a loss. Well, I don't know the details. You call for downstairs, right? Can you see if Xiao Wang from the sales department is here? Tell him to answer the phone. Wu Fugui said. You mean Manager Wang? Wait a minute. Wu Zhongjie glanced at Yang Ming and shouted, Manager Wang, a phone call. Deputy Manager Wang naturally knew who Wu Zhongjie was calling, so when Wu Zhongjie called him, he ran over. Hello. Deputy Manager Wang picked up the phone respectfully. Director Wu. I understand. Okay. You can rest assured. Deputy Manager Wang understood what Director Wu meant, which was to calculate the approximate cost price of the store. Although in this way, his commission was almost gone, Deputy Manager Wang didn't care now. If he could work for the chairman and the young master, he might become the chairman's confidant. So this kind of opportunity wasn't available to everyone. So, Deputy Manager Wang went to do this for Yang Ming in a flattering manner. Wu Zhongjie also finished his business, so he began to talk to Yang Ming about tutoring. "Brother Yang, when are you going to play with me?" asked Wu Zhongjie. Yang Ming sweated after listening. This kid treats tutoring as playing with him. However, this was good enough. Learning through playing was the best way to achieve the best results. "You see how busy I am today. Do you still need me to tutor you?" Yang Ming smiled bitterly. "Don't you like those little skills? When I have time, I'll teach you how to pick locks." "No, Brother Yang, I feel very happy to be with you. You are much better than my parents. You taught me a lot of useful principles." Wu Zhongjie said seriously this time. Yang Ming looked at the child who was much younger than him and couldn't help but sigh. "Wu Zhongjie, this child is really pitiful." So he said helplessly, "Well, we will talk about the next semester, but I may not be able to go to your house so often. Twice a month." Well, although Wu Zhongjie was reluctant, he couldn't help it. He also knew that Yang Ming was usually very busy. Just by the fact that Yang Ming could buy a business on the commercial street, he definitely wasn't a person who lacked money. So, Wu Zhongjie also understood that the reason why Yang Ming could tutor him was entirely because of Lin Jiyun. Now, it would be good if he could come twice a week. Anyway, Yang Ming wasn't really tutoring him. He was just having a heart-to-heart talk with him. With the young master of Xinheng's chairman, things were going smoothly. Soon, Deputy Manager Wang estimated the price of the business on the commercial street. It was about 6 million. When he reported the price, Yang Ming directly gave a price of 7 million. If such a business was unknown, it would cost at least 10 million. Moreover, it was still a matter of whether he could buy it or not. Although there was Wu Zhongjie's relationship, Yang Ming didn't want others to lose money. Zhang Jiefeng was very surprised. He asked his secretary to find the company's location for a long time. Yang Ming and Zhang Bin actually settled it in one afternoon. After asking, it was actually the location of a shop that he had inquired about. At that time, Zhang Jiefeng also liked the sales office of the two-story building on the commercial street. However, after consulting, they didn't intend to sell, so he could only give up. But he didn't expect that the two children could actually get it. With the company's location, the next thing was simple. Zhang Jiefeng began to take care of the decoration matters. These didn't need Yang Ming to worry about. Jiduan City's boss, Jin Biao, saw that the men he sent to negotiate came back with a gloomy face. After asking, they were despised by the two men who were casually dismissed by Bao Sanli. He was furious. He picked up the phone on the table and called Bao Sanli. Bao Sanli was now following the behind-the-scenes boss's instructions. He would never lower his head to Guo Jinbiao. When he saw that the phone was Guo Jinbiao's number, he picked it up. "Hello, who is this? What's the matter?" asked Bao Sanli. "Brother Bao, I'm Jiduan City's Guo Jinbiao." Although Guo Jinbiao was full of resentment, he still had to be polite. "Oh, it's Boss Guo. What's the matter?" asked Bao Sanli indifferently. "Brother Bao, let's not beat around the bush. My son had an accident in your territory. I sent my men to negotiate with you. You don't seem to put me in your eyes at all, right?" Guo Jinbiao's tone began to become unkind. Bao Sanli sneered in his heart. "So what if I don't put you in my eyes?" Bao Sanli said to Guo Jinbiao impatiently according to the previous agreement. "This matter is not under my control. You should look for Ho Jinhan." After saying that, he hung up the phone with a bang. Looking at the call ended sign on the phone, Guo Jinbiao was so angry that he gritted his teeth. "What the hell? You obviously don't put me in your eyes? You're just a little punk. You dare to call me by my number after just a few days? In terms of seniority, I'm your senior. When I first came out, you were still playing in the mud while wearing diapers." Guo Jinbiao scolded. After scolding, he still had to call Ho Jinhan again. "Everything is a bit different from what I expected. Isn't this deviation too big?" Guo Jinbiao originally thought that Bao Sanli would definitely be scared if he accidentally hurt his son. Maybe Bao Sanli would come to apologize. At that time, he could ask for a lot of benefits. But later, things didn't go as he thought. Bao Sanli simply acted like nothing happened. When Guo Jinbiao saw that Bao Sanli didn't move, he had to send someone to negotiate. His momentum was lower than before. But at this time, Guo Jinbiao still thought that Bao Sanli would give him a lot of compensation. He didn't expect that even though the negotiation was done, he was driven away before he could mention his conditions. Holding back his anger, Guo Jinbiao dialed Ho Junhan's phone again, but he didn't expect that Ho Junhan's first sentence almost made him vomit blood. Chapter 524. Hello, Bosqua. Are you here to apologize to me? Ho Junhan picked up the phone and said to himself, What? Guo Jinbiao was stunned. Your son came to our territory to make trouble. Let's just forget about this matter. We are great people who don't bear grudges. We just gave him a little lesson. Ho Junhan said with conviction, We have given you, Bosqua, enough face this time. If it were another person, he would have been killed. Guo Jinbiao was speechless for a while. He stuttered, Well, if there's nothing else, I will hang up the phone. I am still busy here. After Ho Junhan finished, he didn't care if Guo Jinbiao had anything else to say. He hung up the phone directly. Fuck his mother. Guo Jinbiao slammed the phone on the table. They are too much. They are too much. A few little bastards who don't know the difference between life and death. Do they think that they don't know what to do when they have some power? Damn, I want to let you know that the older the wiser. Brother Biao, don't be angry. Guo Jinbiao's military advisor, Yu Xiaohu, came over and smiled flatteringly. Brother Biao, I think that Bao Sanli and Ho Junhan really don't know what's good for them. Huzi, what do you say? Guo Jinbiao had some headaches. He thought that it would be enough to scare Bao Sanli, but now the other party didn't give him face at all. If he just endured it, then he would have no face to mingle in the underworld in the future. But if he brought people to Songjiang on a large scale, not only would it be time-consuming and laborious, but the most important factor was that the war was actually a war of money. Once the war with Bao Sanli started, the loss on his side wouldn't be small. If he could take down Songjiang's territory in one fell swoop, then it would be fine. But what he was most afraid of was that when the time came, both sides would suffer losses, and no one would be satisfied. When the snipe and the clam fight, the fisherman benefits. When the time came, it would really be a bit of loss. However, Guo Jinbiao's current situation was like an arrow on the string that had to be released. So he sat there with uncertainty. He couldn't decide what to do for a while. Brother Biao, I know that you are very angry now, but in the current situation, it is not suitable for a large-scale invasion of Songjiang. Yu Xiaohu hesitated and said, There are two reasons for this. First, it's the end of the year. The crackdown on criminals is more strict. If you go to Songjiang to fight, it will be easy to get into trouble. Don't eat New Year's Eve dinner in prison. The second reason is that if we really fight with Bao Sanli, we may not be able to get any benefits. If we destroy them, it will be difficult for us. At that time, the Donghai Sun family will benefit the most. Of course, we can't not do anything, but we can change the way. Yu Xiaohu hesitated and said, I think it's better for us to play in the dark. Ask someone to find trouble with Ho Junhan and Bao Sanli. We can scare them and let them think that we're not easy to bully. You mean to assassinate them? Guo Jinbiao immediately became interested. There's no need to kill them. We are here to mingle, not to sell our lives. We just need to intimidate them. Of course, it is not bad to break their legs. Yu Xiaohu said gloomily, In this way, it is not considered breaking the rules. He injured our young master. We can find someone to cripple him. He can't say anything. Good idea. Guo Jinbiao nodded after listening. He patted Yu Xiaohu's shoulder happily. Huzi, who do you think should do this? This is a problem. Yu Xiaohu frowned. There must be someone around Bao Sanli to protect him. Moreover, I heard that Ho Junhan is a master. Last time, he defeated the thugs invited by the Four Snakes gang from the south. Now that you mention it, I really remember it. Then in our gang, except for Vat and Luan Z, the others can't fight one-on-one. Guo Jinbiao asked with some concern. One-on-one? That is definitely not possible. Yu Xiaohu shook his head. We're not going to fight one-on-one with him, but we're going to send someone to secretly trick them. Even if Vat and Luan Z are good at one-on-one, so what? Will they fight one-on-one with you? If the people around Bao Sanli find out, won't they come up and beat them up? Guo Jinbiao couldn't help but be moved after listening. Yeah, who want to fight one-on-one with you? If you are caught, a group of people will PK. So this method won't work? Guo Jinbiao shook his head. Why not? Are we not going to send our brothers from the gang? Yu Xiaohu said with a smile. Don't send our own brothers? Who should we send? Guo Jinbiao didn't understand. Hee. Brother Biao, have you forgotten? There is a veteran assassin organization in our province. When you assassinated the original boss of Jiduan City, Brother Daxing, 3 years ago, didn't you do business with them? Yu Xiaohu reminded. You mean the Black Widow assassin organization? Guo Jinbiao's face twitched. Obviously, he didn't want to be involved with such an organization. Last time, he was forced to do so. This time, because of this matter, he asked the assassin to come out again. He was really reluctant. Most underworld organizations were not willing to be involved with assassin groups. This was also natural. After all, the underworld played with means and territory, not to kill and rob for a living. But the assassin organization was different. This kind of organization was a pure killing machine. If he really provoked them, he might not even know how he died tomorrow. That was why Guo Jinbiao had never contacted the organization after he had paid them the full amount of money after the last mission. That's right. Only they can do this well. Yu Xiao nodded. Guo Jinbiao nodded and shook his head. He couldn't help but fall into contemplation. He had to think about the pros and cons. However, when he thought of the humiliation he had suffered before and just now, Guo Jinbiao gritted his teeth and nodded fiercely. Okay, let's do it. You go and get me an anonymous phone card. Okay, I will go now. Yu Xiaohu nodded, turned, and walked out. On Guo Jinbiao's side, he opened the fingerprint safe in the office and found a phone book from it. When Yu Xiaohu returned to the room, Guo Jinbiao had already locked the safe, leaving only the phone book. Guo Jinbiao took the phone card with trembling hands, then stuffed it into a mobile phone, turned it on, and waited for the internet search to end. Guo Jinbiao dialed a number according to what was written in the phone book. The Heavenly King covers the Earth Tiger. After the phone was connected, the other party directly said the first half of the connection code. Widow is dead. Guo Jinbiao said carefully. He wasn't sure if this organization still used the previous code after so many years. Who are you looking for? The other party asked again. Black Widow. Guo Jinbiao saw that the other party didn't question it, so he was slightly relieved. This time, he answered more quickly. Welcome to the Black Widow Revenge Company. Is there anything you need help with? The other party saw that the two codes were correct, so he asked slowly. I want you to help me kill. No, help me teach a person a lesson. Guo Jinbiao said carefully. This person is called Bao Sanli. He is from Songjiang. Bao Sanli? The other party hesitated and said, You should know what this person does. As for the price, no problem. I want to cripple his legs. What is the price? You can say it. It will be enough to make him lie in bed for 3 months. Guo Jinbiao said quickly. 1 million. The other party said faintly. 1 million? Isn't it a bit expensive? Guo Jinbiao felt some pain. Then you should find someone else. The other party was about to hang up the phone. Wait, I agree. 1 million it is. You must make him unable to get out of bed. Guo Jinbiao said quickly. This isn't a problem. You should be our old customer, right? You can rest assured about our credibility. If you can't do it, we won't take a cent, the other party said. Okay, then I will transfer the deposit to your account. Is it still the original one? Guo Jinbiao asked. No, now it has changed to online payment. I will tell you a URL. You fill it in according to the prompt. Your serial number is 200900133. Don't fill in wrong. The other party said. After hanging up the phone, Guijin Biao logged into the URL, filled in the serial number, and then paid online according to the prompt. You're tuning into the Romance Rendezvous YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.